In the confines of a mental institution, a myriad of patients scurry about some in groups, lost in their own delusions, while others wander alone, ensnared by their own minds. Love and hate can change in an instant, raising a glass to the moon. Feelings as vast as the heavens. Love is an endless expanse. A female patient, clad in theatrical garb, begins to sing in a theatrical manner. Long live the emperor! Long live the Qing dynasty! Where's my empress? Why has she not come to pay her respects? Humph. Another patient kneels on the ground, repeatedly bowing, as if living in the era of the Qing dynasty. Amidst the chaos of the asylum, one individual stands apart, a neatly dressed man in a patient's uniform, seated thoughtfully in a chair. Unlike the others, his gaze is sharp and discerning, quietly observing the tumultuous surroundings with an air of detachment, unfazed by the commotion. This is Jiang Chen, a full-time assassin shrouded in countless legends and myths. 4 years prior, he had crossed paths with an entire assassin guild, provoking a conflict that rendered him a figure of immense consequence, someone the organization feared could bring about their demise. To protect themselves, they concealed Jiang Chen within the asylum, shielding him from the vengeance of his enemies. Now, for years have passed, Jiang Chen knows that once the 6th year arrives, he will be able to shed his identity as an assassin and embrace the life of an ordinary man, reuniting with his mother and sister. Yet, the monotony of life within the asylum has begun to wear on him. An insatiable restlessness stirs within, and the desire to escape grows ever more fervent. Time for your medication. A woman clad in a nurse's uniform approached Jiang Chen, presenting him with a bottle of psychiatric medication. Jiang Chen accepted it, gazing at the blue pills in his hand, a sense of impatience washing over him. He had been consuming these psychiatric drugs for a full 4 years. Taking another dose might truly drive him to madness. Bow before me, you rascal. I am the emperor of the great Qing dynasty. Should you refuse to kneel, I shall have your entire family executed in the next moment. At that moment, a male patient, delusional and surrounded by several others pretending to be grand officials, encircled Jiang Chen, insisting he kneel. Jiang Chen's irritation only intensified. This lunatic persistently believed himself to be an emperor, demanding reverence from all he encountered. With a decisive motion, Jiang Chen rose and delivered a powerful kick, sending the delusional man sprawling. He then followed with a punch, swiftly dispatching another. In an instant, 5 or 6 deranged individuals lay on the ground, wailing in agony. After subduing them, Jiang Chen resumed his seat, adopting a contemplative demeanor. I am a sculpture. Those who disturb a sculpture shall be met with retribution. Do not disturb a sculpture, he proclaimed with feigned calmness. The doctors from the psychiatric hospital observed Jiang Chen, shaking their heads in disapproval. His condition had evidently relapsed. At that moment, Jiang Chen was overwhelmed with frustration. Each day, he played the role of a deranged individual who fancied himself a sculpture, retaliating against any disruption. Yet he had never laid a hand on a doctor, a fact that puzzled many of them, though they did not dwell on it. Wah, wah, wah. Just then, a luxury vehicle pulled up to the psychiatric hospital, and 2 young men in their 20s exited the car. Get out! One of the men violently yanked at the woman in the car, causing her to be dragged to the ground and brutally thrown down. Big brother, second brother, why? If I must marry, why must I choose a husband from a mental institution? At this moment, the woman burst into tears, her gaze filled with anguish as she looked at her elder brother, Lin Jiazi, and her second brother, Lin Zhuqian. Lin Qingyin, this is for your own good. Spare me your nonsense. Hurry and select a lunatic to be your husband. If you don't choose, I shall. Lin Zhuqian declared furiously, compelling Lin Qingyin to make her selection. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. You wish to prevent me from contesting for the family fortune by deliberately pairing me with a worthless husband, thereby stripping me of the means to compete. You truly think you can outsmart me? Lin Qingyin trembled with rage, exposing the sinister plot of Lin Zhuqian and Lin Jiazi. Slap. Lin Jiutian struck Lin Qingyin across the face, the sound resonating sharply. Lin Qingyin felt the sting of pain as a clear handprint formed on her fair cheek, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. This is the will of old Lady Lin. Do you dare defy it? Hurry up. If you don't choose, I will choose for you. The outcome will be the same. You have 10 seconds. Lin Jiazi shouted at Lin Qingyin, his demeanor fierce and devoid of any room for negotiation. Lin Qingyin glanced around, observing countless individuals deemed insane kneeling, others performing, and even one pretending to be a toilet, each more pitiful than the last. Lin Qingyin felt a surge of despair. Could it truly come to this? Selecting a husband from a mental institution? No, the boy in her heart is not like this. Perhaps it is her fate to be born into a wealthy family, destined to prioritize interests above all else, while she, a mere girl, is of little consequence. Jiang Ning gazed at Lin Qingyin, observing her fair complexion and vibrant beauty, particularly her pair of eyes, which were as clear as a child's innocence. Jiang Ning could discern that Lin Qingyin was a kind-hearted girl, for the eyes are indeed the windows to the soul. Suddenly, Lin Qingyin met Jiang Ning's gaze. She studied him, noting his neat appearance and gentle yet piercing expression, his face chiseled as if carved from stone. Yet upon seeing Jiang Ning clad in a hospital gown, she realized he was mentally ill, though the nature of his condition remained a mystery to her. Slap! Lin Jiutian struck Lin Qingyin across the face, his impatience reaching its peak. Will you choose or not? I have pressing matters to attend to, with hundreds of thousands in orders awaiting my attention. Fine, I shall choose for you. Lin Jiutian promptly seized a disheveled mental patient masquerading as a monk, muttering incessantly about saving all beings and shunning women. This one will do. Let us go get the marriage certificate now. With that, Lin Jiutian attempted to shove the patient into the car. No. Lin Qingyi's eyes widened in horror at the sight of the filthy patient. The thought of marrying such a person sent shivers down her spine. She could hardly imagine the filth that would permeate her home. I choose him. I choose him. At this moment, Lin Qingyin pointed towards Jiang Ning, shouting fervently and speaking rapidly, fearful that Lin Jiutian might not grant him the chance. What a damn nuisance. Lin Jiutian brusquely shoved aside the mental patient before striding towards Jiang Ning. Don't go, that lunatic will strike you. At that instant, the director of the mental hospital gasped in horror, realizing that if Jiang Ning were to assault Lin Jiutian, the consequences for him would be dire. However, the director's warning came too late. Lin Jiutian had already seized Jiang Ning by the collar, leaving countless doctors and nurses astonished. Jiang Ning exhibited no reaction, merely moving forward in response to Lin Jiutian's actions. The medical staff were perplexed as to why Jiang Ning refrained from violence this time. A lunatic hitting me? Ha, he wouldn't dare. Get in the car. Lin Jiutian unceremoniously shoved Jiang Ning into the vehicle. As Jiang Ning sat inside, his heart raced with excitement. He was finally leaving the mental hospital, escaping this wretched place. Though exhilarated, he maintained an expression of contemplation, appearing as if he were lost in thought. Seeing Jiang Ning seated within the car, Lin Qingyin felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least he seemed clean and calm, far better than before. Yet soon after, a sense of despair enveloped her. She had married a lunatic, and her prospects seemed bleak. Director, bring me his psychiatric records. I wish to examine his condition. Lin Jiazi addressed the director, who promptly instructed his staff to retrieve Jiang Ning's files. Lin Jiazi began to peruse the documents with keen interest. Name: Jiang Ning, age 24, suffering from a mental illness, believes he is a sculptor, and those who disturb him will face aggression. Interesting, ha, he is the one. Jiang Ning, Lin Jiazi remarked, taking delight in Jiang Ning's condition, for a mere sculpture would pose no threat to her inheritance. Here, get in the car. Let's obtain the marriage certificate. Lin Jiaozu nonchalantly tossed the mental health document to Lin Qingyin, forcibly ushering her into the vehicle. Subsequently, a wad of cash was thrown to the director, and the car roared away. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Jiang compelled Lin Qingyin to marry Jiang Ning, only to tear up Jiang Ning's marriage certificate afterward, ensuring that separation would be impossible. With that, Lin Jiang and Lin Jiaozhu departed. Lin Qingyin gazed at the marriage certificate in her hand and at Jiang Ning, clad in a patient's attire, feeling utterly lost. Her life felt irrevocably shattered. She wept bitterly, heartache overwhelming her as she realized she had wed a madman. Chapter 2. My woman, do not touch. Lin Qingyin gazed at the marriage certificate in her hand, alongside the torn remnants on the ground. A wave of desolation washed over her. Her life felt irrevocably shattered. She cast a glance at Jiang Ning, her eyes brimming with bitterness. Jiang Ning observed the girl before him, now his wife, having unwittingly exchanged identities. Yet this new reality was a far cry better than his previous existence in a mental institution. Stay close behind me. Do not wander off, understood? Do you comprehend? Jiang Ning nodded silently, uttering not a word. Satisfied that Jiang Ning grasped her meaning, Lin Qingyin turned and walked away, Jiang Ning trailing closely in her wake. As Lin Qingyin ambled down the bustling street, she felt an overwhelming sense of alienation, as if the vibrant world around her was entirely disconnected from her own sorrow. Deep within, she wrestled with a sense of injustice. As the daughter of the Lin family, a lineage of considerable wealth and status, she found herself burdened by her father's failings. Her unworthy father allowed her uncles to overshadow their family's legacy in the eyes of the venerable matriarch, indulging in gambling while her branch grew increasingly feeble, particularly due to the absence of male heirs. Her cousins, Lin Jiutian and Lin Jiaozai, each commanded their own companies, Time Corporation and Energy Corporation, respectively. Originally, the Fengxue company belonged to their family, but her father's lack of ambition resulted in the birth of 3 daughters, leaving no male heir to inherit the family's legacy, which would never be passed down to the daughters. Lin Qingyin was acutely aware of her family's lack of male heirs. Despite her relentless efforts, she finally gained admission to a prestigious medical university. After years of dedication, she had become a lead surgeon at the age of 23. How absurd it was that, despite her family's vast wealth and influence, she possessed no real power, only meager shares in the family business. As she walked aimlessly down the street, Lin Qingyin pondered how her life could possibly continue after marrying a madman. Was there any hope for her future? Behind her, Jiang Ning followed closely, admiring Lin Qingyin's exquisite silhouette. The more he gazed, the more he appreciated her beauty. This girl, with her stunning grace and delicate features, was unfortunately born into a family that prioritized profit above all else, a tragic fate indeed. At that moment, 5 or 6 black Mercedes vehicles came to a sudden halt before Lin Qingyin. The doors swung open, revealing a man dressed in a suit, holding a bouquet of flowers. His hair was meticulously styled, and a smile adorned his face. Behind him were several burly bodyguards, their muscular frames straining against their tailored suits. Dao Jiashan? Lin Qingyin swallowed hard, feeling a mix of fear and distaste. Qingyin, I have come for you. Please accept this bouquet. I would like to take you out for dinner, he said, extending the vibrant red roses toward her, his smile deliberately warm. No, please leave me alone. I do not wish to have any further dealings with you. Lin Qingyin firmly rejected him, without a hint of hesitation. Her revulsion towards Zhao Jiangshan was palpable. Qingyin, I care for you deeply. Do you not understand my feelings? I have made an effort to get close to you and understand you. I am gentle, unlike other men, he insisted. Zhao Jiangshan suddenly seized Lin Qingyin's hand, but she swiftly broke free. I am married. This is my husband, she declared, brandishing her marriage certificate and pointing to Jiang Ning, asserting that he was her spouse. I have long been aware of this. It was your 2 detestable cousins who orchestrated it. However, it matters not. I shall ensure that you marry me. Let us go on a date. I have already chosen the location. How about the drunken hotel? Zhao Jiangshan gazed at Lin Qingyin's graceful figure and exquisite beauty. His heart stirred with curiosity about the pleasures this woman might offer. Merely contemplating it was intoxicating. No, Lin Qingyin retorted, turning on her heel to leave, ignoring Zhao Jiangshan entirely. Seeing her resolute dismissal, Zhao Jiangshan decided to change his approach. If softness would not work, he would resort to force. After all, he had several million in business dealings with the Lin family and was unafraid of offending them. A mere girl would not provoke their ire. With this thought, he lunged forward and embraced Lin Qingyin from behind. Qingyin, I like you. Come with me. Be my woman. He held her tightly, opening the car door and attempting to push her inside. Help! Help! Someone! It's broad daylight, and he is forcing me. Help! Lin Qingyin was utterly terrified, her cries echoing in desperation for someone to rescue her. However, the passers-by merely glanced her way, recognizing Zhao Jiangshan from the Zhao family, and none dared to intervene, fearing the repercussions of provoking such a powerful clan. Bang! Jiang Ning delivered a fierce kick to Zhao Jiangshan's abdomen, sending him flying 3 meters across the ground. Writhing in agony, "Young master, are you all right?" A dozen bodyguards rushed to inspect Zhao Jiangshan, checking for injuries, as he glared at Jiang Ning with fury in his eyes. "This is my woman. Touch her again, and you will regret it." Jiang Ning coldly responded, his gaze fixed on the fallen Zhao Jiangshan. At that moment, Lin Qingyin, cradled in Jiang Ning's arms, was in a state of bewilderment. Her expression was blank. Could it be that this maniac had come to her rescue? Wasn't he supposed to be a statue, someone who despised disturbance? Confusion washed over her as she stared vacantly at Jiang Ning. "Are you seeking death? Do you know who I am?" Zhao Jiangshan brandished a sleek black butterfly knife, its blade sharp and menacing, advancing towards Jiang Ning and pressing it against his neck. "A hero saving a damsel? You think you deserve that title?" Bah! The knife rested against Jiang Ning's throat, yet he remained unfazed, even in such close proximity. With no defenses in place, Zhao Jiangshan would be unable to inflict harm upon him. Seeing Jiang Ning's lack of reaction, Zhao Jiangshan assumed that his weapon had instilled fear in him. "Now, deliver the woman you hold to my car, and then kneel. I shall spare your life," Zhao Jiangshan declared, his eyes fixed upon Jiang Ning. "I prefer to grant everyone a chance, yet those who dare to touch my woman shall receive none." In a swift motion, Jiang Ning seized Zhao Jiangshan's butterfly knife, appreciating its craftsmanship before tucking it away. With a resounding slap, Jiang Ning struck Zhao Jiangshan across the face, the sound echoing sharply. "How dare you lay a hand on my woman?" Another slap followed. "How dare you provoke me?" A third slap. "How dare you be so oblivious to your own peril?" "Kneel." Embracing Lin Qingyin, Jiang Ning continued to rain down blows upon Zhao Jiangshan's face, articulating each reason with every strike. Ultimately, he delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Jiangshan's abdomen, causing him to collapse in front of Jiang Ning. This entire sequence unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving Lin Qingyin in shock, Zhao Jiangshan seething with rage, and the bodyguards utterly astonished, while bystanders watched in disbelief. How audacious for anyone to strike Zhao Jiangshan. In Zhonghai City, Jiang Ning was the first. Go! Eliminate him. Quickly. Break his legs. Zhao Jiangshan, humiliated and aware that he was no match for Jiang Ning, bellowed furiously. A cacophony arose as a dozen bodyguards charged toward Jiang Ning, each formidable and menacing, intent on shattering his legs. Be careful. Be careful. In Lin Qingyin's embrace, witnessing the multitude of individuals converging, fear began to envelop her. Realizing that Jiang Ning alone could hardly contend with such a formidable array of bodyguards. Closing her eyes, Jiang Ning released Lin Qingyin, his fingers brushing lightly over her eyelids, prompting her instinctively to shut them tight. In an instant, he unleashed a swift kick, sending the first bodyguard flying, before confronting the next adversary. With a deft twist of his hands, a sharp crack echoed as bones fractured, followed by a sweeping kick that culminated in a cacophony of anguished cries. Within mere moments, a dozen bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, some with shattered limbs, each one lamenting their defeat. At that moment, Lin Qingyin opened her eyes, only to be struck by sheer astonishment. Jiang Ning stood alone amidst the fallen, his silhouette reminiscent of a valiant warrior. It felt surreal, as if she were ensnared in a dream. Could it be madness? How could this be? Indeed, it must be insanity. She fervently hoped he would spare her life. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiangshan's heart raced with trepidation, acutely aware that Lin Jiutian had brought forth a lunatic from the hospital, yet he never anticipated the extent of this madness. "Kneel," Jiang Ning commanded as he approached Zhao Jiangshan, his gaze piercing, his demeanor icy, exuding an aura of lethal intent akin to an unparalleled deity of death. With a resounding thud, Zhao Jiangshan sank to his knees before Jiang Ning. "In the future, my woman shall be left untouched. Otherwise, I shall sever your limbs. Do you comprehend?" Jiang Ning towered over him, demanding an answer. Zhao Jiangshan, trembling with fear, nodded vigorously, eager to demonstrate his submission. Yes, yes, he implored, striving to appear as compliant as possible. Begone. As Jiang Ning uttered a word, Zhao Jiangshan, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily fled the scene, with his bodyguards in a state of panic, scrambling into their vehicles. Thank you. At that moment, Lin Qinin, holding a handkerchief, gently wiped the sweat from Jiang Ning's forehead. As Jiang Ning inhaled the delicate fragrance that lingered about Lin Qinin, a wave of tranquility washed over him. Observing her from such a close proximity, he found her beauty reminiscent of a captivating painting. Jiang Ning grasped Lin Qinin's hand, the one she used to dab his brow. You are my woman. It is only natural, he declared. Lin Qinin, momentarily entranced, swiftly withdrew her hand from his grasp and retreated. Do not overthink it. We are impossible, she asserted. In her mind, Jiang Ning still resembled a man unhinged, prone to violence. Although he had rescued her, he did not fit the image of the man she envisioned. His height of 1.80 m was already a disqualifying factor. No matter, there is ample time ahead, Jiang Ning replied calmly, aware that in Lin Qinin's eyes, he remained a deranged individual, known for his propensity for aggression. The label of madman was not easily shed in the eyes of others. And Jiang Ning understood he could not persuade Lin Qinin, who had witnessed him emerge from a mental institution, of his sanity within a single day. Lin Qinin opened her mouth, as if to say something, yet the words remained unvoiced. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Lin Qinin's phone rang. It was the hospital calling. She hastily answered. This is urgent, Dr. Lin. A child is on the brink of death and requires surgery. No one possesses the requisite skills. Please come immediately. Upon hearing the dire situation, Lin Qinin instantly agreed, her mind racing. Although today was supposed to be her weekend, she found it impossible to refuse under such circumstances. She quickly summoned a taxi and called out to Jiang Ning, racing towards the hospital. Are you a doctor? Jiang Ning inquired, having overheard the conversation on the phone. Yes, Lin Qinin replied, her heart pounding with anxiety, fearing that the child might suffer a tragic fate before she could arrive. She was too preoccupied to engage with Jiang Ning, focused solely on reaching the hospital to provide aid. Before long, Lin Qinin arrived at the hospital, where the anxious family members of patients were pacing restlessly outside the emergency room. Dr. Lin, you've arrived. Please, take a look. A nurse, filled with urgency, awaited Lin Qinin's arrival, her expression one of hope upon seeing her. What is the situation? Lin Qinin inquired as she swiftly washed her hands, sanitized, donned gloves and a mask. The child accidentally swallowed a ring, and the connection point has lodged in the child's trachea. If we attempt to remove it forcefully, it could rupture the child's esophageal blood vessels. However, if we do not perform surgery promptly, the child will suffocate. The nurse explained the circumstances with urgency. Lin Qinin observed the situation on the endoscopy monitor, clearly seeing the ring-S connection point pinching the child's esophageal vessels. The situation was exceedingly critical. It is over. I am powerless to help. The surgery requires 30 minutes, yet this child. Lin Qinin gazed at the child on the operating table, whose face was flushed, coughing incessantly, on the brink of asphyxiation. If forcibly extracted, it would inevitably rupture the esophagus, leading to a catastrophic hemorrhage as blood flooded into the trachea, resulting in death. Suddenly, the child coughed up a spurt of blood, staining the white sheets in a vivid crimson that was painfully glaring. Son, how are you? In that moment, a couple rushed to their son's bedside. Observing his dire condition, the child was unable to utter a single word, teetering on the edge of suffocation. Slap. The child's mother struck Lin Qinin across the face with a fierce blow. You were brought here to heal, not to witness a tragedy. Hurry and save my son. Her fury was palpable, witnessing her child's imminent demise igniting her rage. I'm so sorry, I cannot help. Lin Qinin found herself in a dilemma, utterly uncertain of how to proceed. What if the child died during the treatment? What if the forceful extraction resulted in death? This would lead to imprisonment. Slap. You wretch. If my son dies, your entire family will suffer. You charlatan. The child's father, equally enraged, delivered another brutal slap to Lin Qinin's face, leaving 2 vivid crimson marks upon her cheek. Slap. At this moment, Jiang Ning could no longer bear to watch. He stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to the man's face, causing him to stagger back several steps. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the force of Jiang Ning's blow. With a resounding crack, Jiang Ning struck the woman as well, the sound echoing sharply in the air. Are all those who come to the hospital destined to be healed? If that were the case, there would be no deaths in this world. Jiang Ning exclaimed, his anger palpable. Jiang Ning, have you taken your medication? You're having another episode. You must not resort to violence. At that moment, Lin Qingyin grasped Jiang Ning's arm, fearing he might lose control and continue to lash out. You incompetent doctor. How can I go on living when my son is gone and now the doctor resorts to violence? The woman, in utter despair, began to wail uncontrollably, rolling on the ground in a fit of anguish. Seeing the woman's distress, Jiang Ning felt a pang of sympathy. She was indeed pitiable. And his attack on Lin Qingyin stemmed from the threat to her child's life. What shall we do now? Lin Qingyin fretted anxiously. Let me try. I can save him. Jiang Ning declared, moving toward the child to offer assistance. Absolutely not. What do you know of medicine? This condition is beyond your grasp. He cannot be saved. There is no time left. Lin Qingyin pleaded desperately, gripping Jiang Ning's hand to prevent him from proceeding. Can you save my son? Then why are we waiting? Hurry and treat him. The woman, upon hearing Jiang Ning's intention to help, inquired with fervent hope. I can. Just 3 seconds. Jiang Ning resolutely declared, do not believe him. He is insane, just released from a mental institution. Lin Xiaoqing, fearing that this couple might seek Jiang Ning's help, quickly unveiled the truth and handed them the booklet from the mental hospital. Upon seeing the red cover of the psychiatric hospital's documentation, the couple realized Jiang Ning was indeed mentally unstable, instantly dismissing him as less than human. So, he is insane. What chaos have you caused? I thought you could truly save him. Why must my life be so tragic? Our son. Oh, woe is me. The woman lamented. An insane person saving others? Absolutely not. You are merely a madman. You cannot proceed any further. Leave at once. At that moment, several nurses, upon recognizing Jiang Ning's condition, were taken aback, urging him to exit, fearing the consequences should he act upon his delusions. Jiang Ning, I implore you, do not create more chaos. It is already a mess. Please, step outside. Lin Qingyin insisted, gripping Jiang Ning tightly as his body leaned forward, intent on aiding the boy. Cough, 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 sputter. The boy coughed up a fresh spurt of blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. No matter. Saving a life was paramount. Jiang Ning forcefully pushed Lin Qingyin aside and advanced toward the child. Stop this madman! The couple exclaimed as the nurses rushed to obstruct Jiang Ning. The lunatic is acting out. Yet, Jiang Ning paid no heed, fiercely parting the crowd. They could not restrain him, for he was forged in the crucible of a killer's training. Jiang Ning approached the child directly, pressing a hand against the child's chest, kneading, patting, and then delivering another swift slap. It was over. It was over. My son is lost. Murder. The lunatic has struck. At that moment, everyone present witnessed Jiang Ning's actions and were instantly consumed with anxiety, believing that the man had lost his mind. Cough, cough. Bang, bang, bang. The child began to cough violently, and a brilliant ring was expelled from his mouth, clattering onto the ground. The child immediately breathed freely. Shockwaves rippled through the audience. The nurse was stunned. Lin Qingyin was in a daze, and a couple stared wide-eyed. Silence enveloped the room, all eyes incredulously fixed on Jiang Ning. The ring was expelled? A madman has performed a miracle? How could this be? The nurse, in disbelief, muttered to herself, recalling how this conundrum had perplexed them for 20 minutes, while Jiang Ning resolved it in merely 3 seconds. Mom, I'm better now. This brother's touch was so comforting, like a massage. The child exclaimed to his mother after regaining his breath. Divine healer, oh divine healer. Thud. The couple fell to their knees before Jiang Ning, their faces overflowing with gratitude. Divine healer, I will pay you. Whatever amount you desire, I will give. The father extracted a bundle of cash from his pocket, comprised entirely of small denominations, 10 and 50 yuan notes, along with a bank card. Jiang Ning glanced at this, realizing that the family was not affluent. Give me a cigarette. Consider it a medical fee. I haven't smoked in years, Jiang Ning remarked casually. All right. The father retrieved a pack of 4 yuan cigarettes and handed one to Jiang Ning. He lit it briefly, exhaling smoke rings as he departed. Do you possess medical skills? At that moment, Lin Qingyin inquired, her expression one of intrigue. She suddenly perceived that Jiang Ning bore some resemblance to an ordinary person. Do you believe what I say? My medical prowess is extraordinary, Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly, gazing at Lin Qingyin, who held his psychiatric diagnosis in her hands, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Ah, it's 6 o'clock. You should take your medication. Here are your pills. Don't have an episode, Lin Qingyin said, producing Jiang Ning's psychiatric medication from her pocket and handing it to him. Observing Lin Qingyin's demeanor, Jiang Ning felt a renewed sense of his own affliction. Without uttering a word, he swallowed the pills. After Lin Qingyin's remark, she led Jiang Ning towards the Lin family residence, her heart a whirlpool of conflicting thoughts. The events of the day had yet to settle within her, married to a man deemed mentally ill, who also had a propensity for violence. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Lin Qingying knocked. The door swung open to reveal a woman with an oval face and a voluptuous figure, her prominent belly indicating pregnancy. This was Lin Qingying's mother, Lin Fengxi. Lin Qingying stepped inside, while Lin Fengxi remained at the threshold, scrutinizing Jiang Ning. So, this is the man you chose to marry? Lin Fengxi looked at Jiang Ning with disdain, perceiving him as a lunatic, and found it impossible to harbor any fondness for him. You madman, from this day forth, I shall be the one in charge of this household. Cooking, laundry, scrubbing the toilet, these domestic chores are all yours. Furthermore, you are forbidden from approaching my daughter, otherwise I shall break your legs. Lin Fengxi scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Ning. He was taken aback. How could a girl as refined and kind-hearted as Lin Qingying have such a mother? Mother, please stop. He is merely the best among those in the mental hospital, usually just posing as a statue and prone to violence. And do not harbor animosity towards him. It is our uncles who deserve your ire for orchestrating my marriage to a madman to prevent us from contending for family assets. At that moment, Lin Qingying was overwhelmed with discontent, unable to counter the iron grip of her uncles, who exerted their authority over her marriage while the family remained powerless. Alas, it is my own blindness that led me to marry your worthless father, resulting in this predicament. The old man had returned to gambling, showing no concern for the family's welfare, relying solely on the meager earnings you bring in from the hospital to sustain us, placing immense pressure upon you. As Lin Fengxi spoke, her face was etched with worry. Enough, enough. Please, do not say another word. I am utterly exasperated. Lin Qingying retreated to her room, turning her back to the door, and began to weep. Jiang Ning, hearing her sobs, could sense the weight of her struggles. Madman, hurry up and assist me in preparing dinner. Once you learn, you shall handle it alone from now on. Quick, do not dawdle. Lin Fengxi shouted at Jiang Ning, cursing as she made her way to the kitchen. Jiang Ning silently followed behind her, while the kitchen echoed with insults and disparagement, berating Jiang Ning for being clumsy. After a long-awaited dinner, Lin Qingying invited Jiang Ning into her room, where a makeshift bed had already been laid out on the floor. Do you understand? Lin Qingying inquired after her statement, and Jiang Ning nodded slightly, indicating he comprehended. After all, who would choose to marry someone with a mental illness for a lifetime? Jiang Ning had spent 4 years in a psychiatric hospital, and now, as he sensed a shift in circumstances, he hoped that once his enemy's spies were no longer in Shanghai, he would no longer need to hide. Then you may continue to play the statue. A statue 1T violate me in the middle of the night, right? Lin Qingying asked, blinking at Jiang Ning. Indeed, a statue remains motionless. You need not worry. Should it ever move, it would shatter. Jiang Ning replied, echoing Lin Qingying's words. He knew that asserting he was not insane would not convince anyone, as evidenced by Lin Qingying's reminder for him to take his medication. Clearly, she believed that his accidental intervention was the reason he had managed to save that child. Very well, let us sleep. Do not let the statue move, Lin Qingying said, preparing to rest. I need to use my phone. Jiang Ning suddenly addressed Lin Qingying, although he possessed no phone at all. During his time in the psychiatric hospital, he had been deprived of even cigarettes, for fear that he might ignite a fire in the facility. Lin Qingying was somewhat surprised that Jiang Ning intended to use a mobile phone. However, she refrained from inquiring further. She handed the phone to Jiang Ning, who stepped outside and dialed a number. What could he possibly need the phone for? Regardless, the bank card was secured with a password, or could be unlocked by fingerprint. With that thought, Lin Qingying lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. Hello, is this the Ace Assassins Guild? Jiang Ning inquired. Who are you? How did you obtain our private number? Came a perplexed voice from the other end of the line. I am Xian Wang, Jiang Ning declared, using his code name from his assassin days. Xian Wang? Is it really you? My goodness, what has happened? You haven't escaped from the mental institution, have you? Although 4 years had passed, Qian Tu Long continued to search for him relentlessly. You killed his lover back then. Now, can you truly evade him? We, the Ace Assassins Guild, cannot afford to provoke such a formidable existence. The voice on the other end trembled with fear, clearly anxious about Jiang Ning's potential entanglement with their guild. Jiang Ning scoffed softly. He had initially intended to enlist the help of the guild he once served to investigate Qian Tu Long's whereabouts. But the other party's tone conveyed a blatant disregard for his well-being, as if they feared being implicated by him. From this day forth, I, Xian Wang, am solely Xian Wang. And you, the Ace Assassins Guild, are merely the Ace Assassins Guild. We shall not interfere with each other any longer. Let us part ways here. Jiang Ning abruptly hung up the phone, seething with anger. The organization he had once devoted himself to with unwavering loyalty had proven to be so callous. He realized he must sever ties with them. Should they choose to eliminate him or resort to assassination, both he and Lin Qingyin would find themselves in grave danger. Jiang Ning was well acquainted with the ruthless nature of the elite assassin corps. During his years in the psychiatric hospital, he had endured enough. It was now evident that the organization might one day decide to eliminate him as well. With his demise, the Thousand Dragons would forever lose the thread connecting Jiang Ning to the elite team. The only reason they had not acted against him yet was due to Jiang Ning's status as the foremost assassin on the leaderboard, unparalleled and untouchable. A myth that promised death to those who dared approach him. After erasing the call log, Jiang Ning entered the room where Lin Qingyin was already asleep. Her brows furrowed in distress. He placed his phone beside her bed and chose to sleep on the floor. At that moment, Jiang Ning prepared a meal and set it on the table, feeling quite content. He had never experienced such a sumptuous feast during his time in the psychiatric institution previously. Even the most unpalatable meals had left him wishing for death. Just as he set the dishes down, he heard a sound of weeping. Turning quickly, he saw Lin Fingxi in tears. "What is the matter, mother-in-law?" Jiang Ning awkwardly addressed her. "Don't call me that. It's all because of you. Yesterday you fought with Zhao Jiangshan, and today he has come seeking retribution. Lin Qingyin was taken away early this morning and will surely face the consequences at home. Alas, my poor daughter, how can she possibly endure the harshness of familial discipline?" Lin Fingxi lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Wherever she is, I shall go." Jiang Ning replied simply, unfastening his apron, his gaze sharp and penetrating. "What can a madman like you do? Will you resort to violence? In the end, it would only bring ruin upon my dear Qingyi." After a few moments of hesitation, Jiang Ning stepped outside. With their funds still nestled in the bank and lacking a mobile phone, he requested taxi fare from his mother-in-law and made his way to his uncle's residence. Lin Jiutian dared to abduct Lin Qingyin. Previously, Jiang Ning had little concern, but now, as Lin Qingyin was his wife, he could not remain indifferent. "Humph. You must provide me with an explanation today, or I shall cancel the orders. Our association with your company will cease indefinitely." Meanwhile, Zhao Jiashan lounged in Lin Jiutian's home. Reclining with his legs crossed, a cigar in hand, taking leisurely puffs, Lin Jiutian stood nearby, wearing a smile, eager to avoid provoking Zhao Jiangshan, for he held numerous orders from the company, and offending him would be tantamount to jeopardizing their financial interests. "I apologize, Zhao. I have already dispatched someone to bring Lin Qingyin here. Please allow me a moment, and I shall deal with her before you," Lin Jiutian said, bowing and scraping before Zhao Jiashan. "Humph. Why did you marry Lin Qingyin off to a lunatic, one with violent tendencies no less?" "Why not to me, Zhao Jiashan?" Zhao Jianshan began to interrogate Lin Jiutian, his tone accusatory. Lin Jiutian chuckled inwardly. "Marry her to you? Only to aid Lin Qingyin in contesting for the family fortune against me?" Lin Jiutian found himself unable to contend with Zhao Jiangshan's iron-fisted approach. In the end, all his efforts to assist Lin Qingyin would culminate in his utter defeat at the hands of Lin Qingyin. Unbeknownst to Lin Jiutian, Zhao Jiangshan's intentions were merely to indulge in a fleeting encounter with Lin Qingyin, rather than to genuinely pursue marriage, with a facade of laughter masking his true feelings. Lin Jiutian deftly deflected all blame. "Humph." Zhao Jiashan scoffed quietly, saying nothing. Had he known better, he would have endeavored to curry favor with the matriarch of the Lin family instead of foolishly trying to appease Lin Jiutian, even placing numerous orders to no avail. Ultimately, he had not even managed to spend a night with Lin Qingyin. "Let me go. What are you doing?" At that moment, Lin Qingyin found herself seized by Lin Jiutian's associates, having been captured without the chance to apply her makeup, brought here early in the morning. "Brother, what are you doing?" Upon seeing Zhao Jiashan, Lin Qingyin grasped the unfolding situation but still questioned Lin Jiutian, who bore no resemblance to a caring cousin, instead treating her harshly time and again, despite her calling him brother since childhood. With a resounding slap, Lin Jiutian struck Lin Qingyin's face. She cupped her cheek, her eyes blazing with fury. "Having endured his abuse throughout her life, how dare you ask why? Look at the mess you've made, allowing your deranged husband to assault young Master Zhao. And you still refuse to acknowledge your mistakes?" Lin Jiutian's words were sharp as daggers, confronting Lin Qingyin. "Cousin, it was Zhao Jiashan who harassed me, and it was Jiang Ning who intervened to save me. if it weren't for Zhao Jiashan. Slap. Ah. Lin Jiutian struck Lin Xingyin's face once more, causing her to stagger back in pain. You've struck young Master Zhao, and yet you still feel justified. Where do you find such audacity? What harm has been done to you? Can a mere girl be so grievously wronged? Lin Jiutian's words dripped with malice, revealing the darker side of humanity. Individuals will go to any lengths to protect their interests, even if it means turning against their own kin. Is this how a cousin should speak? How can you utter such words? Lin Xinyin clutched her cheek, tears welling in her eyes as disbelief washed over her. Though they were not born of the same parents, they were still family. That Lin Jiutian could say such things was beyond her comprehension. Enough of this nonsense. Kneel and apologize to young Master Zhao immediately. Otherwise, you shall face the family as punishment. Lin Jiutian commanded, while Zhao Jiashan lounged on the sofa, puffing on a cigar, relishing the scene before him, his mind plotting with delight. I refuse, Lin Xinyin asserted defiantly, standing firm in her belief that she had committed no wrongdoing. Come then, face the consequences. Very well. Lin Jiutian waved his hand, and a servant presented him with a whip. He approached Lin Xinyin menacingly. You refuse to admit fault, is it? Then I shall not cease until you do. With a crack of the whip, Lin Jiutian struck Lin Xinyin, the pain searing through her even though it was over her clothes. She cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, writhing as the torment in her back became unbearable. Let family law take its course. After the lesson is imparted, I shall arrange for Lin Xinyin to accompany me at the hotel tonight. And I shall not cancel the reservation. I shall take my leave now. With that, Zhao Jiashan rose and strode towards the door, unperturbed by Lin Jiutian's brutal methods, confident that Lin Xinyin would yield. Very well, young Master Zhao, I shall administer the punishment thoroughly. With a crack of the whip, Lin Jiutian struck Lin Xinyin fiercely, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from her. She yearned to escape, but as she attempted to rise, Lin Jiutian seized her by the hair, yanking her down to the ground, rendering her utterly defenseless. Everyone shall provide me with an explanation today. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from outside, and Jiang Ning appeared, his countenance darkened, eyes brimming with lethal intent. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Lin Jiutian's disdain was palpable. To him, Jiang Ning was merely a lunatic. However, Zhao Jiashan felt a surge of dread upon Jiang Ning's arrival. He was acutely aware of Jiang Ning's formidable prowess, and the fear that Jiang Ning inspired lingered in his heart. Jiang Ning. At that moment, Lin Xinyin, lying on the floor and clutching her agonizing back, gazed at Jiang Ning in disbelief, astonished that he had come to her rescue at the final hour. Kneel, Jiang Ning commanded icily, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Jiangshan. Do you think he will kneel just because you say so? He is the scion of the Zhao family. Who do you think you are? Lin Jiutian scoffed derisively, utterly unconcerned, as Zhao Jiashan, a privileged heir, would never fear a madman from a mental institution. Thud. Zhao Jiashan knelt directly before Jiang Ning, devoid of any resistance, his eyes filled with terror. This scene left Lin Jiutian utterly astounded. He could hardly believe that Zhao Jiashan had truly bowed before Jiang Ning. Zhao Xiao? What are you doing? Lin Jiutian incredulously inquired. Zhao Jiashan remained silent, trembling as he gazed at Jiang Ning. Even when flanked by bodyguards, he had been unable to confront Jiang Ning. Now, alone, how could he not be afraid? Zhao Xiao, how could you kneel before a madman? Lin Jiutian demanded. I'll tell you why. Zhao Jiangshan's nose was shattered, and he wailed on the ground, clutching his bloodied face, yet he dared not show any disrespect to Jiang Ning. Silence. Jiang Ning, irritated by Zhao Jiangshan's cries, barked a sharp command. Instantly, Zhao Jiangshan clasped his hands over his mouth, letting out muffled whimpers. This man was indeed deranged. Zhao Jiangshan feared for his life. However, this did not mean the matter would go unpunished. Retribution would come in due course. You have truly crossed the line, daring to injure young Master Zhao. You must be bold as a bear to act so recklessly. If I don't deal with you today, you'll forget your own surname. Jiang Ning forcefully yanked the whip from Zhao Jiangshan's grasp, wielding it with a flourish. Crack! The long whip struck Lin Jiutian's face, sending him sprawling to the ground, a bloody mark marring his visage. Jiang Ning relentlessly struck Lin Jiutian with over 20 lashes, filling the room with Lin Jiutian's anguished cries, which left Zhao Jiangshan nearby, too terrified to utter a sound. Stop, please. Enough. Lin Xinyin, witnessing Jiang Ning's unyielding assault on Lin Jiutian, feared for his life and hurriedly embraced Jiang Ning, who seized his actions only upon her intervention. Does it hurt? Jiang Ning gently inquired, brushing his fingers over the whip marks on Lin Xingyin's back. Gazing into Jiang Ning's deep and tender eyes, Lin Qinin felt a moment of bewilderment. It was a sensation of being protected, a warm current flowing through her heart. "It doesn't hurt," she replied, shaking her head. "Foolish girl, how could it not hurt? From now on, I shall protect you and ensure that you endure no further grievances," Jiang Ning said, caressing her cheek with the back of his hand. Lin Qinin was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that Jiang Ning was not merely a delusional figure. "You lunatic! How dare you strike me? Just wait. I will summon people to end your life. I will ensure you have no place to be buried." At that moment, Lin Jiutian rose, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Ning, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Call them, do it now. Bring as many as you can. I, Jiang Ning, will face them all." Jiang Ning, too, felt anger rising within him, realizing that Lin Jiutian was indeed a tough adversary. Despite enduring over 20 lashes, he remained defiant, unlike the timid Zhao Jiangshan. Just wait," Lin Jiutian exclaimed, dialing a number while continuing to point at Jiang Ning. "I will be waiting." Jiang Ning let out a scoff, utterly unfazed by Lin Jiutian's threats to summon help. At that moment, he assisted Lin Qinin into a chair. "Come, sit down. Here, have an orange." Jiang Ning peeled an orange and placed a segment gently into Lin Qinin's mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Jiutian was on the phone with Lin Qinin's uncle, his voice laced with grievance as he sent photos to corroborate his claims. "Jiang Ning, we must leave at once. Your uncle has the numbers. You cannot contend with him." Upon witnessing Lin Jiutian's call, Lin Qinin felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Gripping Jiang Ning's arm, she sought to flee. Yet, Jiang Ning guided Lin Qinin back into her seat, tenderly brushing her hair. "Do not fear. Today, you shall witness how those who bully you will ultimately yield before me." Jiang Ning spoke with a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of anxiety. Hearing his words, Lin Qinin felt a slight sense of reassurance, though apprehension still lingered. She was at a loss on how to confront her uncle, who had tormented their family since childhood. The dread emanated from deep within her. "You should go," she urged Zhao Jiangshan, aware that family shame must not be aired. Upon hearing her, Zhao Jiangshan instinctively covered his nose as blood dripped profusely, hastily departing the scene. "That lunatic thinks he can turn the tide? When my father arrives, I shall ensure you are dismantled piece by piece." Lin Jiutian kept his distance from Jiang Ning, wary of receiving another brutal beating, as one could never predict the thoughts of such a madman. "You had best behave, for when you lie in a hospital bed, you will come to appreciate how fortunate you are to have your limbs intact." In Jiang Ning's eyes burned a fierce intensity as he addressed Lin Jiutian. The latter, upon meeting Jiang Ning's gaze, dared not utter another word and quietly awaited the arrival of his father. Just then, several vehicles came to a halt at the entrance. And a middle-aged man dressed in casual attire, his thinning hair visible, hurriedly approached the hall where Lin Jiutian stood. He was none other than Lin Jiutian's father, Lin Qinin's elder brother, Lin Songhai. "My son, how are you faring?" Upon arrival, Lin Songhai was confronted with the sight of Lin Jiutian's body marred by whip marks, particularly the gruesome wound on his face, which sent a pang of anguish through his heart. His only son had never been subjected to such torment. "Father, you must stand up for me. It was this lunatic who assaulted me, and Lin Qinin must also be punished severely." Lin Jiutian implored Lin Songhai. "Seize them." Without hesitation, Lin Songhai commanded the bodyguards of the Lin family. In a flurry, more than a dozen bodyguards surged towards Jiang Ning and Lin Qinin. "Wait," Jiang Ning bellowed, halting everyone in their tracks. "If you intend to take us down, you must provide an explanation." "An explanation?" Lin Songhai retorted. "You have assaulted my son, and thus you shall face consequences. Furthermore, you have harmed young Master Zhao Jiangshan, so you must be held accountable. As an elder, it is my duty to ensure you are brought to justice." Lin Songhai was taken aback by Jiang Ning's insistence on an explanation. Initially, he had assumed Jiang Ning was utterly deranged, but it appeared his madness was intermittent. "That is not the case, uncle. It was Zhao Jiangshan who first overstepped the boundaries with me, leading to Jiang Ning's retaliation. Furthermore, it was my cousin who struck me, prompting Jiang Ning to intervene. This matter is entirely unrelated to us." At this moment, Lin Qinin stood up, anxiously elucidating the entire situation. "What harm has been done to you? Young Master Zhao's attention towards you is a privilege. You ought to be grateful and serve him dutifully, rather than retaliate. It is simply ungrateful of you. Even if you were to be delivered to Zhao Jiangshan's bed, it would be well-deserved. And to strike my son? As a cousin, What is wrong with imparting a lesson to you? Is there any fault in that? You, who are so oblivious to your own shortcomings, have even allowed a lunatic to assault your cousin. How shameless you are. Lin Songhai's words were laced with venom, filled with absurd reasoning, as he spoke with an air of righteousness, as if Lin Qingyin were truly at fault. Uncle you. Lin Qingyin trembled with indignation at her uncle's barrage of fallacies. Each venomous word pierced her heart, leaving her to ponder. Must she endure such treatment simply because she is a girl and not a male heir of the family? How absurd. Lin Jiutian smirked at the side, amused by his father's prowess in silencing Lin Qingyin with just a few words. Come now, take her away and deliver Lin Qingyin to young Master Zhao. Then break the legs of that lunatic and toss him out. Lin Songhai commanded the bodyguards to act as if they were the law themselves. At this moment, Jiang Ning threw back his head and laughed, his eyes glinting with scorn. In my 24 years of life, I have never encountered such brazen audacity. Since you refuse to engage in reason, let us then resort to the language of fists. Give you 5 seconds to kneel before me. Anyone who dares to resist shall have their legs broken. Jiang Ning's gaze was filled with murderous intent. The words of Lin Songhai had enraged him significantly. He could hardly fathom how Lin Qingyin had endured all these years. Who do you think you are? A deranged lunatic with violent tendencies. Seize him. With Lin Songhai's command, a dozen bodyguards surged toward Jiang Ning, causing Lin Qingyin to panic. Step back. Jiang Ning forcefully pulled Lin Qingyin behind him. With a swift motion, he delivered a kick directly to the chest of the first advancing bodyguard. A sickening crack echoed as the bodyguard immediately spat blood, his chest caving in, and he was sent flying backward for 8 meters, skidding across the ground before coming to a halt. Another bodyguard swung a punch, but Jiang Ning's fist met it with ferocity. A resounding snap reverberated through the air as the bodyguard's arm shattered, followed by a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Jiang Ning moved through the throng with lethal precision, dishing out kicks that shattered the legs of his assailants, their cries blending into a cacophony of agony and the sickening sound of breaking bones, sending shivers down one's spine. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable bodyguards now lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their grotesquely twisted legs, all shattered by Jiang Ning's merciless attacks. Standing amidst the chaos, Jiang Ning radiated an aura of ruthless power, his gaze locked onto Lin Songhai and Lin Jiutian, who were now utterly petrified. Especially Lin Jiutian, trembling in abject fear. How could this madman be so formidable? Jiang Ning advanced toward Lin Songhai, and with a single, swift motion, he struck Lin Songhai across the face. With a sharp slap, Jiang Ning unleashed his fury, exclaiming, "What a waste of an opportunity." Another strike followed. Aren't you impressive? Let's see how impressive you really are. He continued to rain blows upon Lin Songhai's face, rendering him utterly motionless. Despite the searing pain coursing through his cheeks, Lin Songhai dared not utter a sound. Kneel. Jiang Ning's gaze was filled with murderous intent, his voice icy and commanding, instilling fear in Lin Songhai. With a thud, Lin Songhai succumbed to the command, kneeling without any resistance. Survival necessitated submission, for Jiang Ning was ruthless and unpredictable. One could never know if this deranged individual would take his life. Suddenly, Jiang Ning delivered a fierce slap to Lin Jiutian's face. Was I not speaking of you? What are you doing standing there like a fool? Jiang Ning's words dripped with disdain. With a thud, Lin Jiutian too fell to his knees. Humph. Is kneeling all there is to it? Watch as I shatter your legs. Jiang Ning, still unsatisfied, lifted his foot to strike at Lin Jiutian's legs. No, please. Both Lin Qingyin and Lin Jiutian cried out in unison, fully aware of Jiang Ning's merciless nature. The thought of having his legs broken sent Lin Jiutian into a violent tremor, his eyes wide with terror at the dreadful consequences of such an act. Yet, Jiang Ning paid no heed to their pleas, his foot descending mercilessly towards Lin Jiutian. Stop. At that moment, a voice, aged yet commanding, resonated through the air, causing Jiang Ning to halt and turn his gaze toward the entrance. A large convoy of vehicles surged towards Lin Jiutian's residence. Stop. At that moment, a voice, imbued with authority and resonating with power, reverberated through the air. Rows of cars came to a halt at the entrance, and an elderly lady, her hair white, yet her demeanor youthful, strode forward with vitality, her piercing gaze akin to that of a tiger. Leaning on a cane, she made her way towards the hall, flanked by over 20 bodyguards, exuding an imposing presence. How dare you? You would lay a hand on my grandson. What audacity you possess. This formidable matriarch was the supreme authority of the Lin family, overseeing all domestic affairs. Her words were law, akin to a sacred decree. Grandma Lin, Please, save me. Upon seeing his grandmother's arrival, Lin Jiutian cried out. Noticing that Jiang Ning was momentarily distracted, Lin Songhai seized the opportunity to slip away, feeling significantly safer behind his grandmother. The bodyguards accompanying Grandma Lin were all practitioners of ancient martial arts, warriors descended from the traditions of old, possessing various lethal techniques. Those who had reached the pinnacle of their training were impervious to blades and bullets, capable of catching bullets barehanded, no matter how formidable Jiang Ning was. Lin Songhai believed he could not surpass the prowess of these ancient martial artists, all of whom had been hired at a considerable price. Oh, and who might you be? Jiang Ning regarded Grandma Lin, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. She is my grandmother. Lin Qingyin interjected, clarifying the situation for Jiang Ning, who quickly grasped that she was the highest authority of the Lin family. You lunatic! Your audacity knows no bounds. Not only have you assaulted young Master Zhao, but you have also harmed my son and grandson. I will ensure that you repay this debt in full. Grandma Lin had already learned everything from Zhao Jiashan. After Zhao Jiashan departed, he embellished his account of Jiang Ning's actions to Grandma Lin. Grandma, the situation is not as you perceive. It is Zhao Jiashan's fault. Enough. What do you, a mere child, understand? Matters concerning the family are beyond your purview. You must simply obey. Do not meddle. Before Lin Qingyin could finish her words, Grandma Lin's furious retort silenced her. Lin Qingyin felt despondent, trapped in a family that valued sons over daughters. With 3 daughters, she stood as the second, and their lack of male heirs had diminished her branches standing within the clan. Another old fool, without discernment, simply believing slanders. Lin Songhai, Lin Jiutian, and now you too. She scoffed inwardly at the antiquated mindset that deemed women inferior to men. Enraged, Jiang Ning laughed scornfully, unleashing a torrent of invectives upon Grandma Lin, each word piercing her heart with precision, exposing the vile truths hidden within. You wretched creature! Show some respect for your elders. What use is a son-in-law like you? Grandma Lin trembled with fury, slamming her cane against the ground, stirring up dust as she pointed at Jiang Ning, shouting in wrath. I'm sorry. Only Lin Qingyin can expel me. If she doesn't, your words mean nothing. Furthermore, having torn up the marriage certificate, divorce is no trivial matter. Jiang Ning disdainfully remarked that unless Lin Qingyin explicitly asked him to leave, he would not depart. At that moment, Lin Qingyin gazed at Jiang Ning in bewilderment. Everything he had done was for her sake. Were it not for her, he would not have so selflessly devoted himself. Lin Qingyin pondered, was this truly her man? How could it feel so surreal? She had once dreamed of a day when a man would shield her from life's tempests, vanquishing the world for the sake of love. You shameless rascal. Humph. Did you think I would be powerless against you? Come, break his legs. Lin's grandmother thundered in fury. If you dare to approach, I shall not hesitate to shatter your grandson's legs, and those who come will meet their demise. Jiang Ning declared, his voice laced with an undeniable killing intent. You dare. Lin's grandmother glared fiercely at Yi Yun, striking the ground with her cane. Crack. In that instant, Jiang Ning brought his foot down upon Lin Jiutian's leg. The sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed, accompanied by Lin Jiutian's agonizing wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The onlookers were left in shock, utterly speechless, unable to comprehend that Jiang Ning had truly dared to break Lin Jiutian's leg with such resolute determination. Mother, he is insane. Do not provoke him. At that moment, Lin Songhai, fearing his grandmother's wrath, even contemplated having the ancient warriors behind him eliminate Jiang Ning, for such an act would endanger his own son as well. Grandmother Lin, filled with ire, gritted her teeth in frustration. This Jiang Ning was nothing short of utterly deranged, incapable of engaging in rational discourse. Any reasonable individual, confronted by a throng of ancient martial artists trailing behind, would have been paralyzed with fear. Yet, Jiang Ning, in his madness, dared to act so recklessly. Jiang Ning, let us each take a step back. I shall not hold you accountable for the affair with Lin Qingyin, nor will I concern myself with who is right or wrong. However, there is one matter I must address. I am profoundly dissatisfied with you as my son-in-law, and you shall not receive my blessing. Grandmother Lin articulated her thoughts with calculated intent. Jiang Ning, maintaining his composure, replied, Your satisfaction is of no consequence to me. I am not living my life for you, but for Lin Qingyin. You must understand this. Despite her trembling fury, Grandmother Lin managed to restrain herself. Very well, I shall not concern myself with your words. You struck Zhao Jianshan, and now he has withdrawn all his orders, amounting to approximately 3 million. This is due to you. Given this, I am willing to take a step back, absolving you and Lin Qingyin of responsibility. However, you must rectify the situation with Zhao Jiangshan. I have no desire to be at odds over money. Grandmother Lin, cunning and articulate, laid out her demands clearly. Jiang Ning, recognizing her astuteness, conceded. Very well. Let all present bear witness. What I, Grandmother Lin, declare is nothing but the truth. At that moment, Grandmother Lin made her binding agreement with Jiang Ning. Let us proceed. Jiang Ning took Lin Qingyin away from Lin Jiutian's residence, leaving her in a state of astonishment. She could hardly believe that Jiang Ning had truly accepted those two formidable tasks. Why not simply eliminate him? Lin Songhai inquired of Grandma Lin. Allowing Jiang Ning to act serves a dual purpose. Firstly, it is a means of utilizing him to eliminate a rival. Secondly, given Jiang Ning's temperament, he would undoubtedly stir unrest within the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce. Since Jiang Ning is currently our son-in-law, it is prudent for the Jiujiang Chamber to realize that we are not to be trifled with. Jiang Ning is but a pawn in our game. After Grandma Lin articulated her strategy, Lin Songhai's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. What a clever plan. With Jiang Ning's disposition, he would certainly go to great lengths against the Jiujiang Chamber, even risking his life in the process. This madman, Jiang Ning, is incapable of submission, which would send a message to the Jiujiang Chamber that the Lin family is not easily intimidated. Moreover, there is no need for us to personally carry out the deed. The Jiujiang Chamber could very well eliminate him themselves. A twofold advantage. Mother, you are indeed extraordinarily astute. Lin Songhai praised Grandma Lin. Compared to Jiang Ning, my animosity lies deeper with the Jiujiang Chamber. After all, it is a matter of 10 million. The thought of the Jiujiang Chamber attempting to evade their debt of 10 million pierced Grandma Lin's heart like a thorn. At that moment, Lin Songhai questioned Grandma Lin. If a madman can demand 10 million, does that not reflect poorly on our Lin family? We must hasten to the hospital. Perhaps we can still mend the broken leg. Thus, Grandma Lin and Lin Songhai busied themselves, escorting Lin Jiutian to the hospital. Jiang Ning, what are you doing? The Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce is not to be trifled with. They are not honorable individuals. How could you agree to collect debts? You are being reckless. They are formidable characters. At this moment, Lin Qingyin anxiously spoke to Jiang Ning, who had acted with such impulsiveness in accepting such a task. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gazed at Lin Qingyin. Suddenly, he approached her, causing Lin Qingyin to retreat until her back met the wall, leaving her with no escape. Jiang Ning pressed his hand against the wall, leaning closer, his gaze becoming hazy. What are you up to? I warn you to behave yourself. Otherwise, I will. Lin Qingyin, feeling cornered by Jiang Ning's demeanor, was engulfed by panic, her heart racing like a startled deer, causing her cheeks to flush deeply. In that case, do you wish for my success or my failure? Jiang Ning's enchanting eyes looked at Lin Qingyin with a gentle glimmer. Of course. I hope for your success. What kind of question is that? Lin Qingyin replied. So, you acknowledge that I am your husband and that you do not wish for a divorce, correct? I understand now. You harbor feelings for me. Jiang Ning stated boldly before stepping back, releasing Lin Qingyin. Stop being so vain. That is not true. Lin Qingyin exclaimed, stamping her foot in protest. Her complexion vividly flushed. All right, my dear, lend me 50 yuan. I need to take a taxi to the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Ning, freshly emerged from the psychiatric hospital and devoid of any funds, turned to Lin Qingyin for assistance. Do not go. The Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce will surely harm you. Alone before them, you stand no chance. I implore you, remain steadfast. You are but a sculpture, fragile and delicate. Be obedient. A single movement could shatter you. Lin Qingyin spoke fervently, hoping her words would dissuade Jiang Ning from approaching the chamber. I shall become a sculpture, Jiang Ning retorted, turning away. It was inherently embarrassing to ask a woman for money, and with Lin Qingyin's refusal, he found it difficult to persist in his request. Watching Jiang Ning's retreating figure, Lin Qingyin felt a tumult of emotions. Jiang Ning was far too audacious. He would undoubtedly seek out the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce. Just as she contemplated chasing after him, her phone rang. There was an urgent matter at the hospital. Aware that Jiang Ning might struggle to locate the chamber, she decided to head to the hospital first. Before long, Jiang Ning arrived at the bank to check his account balance, an impressive 200 million. The fruits of his past as a hired assassin. He withdrew 5,000 yuan, purchased a new phone for over 1,000, and linked his bank card to it. Subsequently, he bought a set of silver needles for his medical practice, then hailed a taxi, setting off towards the Jiang Chamber of Commerce. After resolving matters there, he intended to visit home to see his mother and sister, pondering how they had fared over the past 4 years. Jiang Ning's father had vanished a decade ago. Many claimed he was dead, yet Jiang Ning held steadfast in his belief that his father had not perished so easily. He was certain that they would reunite in the future, and as he clenched his fists, this conviction resonated within him. Before long, Jiang Ning alighted from the vehicle and gazed at the stone tablet before him. Inscribed upon it were the characters denoting the Jiang Chamber of Commerce. Towering edifices surrounded him, all under the dominion of the Jiang Chamber, which likely housed around 3,000 individuals, alongside numerous factions from Zhonghai, effectively functioning as a protective force for the enterprises of others. Jiang Ning strode inward, where 2 guards from the Jiang Chamber awaited, stepping forward upon noticing his arrival. "Are you here to register as a member, or has a member encountered trouble?" one inquired. "Neither," Jiang Ning replied candidly, eschewing unnecessary pleasantries. "I am here to collect a debt." "Debt collection? Absolutely not," retorted the guard from the Jiang Chamber, his tone brusque. He had been instructed to dismiss any debt collectors representing the Lin family without exception. "Summon your president. I shall personally demand payment from him," Jiang Ning stated nonchalantly, unperturbed. The younger guard scoffed, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. "With that attitude, you expect to receive money? Huh. Perhaps you should reflect on your own identity." At that moment, both guards erupted into derisive laughter, their mocking voices piercing the air. Jiang Ning remained silent, resolutely advancing deeper into the premises. "What do you think you're doing? Forcing your way in as if we do not exist?" The 2 guards charged at Jiang Ning, intent on ejecting him from the establishment. One delivered a swift kick, while the other launched a powerful punch, both strikes heavy-handed. Jiang Ning swiftly delivered 2 powerful kicks, sending the 2 assailants sprawling 3 meters away without even touching the hem of his garments. He firmly planted his foot on the face of one of the thugs, pinning him to the ground. "Summon your leader," Jiang Ning commanded coldly. The thug fumbled for his phone, initiating a call to the Jiang Chamber of Commerce. "Hello, Master Zhou. Someone is causing trouble and assaulted me at the entrance. Hurry." Before he could finish, Jiang Ning violently snatched the phone from him. "I am here on behalf of the Lin family to collect a debt. I advise you to settle it promptly, or you shall regret it." Without waiting for a response, Jiang Ning abruptly ended the call. "You're finished. Our Master Zhou is not to be trifled with. It's not too late to kneel." The thug beneath Jiang Ning's foot threatened. With a swift motion, Jiang Ning kicked the thug in the chest, sending him sliding 4 meters away. Writhing in pain on the ground, Jiang Ning felt that further conversation was futile. Before long, a man clad in a trench coat approached, his slicked-back hair immaculate. A cigar clenched between his teeth, flanked by a dozen men wielding steel pipes, advancing with great intensity. At the forefront was Zhou Yun, the sole leader of the Jiang Chamber of Commerce. Upon noticing his 2 subordinates lying on the ground in silence, evidently battered by Jiang Ning, Zhou Yun confronted him. "Are you the one here to evade debts? And you dare to strike my men?" "It is I. Have you prepared the money? Give it to me. I have matters to attend to," Jiang Ning stated with an air of undeniable authority. "Oh my, how arrogant. Is it the norm these days for debt collectors to be so brazen?" Zhou Yun thought, observing Jiang Ning's complete lack of fear and his audacious demeanor, which irked Zhou Yun immensely. "I am granting you 10 seconds to hand over the money. Otherwise, I shall take matters into my own hands," Jiang Ning said, his patience wearing thin. He despised dilly-dallying and set a final ultimatum for Zhou Yun. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Zhou Yun frowned. "Do you truly not comprehend your own insignificance? It seems I must compel you to kneel and address me properly," Zhou Yun declared, raising his chin, prompting the dozen or so individuals behind him to encircle Jiang Ning, each wielding steel pipes and casting menacing glances. "Kneel. This is your final opportunity, should you refuse. Our next encounter may very well take place in a hospital," Zhou Yun admonished Jiang Ning, clearly unable to tolerate his defiance. 10 seconds have elapsed. "You have run out of chances." Jiang Ning spoke softly, then suddenly lunged forward, seizing a steel pipe from one of the assailants. With a swift motion, he swung it backward, the pipe striking a man on the head with a resounding thud. Blood erupted from the wound, and the man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The crowd surrounding Jiang Ning, witnessing his decisive action, surged forward, each attempting to take him down. With each swing of the steel pipe, Jiang Ning felled one opponent after another, the sharp sound of metal against bone echoing in the air. In a short span, A dozen men lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their bleeding heads. Jiang Ning discarded the now bent pipe, a testament to his strength. Not bad, you've got some skill. Let us have a spar. Zhou Yun picked up another steel pipe from the ground and approached Jiang Ning. Zhou Yun was also proficient in ancient martial arts and believed he could match Jiang Ning's prowess in taking down numerous foes. Gripping the pipe tightly, he advanced towards Jiang Ning. You aren't worthy to face me. Jiang Ning observed that Zhou Yun's stance was unsteady and his internal energy was disrupted. Jiang Ning had been able to defeat someone like Zhou Yun when he was just 16. Bravado demands strength. Arrogance requires power. Zhou Yun suddenly swung the pipe toward Jiang Ning's head, the sunlight glinting off the steel with a menacing brilliance. He poured every ounce of his strength into the blow, capable of bringing down a bull with such force. Bang! Zhou Yun's steel pipe struck Jiang Ning's head with a resounding thud. Jiang Ning stood his ground, unflinching, enduring the blow without flinching. The steel pipe in Zhou Yun's hand shattered instantly, yet Jiang Ning appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. It is my turn, Jiang Ning declared, swiftly kicking up a steel pipe that soared into his grasp. He struck fiercely at Zhou Yun's head, who hastily attempted to defend himself. However, Jiang Ning's pipe twisted at an improbable angle, landing a precise blow upon Zhou Yun's skull. Zhou Yun crumpled to his knees, clutching his head as crimson blood cascaded down. He writhed in agony on the ground, howling in pain. Jiang Ning pressed his foot firmly upon Zhou Yun's face, immobilizing him. To flaunt one's prowess requires strength, to act with arrogance demands power, and I, Jiang Ning, possess both. He stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. Take me to your leader. Quickly. I am quite occupied. His gaze was piercing. You are finished, utterly finished. You have struck me, and the entirety of the Jiozhang Chamber of Commerce, 1,000 strong, will not let you escape this. Zhou Yun stammered, his voice a mixture of desperation and dread. Take me now, or prepare to experience the torment of 1,000 agonies. Jiang Ning's voice was frigid. Once a killer, he had encountered countless formidable adversaries. Someone like Zhou Yun was merely a trivial challenge, and Jiang Ning possessed 100 methods to compel him to submit. Before long, Zhou Yun, limping and disheveled, led the way, with Jiang Ning closely following him into the inner sanctum of the Jiozhang Chamber of Commerce. Brother. Upon entering the interior of the Jiozhang Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Yun seized the opportunity while Jiang Ning was distracted and dashed towards the hall, shouting fervently. It was not that Jiang Ning could not catch him. Rather, Jiang Ning had already arrived, confident that the president of the Jiozhang Chamber of Commerce was within. What is the matter? A man emerged from within the hall, dressed in a traditional Tang suit, exuding an air of contentment. He was none other than Xianxia-style, a prominent figure in Shanghai and the president of the Jiozhang Chamber of Commerce. Upon seeing Zhou Yun's battered visage and his 3 fingers twisted in an unnatural manner, Xianxia-style felt a pang of anguish, distressed that his brother had been so severely harmed. Crawling toward Xianxia-style, Zhou Yun's face was marked by fear. Brother. It was he who attacked me. Quickly, eliminate him. I wish to see him crippled. Zhou Yun pointed at Jiang Ning, his indignation surging as he reported the grievance to Xianxia-style. Xianxia-style lifted his gaze, noticing Jiang Ning standing calmly, his expression unwavering and devoid of fear. I am here on behalf of the Lin family to collect a debt. 1 million is owed. Pay me, and this matter will be resolved. Do not let the situation escalate further, Jiang Ning declared, preempting any response from Xianxia-style. A debt collector, you say? Humph. You should first ensure your own survival before making demands. Xianxia-stale's eyes glinted with malice as he pressed the button on his alarm device, instantly filling the Jiozhang Chamber of Commerce with a resounding alarm. In a short while, hundreds of individuals flocked to the scene, encircling Jiang Ning. Xianxia-stale procured a chair, seated himself, and lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke rings as if he were a spectator at a captivating performance. Zhou Yun, do you wish to witness how he meets his demise? Xianxia-stale inquired of the irate Zhou Yun, whose face was contorted with fury. I want his limbs shattered. One by one, I shall break his fingers. Zhou Yun proclaimed vehemently. Very well, let us proceed, Xianxia-stale replied, his gaze piercing as he regarded Jiang Ning, akin to a butcher eyeing meat upon the chopping block. Jiang Ning surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of over 200 burly individuals, each exuding a formidable strength. I advise you to summon all your brethren from the Jiozhang Chamber of Commerce. This mere handful is insufficient for my reckoning. Otherwise, when you find yourself kneeling, you shall harbor resentment. Jiang Ning spoke with an air of nonchalance. How audacious! Zhou Yun shouted, attack. At Shen Yunqing's command, the throng of 200 surged toward Jiang Ning, each poised to deliver a lethal blow. Jiang Ning, stretching his limbs, charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the first assailant flying, the man's chest caving in as he spat forth blood. With a sudden twist, Jiang Ning snapped the arm of one of the thugs, then plunged into the fray, showcasing his exceptional martial prowess. The cacophony of anguished cries erupted, accompanied by the sickening sound of breaking bones. Blood spurted from the mouths of the wounded. Jiang Ning resembled a majestic eagle infiltrating a nest of rodents, dispatching one adversary after another with reckless abandon, his invincible demeanor sweeping through the chaos, leaving none capable of enduring even a single strike from him. Jiang Ning swiftly delivered a kick that shattered the leg bone of a subordinate, who collapsed to the ground, clutching his fractured calf and wailing in agony. At that moment, over 200 individuals lay sprawled on the floor, each either with broken arms or legs, while only Jiang Ning remained standing amidst the chaos. What? How formidable is he? Both Shen Yunqing and Zhou Yun were taken aback, astonished at Jiang Ning's prowess. This throng was utterly powerless against him. More than 200 people had failed to inflict even a scratch upon Jiang Ning before being vanquished. Zhou Yun swallowed hard, his complexion paling as he surveyed the fallen, recognizing that while they suffered grievous injuries, he himself was merely fortunate to have sustained the loss of 3 fingers. Young man, it seems I cannot allow you to persist any longer without intervening. Shen Yunqing's gaze sharpened, poised to subdue Jiang Ning. Suddenly, Jiang Ning charged at Shen Yunqing with remarkable speed, delivering a kick that sent both Shen and his chair tumbling to the ground. A resounding slap echoed as Jiang Ning struck Shen Yunqing's face. What will you do now? Do you fancy yourself impressive? Another slap followed. Come on, retaliate. You worthless fool. Did you not intend to fight back? Yet another strike. Hurry and return the money, lest I break your limbs first. Jiang Ning was incensed. The Jiang Chamber of Commerce remained oblivious to the reality that he was not to be trifled with, yet they dared to boast. With a powerful kick to Shen Yunqing's abdomen, the latter coughed up a mouthful of blood. Return the money. Otherwise, I shall render you utterly powerless. Jiang Ning declared coldly. You are finished, completely finished. Offending me, the thousands of brothers in the Jiang Chamber of Commerce will not let you off. I shall have you killed. Shen Yunqing lay on the ground, threatening Jiang Ning in return. Jiang Ning, growing impatient, seized Shen Yunqing by the collar, bringing his face close to Shen's. Why does everyone from the Jiang Chamber of Commerce always say you are finished? Can you not come up with something more original? I am utterly finished. I wish to see how you intend to bring about my complete demise. With a sudden thrust, Jiang Ning pushed Shen Yunqing away. Call for help. Summon as many as you can. I, Jiang Ning, will take them all on. Let us see if you can handle it. Jiang Ning bellowed at Shen Yunqing, urging him to call for reinforcements. Jiang Ning perceived Shen Yunqing's defiance. If he left with his money today, he would inevitably face Shen's retaliation. Jiang Ning had no intention of leaving any loose ends. Thus, he resolved to ensure that Shen Yunqing would be completely subdued. Any thorn in his side would be broken and crushed without mercy. Hey, bring them here, quickly. At that moment, Shen Yunqing, filled with rage, was on the phone, calling for reinforcements. He was determined not to let Jiang Ning off the hook today. He could not swallow this indignity. For how could he continue to navigate the waters of Shanghai afterward? Just as Shen Yunqing hung up the phone, within 10 minutes, more than a dozen vehicles arrived at the entrance with a mournful sound. With a thunderous clamor, over 300 individuals disembarked from their vehicles, each wielding steel rods, charging towards Jiang Ning with a fierce battle cry that echoed ominously. In an instant, the scene erupted into chaos as Jiang Ning found himself engulfed in the fray. Countless assailants surrounded him, yet he surged into their midst like a formidable deity of war, bringing them to their knees with swift and decisive strikes. The air was filled with anguished cries, and before 3 minutes had elapsed, hundreds lay prostrate on the ground, lamenting in despair. Call for reinforcements. Hurry. Jiang Ning bellowed at Shen Yunqing, for he knew he must vanquish him. Damn it, bring me 500 more. I refuse to be deterred. Shen Yunqing, in a fit of fury, dialed a number, his voice raised in indignation. Before long, a convoy of several business cars arrived, disgorging over 400 more, each brandishing axes as they advanced menacingly towards Jiang Ning. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning plunged into the fray, striking down opponents with fierce precision, unarmed yet undeterred. Engaging in a fierce battle against the throng, their axes swung towards him, yet he remained unscathed. In a matter of minutes, he dispatched the last of his attackers, and with a cigarette ignited, he began to smoke leisurely. Bring me more. I demand 1,000. 1,000. Jiang Ning roared at Sun Yunqing, his thirst for confrontation insatiable. Everyone, come forth, all of you. I will not rest until he is defeated. Sun Yunqing, consumed by rage, shouted into the phone, his fury palpable. At this moment, 4 buses arrived, disgorging over 800 individuals who surged towards Jiangning, the majority of whom were ancient martial artists, the true elite of the Zhejiang Chamber of Commerce. Jiangning remained silent, seizing a solid steel rod from the ground and charging into the fray. The cacophony of anguished cries intensified as Jiangning, blinded by fury, shattered an arm with a single swing and broke a leg with another. Numerous martial artists, channeling their inner strength, launched attacks at Jiangning, yet they faltered before him, unable to withstand even a single blow. As 10 minutes elapsed, the iron rod in Jiangning's grip became stained with blood, and countless bodies lay sprawled upon the ground. Limbs severed, the air filled with lamentations, and pools of blood forming around them. Call for reinforcements. Bring me more. Jiangning bellowed at Sun Yunqing, the iron rod glistening ominously with the sheen of blood. Thud. Sun Yunqing fell to his knees, his face a mask of despair. Brother, I have no one left. You've incapacitated them all. Tears brimmed in Sun Yunqing's eyes, overwhelmed by the realization of Jiangning's formidable prowess. The entirety of the Zhejiang chamber had been summoned for this. This cannot stand. Call for help, quickly. Aren't you intent on ending my life? I am still alive. Hasten, bring someone to finish me off. I yearn for death. Jiangning insisted relentlessly. Brother, you are my brother. I concede I was wrong. I truly have no one left. You seek money, do you? I shall give it to you. I will double it. Please, brother, spare me. Sun Yunqing's complexion turned pale, grappling with the surreal prospect of Jiangning's invincibility. How could such a divine warrior ever be slain? Smack. A resounding slap landed on Sun Yunqing's face from Jiangning. You truly are cowardly. How did you manage to become the president of the Zhejiang Chamber of Commerce? 10 minutes later, Jiangning was at the headquarters of the Zhejiang Chamber of Commerce, seated comfortably on a sofa, indulging in an apple, while a curvaceous beauty sat beside him, massaging his legs and occasionally feeding him grapes. Sun Yunqing approached, holding a check, and reverently placed it before Jiangning. Brother Jiang, this is a check for 10 million, owed to your Lin family. Please accept it. As she spoke, she presented another check. This one is my personal tribute to you. A total of 5 million. Please take it and leave. I cannot afford to support such a formidable man as you. Fearing Jiangning might cause trouble, Sun Yunqing willingly offered him 5 million. Jiangning glanced at it, deemed it satisfactory, and accepted it. Fine, at least you know your place. Jiangning, while enjoying an orange, realized it had been 4 years since he had eaten fruit. The coffee table before him was cleared of 2 platters of fruit. Observing Jiangning's voracious appetite, Sun Yunqing began to doubt whether he had consumed anything recently, nearly swallowing the orange peel whole. Jiangning showed no signs of leaving, making Sun Yunqing hesitant to urge him away. Noticing 3 more oranges on the table, she hoped he would depart after finishing them. However, Jiangning couldn't bear to part with them. Their deliciously sweet and tangy flavor was something he could not find in the mental institution. Brother, something has happened to Yun. At this moment, Zhou Yun rushed over in a state of panic, carrying a child on her back. The child was bloodied, pale, and appeared to be unconscious, with blood streaming from all orifices. Upon seeing her child in such a dire condition, Sun Yunqing was immediately struck with horror. She was filled with anxiety, recalling that just a few days prior, her child had bled from the ears and nose, which she had attributed to heat stroke. Now, with blood flowing from all orifices and in a state of unconsciousness, Sun Yunqing sensed that the situation was far more serious than she had imagined. Let me take a look, Jiangning said, feeling a pang of sympathy for the child. Recognizing that such a young life could be doomed to suffer from cerebral palsy or disability, he immediately produced a lighter, intending to treat the child. What are you doing? Sun Yunqing forcefully shoved Jiangning away, her gaze filled with suspicion. You've already harmed so many people. Now you wish to inflict harm upon my child. I will not allow it. Even if it costs me my life, I will stop you. Sun Yunqing's reaction was intense, believing Jiangning intended to do something detrimental to her child. No, I am trying to save your child, Jiangning explained, noting her fierce response. But he was not angered, as he understood her concern for her offspring. Do you possess medical knowledge? Do you have a medical license? You are clearly harming my child. Do not touch my son. Leave. Quickly. Shen Yuqing pointed at Jiang Ning, urging him to depart, her fear escalating as her child's condition deteriorated. Even in the face of the formidable Jiang Ning, she was undeterred, driven by a mother's instinct to protect her young. Very well, this is your decision. Do not lament it later. Your son's condition is urgent. He is at risk of a cerebral hemorrhage within 2 days, and in 3 days, his limbs may become rigid. Within 5 days, he could potentially suffer from cerebral palsy or disability. Take heed. Do not blame me for my warning. Should you seek my treatment in the future, remember to kneel and bring the consultation fee. As Jiang Ning finished speaking, he stepped out the door, leaving that place behind. That scoundrel dared to curse my son. He deserves to be damned. Upon witnessing Jiang Ning's departure, Shen Yuqing erupted in a torrent of invectives. Quick, to the hospital. Shen Yuqing and Zhou Yun hurriedly made their way to the medical facility. At this moment, Jiang Ning was making his way beyond Zhonghai City, heading towards the rural outskirts where his mother and sister resided. A wave of excitement surged through him, yet with each step closer to home, he felt an increasing sense of uncertainty. It had been 4 long years since he last saw his mother and sister. The longing he felt over these years would finally be fulfilled today, as Jiang Ning alighted from the vehicle and walked through the countryside. The familiar streets and village stirred deep emotions within him, nearly bringing him to tears. He had left home at the age of 13 to join an assassin organization, carried out missions by 16, and by 18, he had achieved renown, ascending to the top of the assassin rankings. At 20, he reached the pinnacle of his prowess, only to fall afoul of the Dragon of Shiliang City, leading to a harrowing 4-year confinement within a psychiatric hospital. Now, having severed ties with the assassin world, Jiang Ning yearned for a life of ordinariness. Following the path of his memories, he arrived at the entrance of his home, where the once proud iron gate had long succumbed to rust and decay. Oh, how time flies. Jiang Ning knocked on the door, calling for his mother, uncertain of the scene that would unfold upon their reunion. Since becoming an assassin, he had only been granted the opportunity to visit home once a year, and it had been 4 long years since he last laid eyes on her. Who are you? Are you looking for someone? At that moment, a casually dressed neighbor emerged. Observing Jiang Ning's persistent knocking, evidently unfamiliar with him, though Jiang Ning had a vague recollection of the man. Is this the right family? Jiang Ning inquired directly. Oh, you're looking for Yishuaying? She might be in the fields. I saw her take a shovel not long ago, the neighbor speculated. Thank you, Jiang Ning replied, feeling a sense of relief knowing his mother was working in the fields. Thankfully, they had not moved away. After expressing his gratitude, he headed towards the fields. It was the end of autumn, and the wheat was flourishing, the fields adorned with lush green crops, a sight to behold. However, one particular plot of wheat was surrounded by a crowd of neighbors from the vicinity, gathered as if to witness some commotion. In the midst of the throng stood a woman, dressed simply, her hands gripping a shovel, her feet caked in mud, Jiang Ning's mother, Yishuaying. Her face bore an expression of distress as she confronted 3 men before her. Eldest brother, what are you doing? Our wheat field is clearly 5 meters wide. Yet now it has shrunk to 2.5 meters. Why are you trampling on our land? Yishuaying spoke to a middle-aged man before her, who happened to be the elder brother of her husband. Ever since her husband had gone missing, this elder brother's family had frequently bullied Yishuaying. With only a daughter to support her, she found herself outmatched by the 2 male heirs of her brother-in-law's family. This elder brother, along with his uncle Jiang Ning, lived adjacent to Yishuaying's wheat field, yet had secretly encroached upon it by 2.5 meters. What? Sister-in-law, your claims are unfounded. This is my wheat field. It has always been this width. Your land is merely 2.5 meters wide, and now you wish to take my wheat field as well. The uncle adamantly refused to acknowledge the truth, knowing full well that Yishuaying, with her only daughter, stood no chance against him. In rural settings, the strength of male heirs often led to the oppression of others, and such injustices were commonplace. Brother, can you not be reasonable? Our wheat field, inherited from our grandfather, has always measured 5 meters, just like yours. Now, your wheat field has inexplicably expanded to 7.5 meters, while ours remains at 2.5 meters wide. How do you explain this? Yishuaying's anxiety was palpable, for it seemed her brother-in-law truly intended to seize her land, having stealthily moved the boundary. Nonsense. My land is indeed 7.5 meters wide. Ask our neighbors. It's a matter of public knowledge. Why should I be accused of encroaching upon your field? The uncle remained obstinate, insisting on his version of the truth. Yes, precisely. It is 7.5 meters, and everyone knows it. If you don't believe me, just ask the villagers. Do you possess any land deed? If not, on what grounds do you claim that we have encroached upon your property? At this moment, the two sons of the elders stood nearby, menacingly intimidating Yi Shuiying. Neighbors, please weigh in on this matter. You are all aware that our wheat field is 5 meters wide. They are clearly encroaching upon our land. Yi Shuiying pleaded anxiously, seeking assistance from those around her. What nonsense. The elders' wheat field is clearly 7.5 meters wide. What are you talking about? There is no encroachment on your land. One neighbor retorted. Indeed, after so many years as neighbors, we all know the elders' character. Your slanderous accusations are quite unfounded. Another chimed in. To be honest, your land is merely 2.5 meters wide. Don't think you can take advantage of us with so many witnesses present. Surrounded by neighbors, Yi Shuiying found herself increasingly isolated as they sided with the elder, eager to curry favor with him, given that he had two sons. She, on the other hand, was left defenseless with only a single daughter to rely on. Her son had been absent for 4 years. What did it matter if she offended Yi Shuiying? Listening to the neighbor's disparaging remarks nearly brought Yi Shuiying to tears. How could there be so many cowardly individuals? All eager to witness her humiliation? This is unacceptable. I will pursue legal action. I will sue you for the unlawful occupation of my property, Yi Shuiying declared, determined to follow the proper legal procedures. Suddenly, the elder struck her across the face with a resounding slap. What did you say? Do you have a land deed? You think you can pursue legal action? My word is the only legal procedure here. Leave at once. Whether you choose to cultivate this land or not is of no concern to me. Spare me your incessant prattle. The uncle bellowed at Yi Shuiying, showing no fear of her. After all, what could she possibly do to him? How shameless can you be? When my husband and son were still here, I never suspected you to be such a person. Now, with only us lonely women left at home, you begin to bully us. Tears streamed down Yi Shuiying's face in her anger. Smack! Smack! The uncle's two sons each struck Yi Shuiying across the face, the sound sharp and resounding. How dare you insult my father? You worthless wretch! Say another word, and I shall break your legs. They raised their shovels menacingly, ready to inflict harm if she dared to utter another syllable. You accuse me of being shameless? Huh. Allow me to demonstrate what true shamelessness looks like. Watch closely. The uncle growled at Yi Shuiying, his menacing face instilling fear in her. He was as barbaric as a beast. Excellent. This land is ours now. The two sons began to furiously turn the soil with their shovels, reducing 2 acres to 1, as the uncle sought to forcibly seize Yi Shuiying's wheat field. I will report you. I will take you to court. Yi Shuiying cried out, her voice trembling with desperation. Yi Shuiying sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, overwhelmed by despair. She felt powerless against those who had wronged her. With no land left to cultivate and her daughter still pursuing her studies at university, she was filled with anguish. Mother, why are you crying? At that moment, Jiang Ning pushed through the crowd and was struck by the sight of his mother, Yi Shuiying, in tears. The onlookers turned their gaze toward him as he approached and helped her to her feet. Jiang Ning's initial excitement upon seeing his mother was swiftly overshadowed by a profound sorrow upon witnessing her heart-wrenching tears. Yi Shuiying clung to Jiang Ning, sobbing deeply. The worries of a mother for her child are endless, and the years that Jiang Ning had spent away had drained her of tears. Mother, who struck you? Jiang Ning, having assessed the situation, had a suspicion but still inquired gently. It was your uncle, them. Our wheat field was originally 5 meters wide. But your uncle has trampled it all, leaving us with nothing to eat. Yi Shuiying recounted the situation succinctly. He did that? Jiang Ning glanced at his uncle, struggling to believe that his family could resort to such cruelty against one another. It wasn't until Yi Shuiying confirmed that he felt a surge of rage. How dare he? With a swift kick, Jiang Ning sent his uncle sprawling 3 meters away. In a flash, he advanced and delivered a resounding slap to his uncle's face, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Let me express my feelings in 3 words. You are despicable. Jiang Ning pointed an accusatory finger at his uncle, his eyes ablaze with fury. What do you think you're doing? How dare you strike my father? You must be tired of living. At that moment, the two sons, who had been fervently dismantling the ground, were instantly consumed by rage upon hearing their father's cries. Grasping shovels, they advanced menacingly toward Jiang Ning. Did they hit you, Mom? Jiang Ning calmly inquired of Yi Shuiying as his cousins charged forth. They did. With a swift and fierce motion, Jiang Ning unleashed a barrage of slaps across their faces, alternating strikes with relentless precision. The two cousins writhed on the ground, howling in agony. In their attempts to retaliate, their punches were deftly evaded by Jiang Ning, whose slaps fell like a torrential storm. "You coward," he taunted. "Prepare to meet your end. Please, stop. Have mercy, I was wrong," they pleaded, desperation in their voices. "If you keep this up, we'll die?" Yet Jiang Ning showed no signs of halting. Each slap landed with brutal force, leaving crimson marks on their faces. Only when his cousins begged for mercy did he relent. "You wretched creatures, devoid of understanding." His uncle scolded Jiang Ning, his face contorted in rage, brandishing a shovel, ready to confront Jiang Ning in battle. As Jiang Ning was about to speak, he found himself surrounded by neighbors who were vehemently criticizing him. How utterly ignorant of social decorum to scold one's elders. Such behavior is simply outrageous. Individuals like him will never find a spouse in the countryside, destined to remain single. The cacophony of accusations reached Jiang Ning's ears, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Although he was wary of public opinion, he was undeterred. The paramount concern at that moment was to teach his uncle and the others a lesson, rather than heed the disparaging remarks of those ineffectual neighbors. "Unruly wretches. You lack understanding. Kneel before me, or I shall declare your shame throughout the village, ensuring you remain forever without a bride for daring to disrespect your elders." At this juncture, his uncle brandished a shovel, directing menacing words at Jiang Ning. This tactic was indeed ruthless. In rural life, reputations endured for a lifetime. And should his uncle follow through, Jiang Ning would be forever stigmatized. "Yes, kneel. Apologize to us. Kneel." In unison, Jiang Ning's two cousins joined his uncle, barking orders at him as if they held dominion over him. The neighbors began to murmur among themselves, and Jiang Ning realized that engaging in dialogue with such petty individuals would be futile. It was time to let his fists do the talking. For the truly contemptible are often the most sensitive. In an instant, Jiang Ning lunged forward and delivered a swift kick to his uncle's leg. A sickening crack echoed as the bone shattered, and his uncle crumpled to the ground, howling in agony. "Father! Father!" Both cousins were taken aback, and then, brandishing their shovels, they charged at Jiang Ning. With a swift motion, Jiang Ning shattered one of the shovels with a punch and then seized both cousins by their ears, causing them to feel as though their ears might be torn from their heads, the pain rendering them momentarily deaf. "Kneel." Their uncle, witnessing the disgraceful submission of his sons to Jiang Ning's brutality, seethed with fury. "You scoundrel! This is outright robbery. Do you possess the land deed? I shall report you. You will languish in prison." The uncle pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Ning, who approached him, ready to deliver a further beating. "Enough, enough, Jiang Ning. We are neighbors. This is unbecoming. He is still your uncle. Show him mercy." At that moment, Yi Shuang hurriedly restrained Jiang Ning, fearing he might inadvertently kill their uncle, whose leg was already broken. She felt that was sufficient punishment. Jiang Ning glanced at the neighbors, who were casting judgmental glances at him and his mother, and sighed inwardly. While he was unperturbed by the neighborhood's scorn, he was mindful that his mother still had to coexist in the village. "Very well, uncle, you may leave. I will purchase your land, name your price, and that 5 meters will be mine," Jiang Ning stated calmly. Given the uncle's obstinacy, he thought it prudent to limit his mother's encounters with him, as they were neighbors. "Name a price? Buy land. Huh? Do you possess the funds?" The uncle laughed mockingly. "Here's the deal. If you desire the land, you may pay for it. Wherever your money is laid, that ground belongs to the Jiang family. I won't even ask for the money, but if our lands aren't fully covered, they will all belong to me." At this moment, the uncle was still plotting, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge that these few meters of land belonged to the Jiang family. "Deal. Since you wish to reallocate the ancestral distribution, I shall grant your desire. I will head to the bank to withdraw money and pave the land for you. Then you can be on your way." Jiang Ning readily agreed, causing Yi Shuang to gasp in disbelief. After all, paving land requires substantial funds. Who knows if 20,000 yuan could even cover 2 square meters. This plot consisted of wheat fields measuring 5 meters in width and 100 meters in length. "Agreed. We will redistribute. The areas you pave will be yours, while the unpaved sections remain mine." At this point, the uncle grew emboldened, feeling he had outwitted Jiang Ning. To him, Jiang Ning was merely a naive youth, completely unaware that 10,000 yuan could hardly cover even 1 square meter. Even if Jiang Ning had 100,000, it would only translate to a few square meters. And in truth, Jiang Ning could never possess such an amount. "Just wait," Jiang Ning declared as he turned to leave, heading to the bank to withdraw funds. "Oh dear. This foolish lad actually agreed. How much could he possibly have? Paving the road? Ha ha ha. Alas, I fear he will return with 30,000 yuan. Only to discover he cannot even cover 5 square meters. And then he will start to weep. We're all from the countryside. What's with the pretense? If he truly had 100,000 yuan, he would have married by now. Instead, he remains single to this day. At this moment, the neighbors surrounding the wheat field were mocking Jiang Ning. Although Jiang Ning had departed, their derision was aimed at Yi Shuiying. This was a monumental undertaking. Anyone with a modicum of sense would never agree to it. How much would it cost to pave an entire wheat field? Surely, it would exceed 1 million. Alas, what shall be done? This child is far too impulsive. Now, without the land, even the most basic necessity of food has become a concern. And Yi Shuiying wore a troubled expression. Yi Shuiying, I perceive you possess a fair amount of intelligence, yet it is unfortunate that you bore a foolish son. Lacking in discernment. Do you realize that paving land costs over 1 million? Do you believe your simpleton son is worth that much? Fool. At this juncture, the uncle joined in the mockery of Yi Shuiying, who remained silent, preoccupied with thoughts of how to manage without a harvest. Farming is inherently challenging, and the yield from an acre of wheat might fetch no more than 2,000 yuan. Now, everything was lost. Half an hour had passed. Yet Jiang Ning had not returned, causing the neighbors to grow increasingly impatient. He must have fled, right? Humph, borrowing money to pave the road. Nonsense. I suspect he is off begging others for funds. The derision grew louder, leaving Yi Shuiying standing there, at a loss, her face burning with humiliation. Suddenly, four business vehicles approached, and Jiang Ning was the first to alight. Following him, several young individuals emerged from the vehicles. As the doors swung open, all present were left in utter astonishment. The interiors of the 4 vehicles were brimming with cash, bundles of red-banded bills cascading to the ground as the doors opened. At this moment, the neighbors and the elder were utterly astonished, their eyes wide open, fixated on the 4 vehicles brimming with cash. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary sum in their lifetimes. Come on, brothers, cover the entire wheat field, Jiang Ning exclaimed loudly. Instantly, the young men he had hastily recruited sprang into action, rolling up their sleeves and eagerly beginning to lay down the banknotes, one after another, perfectly aligned, brimming with enthusiasm. The neighbors and the elder stood speechless, their eyes bulging in disbelief. These were 100 yuan notes for vehicles full, amounting to nearly 7 million, perhaps. I can't believe it. This must be a hoax. Where did all this money come from? The elder's mind buzzed, overwhelmed by the shock. He limped forward, grasping the 100 yuan notes, inspecting them one by one, 10 by 10, and they were indeed genuine, an entire vehicle filled with authentic cash. The elder stood frozen, incredulously staring at Jiang Ning. He had never seen such wealth. Who exactly was Jiang Ning? Brother Jiang, we're done. Several young men called out to him. Jiang Ning surveyed the scene, witnessing the wheat field entirely covered with red banknotes, an overwhelming visual spectacle. All right, brothers, gather it all up. Each of you will receive 1,000 yuan. I assure you, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Jiang Ning lit a cigarette, approaching the elder. Now, you must fulfill your promise. This wheat field is mine, he stated calmly, exhaling a cloud of smoke with an air of audacity. Uncle collapsed onto the ground, his face pale, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. It was over, everything was lost. Had he known it would come to this, he would have hurried to curry favor with Jiang Ning. He had thought Jiang Ning was merely someone incapable of producing even 20,000 yuan, yet here he was, unexpectedly affluent. Uncle remained speechless, his mind engulfed in shock. Struggling to comprehend the reality before him, he could no longer dare to provoke the Jiang family. For it is a universal truth that the wealthy are not to be trifled with. The neighbors gazed in astonishment at the vast field of cash, their minds momentarily clouded. This was wealth that their ancestors could not amass in 3 lifetimes. Suddenly, they flocked around Yi Shuiying, exclaiming, Shuiying, you have indeed given birth to a remarkable son. He is truly exceptional. I always said that Jiang Ning would not disappear. He has only grown in capability. Oh, Shuiying, my daughter has just turned 18. And your son is already 24, still without a wife. How about my young daughter becoming his bride? You are always welcome at our home. We would be delighted to have you. At that moment, the neighbors had completely changed their demeanor, showering Yi Shuiying with warmth and flattery. She was flushed with pride, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, as she had never received such respect from them before. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning arrived in his Cadillac, pulling up in front of Yi Shuiying. Mom, get in the car. As Jiang Ning spoke, he opened the car door, and Yi Shuiying promptly stepped inside. Hey, Jiang Ning, shall we add each other on WeChat? At that moment, A girl with an innocent appearance and fair skin approached Jiang Ning, presenting her WeChat QR code, her shirt slightly unbuttoned, revealing a hint of allure that caught Jiang Ning's undivided attention. Indeed, Jiang Ning, do visit our home often. Several neighbors encircled him, eager to make a favorable impression. Leave, Jiang Ning retorted sharply, causing the group to fall silent, their expressions a mix of surprise. Unfazed by the awkwardness, he entered the vehicle and sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake, while a gathering of astonished onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Upon arriving home with Yi Shuiying, Jiang Ning noticed the furniture had aged, a pang of sorrow tugging at his heart as he thought of his mother's reluctance to part with it. In a couple of days, I shall buy a new apartment for her. Mother, where's my sister? Jiang Ning inquired, sinking into the well-worn sofa, which had lost much of its cushioning and felt uncomfortable. Not spotting Jiang Shui, he turned to Yi Shuiying. Your sister has become quite remarkable. She ranked first in the entire school and has gained substantial recognition. Once she graduates this year, she'll secure a good job, and we will finally rise above poverty, Yi Shuiying cheerfully replied while preparing dinner. First in the school? That's wonderful. Mother, in a couple of days, I will purchase a home in the urban area of Zhonghai City. You can move in there and no longer stay here, Jiang Ning stated, though he had yet to decide on the exact location. Oh, there's no need for that. This place is quite satisfactory. I am familiar with the neighbors. Once I move to the new house, I won't know anyone, and it will feel uncomfortable, Yi Shuiying replied nonchalantly. As she spoke, Yi Shuiying picked up her phone to make a call. Wait, Mother, please give me my sister's number. In a few days, I will visit her school to surprise her. A mysterious smile crept across Jiang Ning's face as he pondered how his sister, whom he had not seen in 4 years, would react upon their reunion. The following day, while lounging in a sun chair and chatting with his mother, an urgent phone call suddenly interrupted Jiang Ning's tranquility. Jiang Ning, help me. It's at the Rose Club. Zhao Jiangshan is being aggressive. Hurry, I'm trying to negotiate. Lin Qingyin exclaimed before abruptly hanging up. Frowning, Jiang Ning realized that Zhao Jiangshan had not changed his ways despite previous encounters. This time, Jiang Ning resolved to ensure he would never rise again. Mother, I have something to attend to. I will step out for a bit. He grabbed his jacket and left the house. Master, to the Rose Club. Jiang Ning hailed a taxi, heading straight for the venue. Young Master Zhao, you are all set? At that moment, a woman dressed in a striking red gown addressed Zhao Jiangshan before closing the door behind her. Zhao Jiangshan watched as the proprietor of the Rose Club departed, a smile gracing his features as he reserved a private room for himself. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyin sat on the sofa, sensing something amiss. Seizing the moment while Zhao Jiangshan conversed with the Rose Club owner, she discreetly dialed Jiang Ning. The cancellation of the order by Zhao Jiangshan had inflicted substantial losses upon the Lin family, and moreover, Jiang Ning was utterly incapable of fulfilling the task entrusted to him by the elder Lin matriarch. Thus, Lin Qingyin felt compelled to discuss matters directly with Zhao Jiangshan. Initially, upon encountering Zhao Jiangshan, he suggested they converse at a CAF. However, he forcibly shut the car door, whisking Lin Qingyin away to the Rose Club. It appeared that the entire establishment held Zhao Jiangshan in high regard, indicating his frequent visits. After bidding farewell to the owner of the Rose Club, Zhao Jiangshan turned to face Lin Qingyin on the sofa, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Let us see where you think you can run to this time. I was just lamenting my inability to seize you, and now you've conveniently delivered yourself to my doorstep. I must make the most of this opportunity. Lin Qingyin, let us discuss the order, he proposed. If you share a drink with me amicably, I shall not only refrain from canceling the order, but will also increase it. At that moment, Zhao Jiangshan settled beside Lin Qingyin, who instinctively shifted away, only to find him leaning closer once more. Master Zhao, I implore you to maintain decorum. I am here to offer my apologies, not to engage in a date, Lin Qingyin retorted. Regret washed over her as she pondered her decision to come alone. Had she brought Jiang Ning along, he might have succumbed to his volatile nature and confronted Zhao Jiangshan. Zhao Jiangshan paid no heed to Lin Qingyin, pouring red wine into a high-stemmed glass. This glass had already been laced with a tranquilizer by the proprietor of the Rose Club. Soon, Lin Qingyin would find herself utterly drained, collapsing onto the sofa, entirely at Zhao Jiangshan's mercy. The mere thought of having Lin Qingyin beneath him filled Zhao Jiangshan with exhilaration, though he maintained a facade of composure. Look at what that insane husband of yours has done to my nose. It still hurts, he exclaimed, pointing to his recently operated nose, his eyes betraying a deep-seated disdain. As Lin Xingyin gazed at Zhao Jiangshan's battered nose, a wave of sympathy washed over her. Jiang Ning's strike had indeed been severe. Since you have come to apologize in person, I shall forgive you. Drink this glass of wine, and I will not withdraw the order. Zhao Jiangshan lifted the glass, downing its contents in one gulp. Observing this, Lin Xingyin noted that no foul play had been involved, as the wine had been opened in her presence, which assuaged her apprehensions. She suddenly regretted having called Jiang Ning to come. It appeared Zhao Jiashan had genuinely forgiven her, and she had misjudged his intentions. "Ah, I did not expect you to be so magnanimous," Lin Xingyin declared, and she too drained her glass, finding no peculiar taste in the wine, which further eased her mind. However, the door to the private room had been locked from the inside. Lin Xingyin twisted the doorknob several times, but it would not budge. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness enveloped her. She felt weak all over, and with a thud, Lin Xingyin collapsed to the floor. You poisoned me." Lin Xingyin felt utterly drained, her mind clouded, as she looked at Zhao Jiangshan's face, which appeared as if in double vision. "Ah, indeed. I have drugged you. What of it? Ha ha. Do you still yearn for salvation? The Rose Club is teeming with my associates. No one can rescue you, and escape is futile. Submit to your fate." Zhao Jiangshan approached Lin Xingyin. A sinister smile etched upon his face. Lin Xingyin, witnessing Zhao Jiangshan's advance, was engulfed by a wave of terror. Had she, who had preserved her purity for 23 years, come to meet her demise at the hands of this scoundrel? No, it cannot be. She struggled against the encroaching haze in her mind, striving to maintain her composure. Yet the drowsiness grew ever more intense, plunging her into despair. Zhao Jiashan reached Lin Xingyin's side, lifting her effortlessly and laying her upon the bed. "Let me go. You cannot do this." Lin Xingyin weakly pounded her fist against Zhao Jiangshan's chest, her strength utterly inadequate. Zhao Jiashan, observing her helplessness, was consumed by an insatiable desire. "You cannot do this. The Lin family will not let you go. They will never forgive you," Lin Xingyin warned, her face paling in fear as she watched Zhao Jiangshan unfastening his belt. "Huh, do you think I am unaware of the Lin family's true nature? A patriarchal clan. Nothing more. You, a mere girl, hold no standing in the Lin family and possess hardly any shares. Will the Lin family sever all ties with me for your sake?" Zhao Jiashan unbuttoned his shirt and addressed Lin Xingyin. A sinister smile etched upon his face. Lin Xingyin was utterly terrified. Zhao Jiangshan's words rang with a chilling truth. In the Lin family, she was considered nothing, merely a victim of her gender. "Xingyin, why not yield to me? What flaws do I possess? I assure you, my brother will be gentle." As Zhao Jiangshan climbed onto the bed, he could no longer restrain himself upon seeing Lin Xingyin, who had just blossomed into womanhood. "Help! Help!" Lin Xingyin cried out in anguish, her stomach churning at the sight of Zhao Jiangshan's countenance. Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open, splinters of wood flying everywhere. "Damn it! Who was ruining my moment?" Zhao Jiashan, poised atop Lin Xingyin's bed, turned to see the door burst open. His anger was quickly replaced by shock as he beheld Jiang Ning standing at the threshold, eyes glinting with murderous intent. Zhao Jiashan had never anticipated that Jiang Ning would track him down, especially with his henchmen guarding the entrance. Fear washed over him as he scrambled off the bed. Jiang Ning. Upon seeing Jiang Ning's arrival, Lin Xingyin could no longer endure the ordeal and fainted, losing consciousness. "Young master, he is too powerful. We cannot hold him back." Outside, Zhao Jiangshan's subordinates crawled in, bloodied and battered. Jiang Ning advanced toward Zhao Jiangshan, who continued to retreat, fear evident in his eyes. "It appears that you are indeed quite a scoundrel. After the initial confrontation, you failed to amend your ways. Following the second lesson, here we are at the third. And I shall show no mercy." Jiang Ning advanced towards Zhao Jiashan, whose countenance turned ashen at the sight of this deranged individual. In a swift motion, Jiang Ning delivered a punch to Zhao Jiangshan's abdomen, simultaneously fracturing his hand. The anguished wail of Zhao Jiangshan echoed throughout the room, akin to the lament of a slaughtered pig. The sound of bones cracking reverberated within the confines of the chamber as Jiang Ning forcefully kicked Zhao Jiangshan's right leg, causing him to collapse onto the floor, crying out in despair. "My father is the head of the Empire Group. You, madman, will find no advantage in provoking me. The Lin family will be finished, Lin Xingyin will be finished, and you shall meet the same fate." Zhao Jiangshan seethed, his eyes bloodshot with fury. With a sharp slap, Jiang Ning tossed his phone to Zhao Jiashan. "Call your father," he instructed coolly. This time, Jiang Ning was determined to extinguish Zhao Jiashan's ambitions entirely. otherwise. Given Zhao Jiangshan's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Jiang Ning intended to crush any notion of retaliation. Just wait. I will show you how your demise unfolds. Do not beg for mercy. Zhao Jiangshan, grasping Jiang Ning's phone, dialed his father's number. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning reclined on the bed, igniting a cigarette as he awaited the outcome of Zhao Jiangshan's call. How repugnant to use such a cheap phone. It sullies my hands. At this moment, Zhao Jiangshan's resolve hardened, and he flung his phone at Jiang Ning with a sharp motion. Jiang Ning remained silent, for he was a man of few words, believing that actions alone spoke volumes. Suddenly, a throng of individuals surged through the entrance, all of whom were from the Rose Club. Among them, a stunningly beautiful woman approached. Adorned in a striking red qipao, her smile radiant as a blossoming flower. This enchanting figure was none other than the proprietress of the Rose Club. Upon witnessing Zhao Jiangshan sprawled on the floor, Jiang Ning seated on the bed, and the unconscious Lin Xingyin lying atop it, the proprietress exclaimed, "Rose, seize this ruffian at once. He is plotting nefarious deeds, which I have uncovered, and has even assaulted me." Seeing the proprietress arrive, Zhao Jiangshan bellowed, "Come, subdue this scoundrel." The proprietress commanded loudly, pointing at Jiang Ning. In an instant, several security personnel surrounded Jiang Ning. "You are likely more aware of the situation than anyone else. You dare attempt to apprehend me?" Jiang Ning's gaze was piercing as he addressed the proprietress. "Indeed, you are the one I intend to capture," she replied, her expression menacing. "Why?" Jiang Ning inquired calmly. "Why? Humph. If I declare it your fault, then it is your fault. There is no further explanation. To offend young Master Zhao Jiangshan is inherently your mistake." The proprietress articulated with an imperious tone. "Ha! What a splendid theory. Since you refuse to reason, I shall abandon reason as well." Suddenly, Jiang Ning lunged forward with remarkable speed, leaving several security guards unable to restrain him. With a decisive crack, the scene unfolded. With a single slap, Jiang Ning struck the Rose boss across her face, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated such audacity. "You dare to hit me?" The Rose boss shrieked, as if someone had stepped on her tail. Crack! Another resounding slap landed on her face. "Do I need to choose a special day to strike you? I will strike you now, what of it? Unwilling to accept? Come at me then. I simply find you displeasing, so what?" Jiang Ning roared, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, for in the realm of unreasonable confrontations, the Rose boss was merely an amateur. "Seize him. Dispose of him." The Rose boss stepped back, her finger trembling as she pointed at Jiang Ning, barking orders at the security guards. At that moment, several security personnel lunged towards Jiang Ning. A smile graced his lips as he assessed their attacking methods. They were merely ordinary individuals, not formidable martial artists, and posed no real threat to him. With a swift movement, Jiang Ning advanced, his iron fists incapacitating the guards in an instant. The security team writhed on the floor in agony, unable to rise again after his ferocious blows. Onlookers were astounded, never expecting Jiang Ning to possess such formidable prowess. What is your name? You are finished. Offending me means no one can save you." The Rose boss's eyes flickered with fear, yet she maintained a facade of bravado, pointing at Jiang Ning as she inquired, "Jiang Ning, if you have the guts, come at me. Show me what you are capable of," he boldly proclaimed, undaunted by the so-called Rose boss. After all, no matter how skilled one might be, everyone has their vulnerabilities. What does it matter if one can fight? At that moment, a dapper young man adorned in an elegant suit, sporting a tattoo around his neck, embraced the waists of two alluring ladies from the club. With a wicked smile, he retrieved a dagger as dark as ink from his pocket. With the press of a button, the blade sprang forth menacingly. The young man strode directly towards Jiang Ning, positioning the dagger against his throat. "Kneel before me now. Otherwise, I shall plunge this knife into you." His eyes glimmered with a sinister coolness as he gazed at Jiang Ning. "Sun Xiao is truly impressive. This is what a man should be," one of the onlookers remarked. "Indeed, how cool." He subdued this brute in an instant. The two ladies, previously embraced by Sun Xiao, were filled with excitement, their eyes radiating admiration. In their perception, Jiang Ning had been utterly intimidated by Sun Xiao, paralyzed with fear, and they regarded him with disdain. Jiang Ning offered a faint smile and unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his sturdy chest. Sun Xiao, perplexed, wondered what Jiang Ning was attempting. Did he harbor some peculiar inclination? Jiang Ning seized Sun Xiao's hand that wielded the dagger, directing the blade towards his own heart. "Come now, I grant you 3 seconds to stab me in the heart." "Go ahead," Jiang Ning declared resolutely. "Do you think I lack the courage? Even if I were to kill you, My father is the CEO of the Luo Group. He could easily resolve this matter. You are but a worthless life, hardly worth the trouble. Sun Xiao's eyes flickered with a hint of fear. The audacity displayed by Jiang Ning, as he aimed the dagger at his own heart and urged Sun Xiao to strike, left him uncertain. 3, 2, 1. 3 seconds have elapsed. It is now my turn. Jiang Ning counted to 3, yet Sun Xiao hesitated to strike. The brutality exhibited by Jiang Ning instilled fear in Sun Xiao. Once Jiang Ning finished speaking, he seized the dagger from Sun Xiao's hand. With a swift motion, Jiang Ning plunged the blade into Sun Xiao's chest, blood gushing forth as the room fell into stunned silence. Sun Xiao's anguished cries reverberated throughout the establishment. Jiang Ning had indeed committed the act. The atmosphere was charged with disbelief as Sun Xiao, in excruciating pain, clutched his bleeding chest, cursing Jiang Ning. He could hardly fathom that Jiang Ning had dared to harm him. The spectators were utterly shocked. They had never anticipated Jiang Ning would go so far. The two women who had been embracing Sun Xiao moments before covered their mouths in astonishment. Boss Rose regarded Jiang Ning with newfound respect. He was truly formidable. Is this my fault? I offered you a chance, yet you proved worthless, still putting on a fade before me. If you lack the strength, then refrain from dabbling in affairs beyond your capabilities, Jiang Ning remarked innocently, mocking Sun Xiao. My father is the president of the Dragon Emperor Group. You shall meet a dreadful fate. Sun Xiao spat vehemently, pointing at Jiang Ning. With a sharp slap, Jiang Ning struck Sun Xiao's face, following up with a kick that sent Sun Xiao tumbling into a cluster of women. Wait, hurry and take me to the hospital, Sun Xiao exclaimed to his two female companions, who, in a state of panic, hurriedly assisted him away. Very well. You are indeed a formidable individual. But do you know who my backer is? To offend me is to invite your own demise. The Rose Club owner narrowed her eyes, aware that she could not deal with Jiang Ning at the moment, yet her ally could. I care not for your protector. Anyone who crosses me is destined for a dead end. It matters not whether you are Sun Xiao, Zhao Xiao, or anyone else. Before me, Jiang Ning. You shall only find yourself on your knees. Jiang Ning's bold declaration left all present in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who had granted Jiang Ning the audacity to speak so defiantly? Very well. I shall now call the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce and make you aware of your true standing. The Rose Club owner seized her phone, intent on contacting Shen Yunqing of the Jiujiang Chamber. The Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce? Jiang Ning mused, realizing that the Rose Club was a member under their protection. This revelation added intrigue to the situation, for the influence of the Jiujiang Chamber was considerable. Hello. Is this President Shen? We have a situation at the Rose Club. It is time for you to intervene. The Rose Club owner got straight to the point as she dialed Shen Yunqing. Ah, the Rose Club, is it? I shall break his legs right away. Shen Yunqing's voice boomed from the other end, brimming with bravado. Jiang Ning swiftly snatched the phone from her grasp and pressed it to his ear. Whose legs do you intend to break? Jiang Ning coldly interrogated Shen Yunqing, who on the other end of the line hesitated momentarily. Is that you? Brother Jiang? I apologize, I didn't realize it was you. Shen Yunqing instantly became submissive, and Jiang Ning lost interest in listening to anything further from him, promptly returning the phone to the owner of the Rose, though the Rose owner was infuriated. She lacked the manpower to confront Jiang Ning, knowing only Shen Yunqing from the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce could effectively teach Jiang Ning a lesson. Hello? The Rose owner continued her dialogue with Shen Yunqing, but in the next instant, her expression drastically altered, a dark line appearing on her forehead as she trembled violently. She hung up the phone, her heart racing with terror, her gaze towards Jiang Ning filled with disbelief. Humph. If Shen Yunqing from the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce comes, you won't need my father to intervene. You're doomed, Zhao Jiangshan boasted, lighting a cigarette and sitting back with a self-satisfied demeanor, eager to witness Jiang Ning's fright. Suddenly, the Rose owner knelt down, her face pale with fear, sincerely bowing before Jiang Ning. Brother Jiang, I was wrong. Please forgive me. She trembled as she spoke. This scene left everyone astonished. Even the women in the club gazed at the Rose owner in disbelief. For years, she had been notorious for her arrogance, and never had she knelt before anyone. Yet today, she was on her knees before Jiang Ning. The crowd was left in utter astonishment. At this moment, Zhao Jiangshan's mouth fell agape, incredulously gazing at the Rose boss, who had actually knelt before Jiang Ning. With a resounding slap, Jiang Ning struck the Rose boss across the face. Aren't you quite arrogant? He continued. You wished for my demise, did you not? Here I stand. Do you dare to fulfill your threat? With each successive strike, Jiang Ning relentlessly slapped the Rose boss, who became submissive and dared not utter a word. Yes, yes. Brother Jiang speaks the truth. Please, calm down, Brother Jiang. Despite enduring several blows, the Rose Boss remained on his knees, wearing a smile and persistently offering apologies. From now on, you must show me respect, understand? Jiang Ning remarked, patting the Rose Boss's fair cheek with an air of arrogance. Absolutely. I will certainly respect Brother Jiang. In my Rose Club, Brother Jiang is always welcome, no charges applied, the Rose Boss responded. Begone, Jiang Ning waved dismissively, granting him reprieve. The Rose Boss hastily rose to his feet. Young Master Zhao, this matter is beyond my control. I apologize, but I advise you to kneel as well. Otherwise, you will regret it when it is too late. After addressing Zhao Jiangshan, the Rose Boss scurried away with his tail between his legs. Damn it! Zhao Jiangshan, seething with rage, yelled at the retreating figure of the Rose Boss. Where is your father? I can no longer restrain myself from severing your limbs. Jiang Ning lit a cigarette, observing Zhao Jiangshan's demeanor, and could no longer restrain himself from eliminating him. Just as he finished speaking, a few cars screeched to a halt in front of the Rose Club. The first to emerge was a middle-aged man with a crew cut, his gaze piercing. Accompanied by a throng of followers clad in trench coats, each adorned with a jade ring on their thumbs. They hurried towards the Rose Club. Heading straight for Zhao Jiangshan's private room, he was none other than Zhao Jiangshan's father, Zhao Shiji. As Zhao Shiji approached the room, a cacophony ensued as numerous individuals crowded around. Father, you're here. Hurry and kill him. He has broken my arms and legs. Yao Jiashan cried out, pointing at Jiang Ning in fury upon seeing Zhao Shiji's arrival. Jiang Ning stepped beside Zhao Jiashan, casually pulling out a butterfly knife and playing with it in his hand. Seeing his son in such a pitiful state caused Zhao Shiji immense heartache. After all, this was his only child. Did you do this? Zhao Shiji demanded, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. I believe before you inquire whether I am responsible, you ought to ask why. Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly, asserting that every cause has its consequence, rather than implying it was merely Jiang Ning's desire to harm Zhao Jiashan. I'm asking if it was you. Zhao Shiji reiterated, his eyes seething with rage. He brought this upon himself. He is reaping what he has sown. One cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Jiang Ning declared boldly, showing no fear of the so-called Zhao Shiji. Bang! Zhao Shiji tilted his head back, and one of his subordinates understood the cue. With a resounding thud, the subordinate tossed a large iron hammer at Jiang Ning's feet. End it yourself. Sever your own legs now, lest I take it upon myself to smash you. Zhao Shiji declared, his gaze radiating an air of invincibility. Observing that Zhao Shiji still intended to follow through with the process, Jiang Ning let out a derisive laugh. You, pick up the hammer and break your own legs. Do not wait for me to act. At this moment, Jiang Ning pointed at Zhao Shiji, echoing his previous threats with even greater audacity. What a bold fellow you are. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to threaten me, Zhao Shiji? Zhao Shiji issued his final command, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. 1, 2. Snap. Just as Zhao Shiji counted to 2, Jiang Ning suddenly stomped down, snapping Zhao Jiangshan's other leg, eliciting a pained scream as it contorted grotesquely. My apologies. I, Jiang Ning, never yield, not today, not tomorrow, nor ever. Jiang Ning sneered at Zhao Shiji. You're courting death. Chasing wind, eliminate him. At this moment, Zhao Shiji commanded a lean ancient martial artist behind him, and in an instant, Chasing Wind sprang into action with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. For he was indeed a top-tier expert. However, in the next moment, Chasing Wind halted merely a meter away from Jiang Ning, one hand raised in a menacing claw-like gesture. Frozen in place, daunted by the situation. At that instant, Jiang Ning had a butterfly knife pressed against Zhao Jiangshan's throat. Any movement from Jiang Ning would spell the end for Zhao Jiashan. Jiang Ning addressed Chasing Wind, who remained rooted, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent. Chasing Wind, a top-tier expert beside Zhao Shiji, was confident in his ability to eliminate Jiang Ning, yet he was unprepared for Jiang Ning's swift reaction. Just as he was about to strike, Jiang Ning threatened Zhao Jiashan with the knife. With a swift motion, Jiang Ning delivered a resounding slap to Chasing Wind's face, causing the flesh to quiver. Jiang Ning shouted loudly, and Chasing Wind, seething with rage, noticed the knife still poised at Zhao Jiangshan's neck and began to retreat slowly, his murderous glare unwavering. Jiang Ning, witnessing Chasing Wind retreat behind Zhao Shiji, shouted furiously, "Release my son." At this moment, Zhao Shiji's fears materialized. Jiang Ning had indeed taken his son, Zhao Jiashan, hostage. Zhao Shiji pulled a silver Desert Eagle handgun from his coat, aiming it squarely at Jiang Ning. "Release my son!" Zhao Shiji exclaimed, his fury palpable. Jiang Ning tightened his grip on Zhao Jiangshan's neck, his eyes filled with disdain. "Now, kneel before me, all of you, or I will end his life. I will count to 3. Do not question my resolve. I will do it," Jiang Ning said calmly, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's command to kneel, Zhao Shiji trembled uncontrollably. In Zhonghai, no one had ever demanded such a thing from him, and now Jiang Ning, a person of no notable status, was ordering him to prostrate himself. Zhao Shiji felt a pang of resentment. "Kneel. 1, 2. Jiang Ning bellowed, counting with remarkable speed. With a resounding thud, Zhao Shiji succumbed to the ground, prompting his followers, including Chasing Wind, to follow suit, unwilling to delay. "Ha ha, Zhao Shiji, weren't you quite formidable? How is it that you find yourself kneeling before me?" Jiang Ning laughed boisterously, relishing the sight of Zhao Shiji humbled before him. There was a certain satisfaction in witnessing those who sought to crush him instead bowing at his feet. Chasing Wind, go and deliver 10 resounding slaps to Zhao Shiji's face. Jiang Ning continued to threaten. "Do not go too far. Release my son, and we can negotiate," Zhao Shiji implored. With a sharp slap, Jiang Ning struck Zhao Jiashan across the face. "Father, please agree. I can't take this anymore." Sob, sob, sob. Zhao Jiashan cried out, having been thoroughly battered, fearing for his life should the beating persist. Witnessing his son's plight only deepened Zhao Shiji's anguish. "After you strike him, you must release my son," Zhao Shiji demanded of Jiang Ning. "Once the horse has bolted, it is futile to pursue," Jiang Ning replied, a mocking smile gracing his face. Upon witnessing the scene, Chasing Wind rose to his feet and proceeded to deliver a series of resounding slaps to Zhao Shiji's face, 10 crisp strikes in total, leaving distinct handprints on his visage. "Release him," Zhao Shiji spoke in a grim tone directed at Jiang Ning. "Very well," Jiang Ning replied, delivering a swift kick to Zhao Jiangshan, who immediately collapsed in fright as he staggered towards Zhao Shiji. "You!" Zhao Shiji, now infuriated, pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Ning, unable to contain his rage. "Chasing Wind, teach him a lesson. Do not fail in your mission," Zhao Shiji commanded, his eyes filled with seething hatred towards Jiang Ning, whose earlier slap had humiliated him. Chasing Wind, fueled by resentment, advanced towards Jiang Ning. "Come at me," Jiang Ning taunted, relishing the confrontation. "Stop this." At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted. As the members of the Jiaojiang Chamber of Commerce surrounded the Rose Club with an overwhelming presence, Shen Yuqing entered the private room with authority. Upon seeing Shen Yuqing, Zhao Shiji was struck with fear, for Shen Yuqing commanded the formidable Jiaojiang Chamber of Commerce. "Brother Shen," Zhao Shiji bowed deeply, showing utmost respect, his heart quaking at the sight of Shen Yuqing's entourage. Shen Yuqing, however, paid Zhao Shiji no mind and approached Jiang Ning instead. With a sudden thud, Shen Yuqing knelt before Jiang Ning. "Brother Jiang, I apologize for my tardiness," Shen Yuqing expressed with a visage full of contrition. At this moment, the entire audience was taken aback. Shen Yuqing actually knelt before Jiang Ning. Who is Shen Yuqing? A prominent figure in the Jiaojiang Chamber of Commerce. The entire Zhonghai is under the influence of the Jiaojiang Chamber, and there are scarcely a few who dare to oppose it. Yet now, a powerful leader has chosen to kneel before Jiang Ning. Zhao Shiji stood there, mouth agape. Who exactly is Jiang Ning to compel Shen Yuqing to bow down? It seemed unfathomable. Shen Yuqing even referred to him as Brother Jiang. Chasing Wind was equally astonished. How could this happen? Shen Yuqing was kneeling before Jiang Ning. Seemingly filled with trepidation, Jiang Ning observed Shen Yuqing's arrival, unfazed. This was within his expectations, though he was slightly surprised by how swiftly Shen Yuqing had arrived. "Please rise. I have some weasels to deal with," Jiang Ning said calmly, indicating that he had not yet addressed Zhao Shiji, but would discuss Shen Yuqing's matter shortly. "Allow me." "Brother Jiang, you may rest," Shen Yuqing replied, her expression cold as she approached Zhao Shiji. With a resounding slap, Shen Yuqing struck Zhao Shiji's face. The sound crisp and sharp, even more forceful than Chasing Wind's previous blow. "You have offended my brother Jiang. Are you tired of living?" Shen Yuqing thundered at Zhao Shiji. Zhao Shiji was utterly bewildered, finally grasping the truth. Jiang Ning was indeed Shen Yuqing's brother Jiang, with considerable influence. "I am sorry. I didn't realize he was your brother Jiang. My apologies." Zhao Shiji, stripped of his earlier arrogance, now wore a face of submission. He knew he could not provoke the Jiaojiang Chamber of Commerce. Shen Yuqing could easily obliterate them with a mere finger. Slap. Shen Yuqing struck Zhao Shiji across the face once more, causing him to see stars. Does an apology hold any weight? Kneel before Brother Jiang at once. Otherwise, I shall ruin you. Shen Yuqing thundered with unrestrained fury. All right, all right. Zhao Shiji, resembling a subservient dog, nodded and scurried towards Jiang Ning. He promptly knelt before Jiang Ning, exhibiting utmost reverence. With a smile, Zhao Shiji addressed Jiang Ning with great deference. Just moments ago, Jiang Ning had intended to deliver a forceful slap to Zhao Shiji. But it seemed that Zhao had the sense to be humble. Thus, he decided against it. Jiang Ning affectionately patted Zhao Shiji's head. Well, well. As for the orders from the Zhao family, we shall increase the stakes tenfold. Whenever Brother Jiang wishes, I am ready to sign a contract with the Lin family. Zhao Shiji beamed, his demeanor radiating servility. Very well, keep your son in check, and then depart, Jiang Ning stated plainly. Zhao Shiji hastily exited, relieved to escape. What is the matter? Jiang Ning inquired, observing Zhao Shiji leave with a large entourage. Brother Jiang, please save my son. His life hangs by a thread first. He bled from all 7 orifices, and now his limbs have grown rigid. He is currently in the hospital suffering from a cerebral hemorrhage. If you do not intervene, my son will perish. The doctors cannot ascertain the cause. Shen Yuqing exclaimed, her voice tinged with desperation. Which hospital is your son in? Jiang Ning asked Shen Yuqing. Room 124 in the emergency department on the 3rd floor of Rongguang Hospital, Shen Yuqing replied without hesitation. Understood. Please take care of your son first. I will wait for you at the hospital. I will first escort my wife home and then head straight to the hospital, Jiang Ning said, gazing at the unconscious Lin Xingyin. All right, I shall have my subordinate drive you, Shen Yuqing replied. At that moment, Shen Yuqing's subordinate was driving, while Jiang Ning sat in the back seat, cradling the still unconscious Lin Xingyin. Jiang Ning felt somewhat disoriented. The woman in his arms was his wife, a union he had entered into with Lin Xingyin in a state of confusion. Were it not for Lin Xingyin, Jiang Ning might still be in a psychiatric hospital, deprived of sunlight and unaware of the world outside. Now, Jiang Ning longed for a life of normalcy, yet his wife belonged to a prominent family. Jiang Ning gazed at Lin Xingyin, who was strikingly beautiful, her skin fair and delicate, her hair smooth and lustrous, exuding a faint fragrance. Particularly captivating was her neck. So pale it seemed one could draw water from it with a light pinch, and her luscious red lips glimmered enticingly. Unable to resist, Jiang Ning leaned in to kiss Lin Xingyin. Her lips were soft and carried a sweet flavor. Lin Xingyin murmured softly, perhaps sensing Jiang Ning's kiss, and gradually opened her eyes. You're awake? Jiang Ning asked, observing the dazed expression on Lin Xingyin's face. As she regained her senses, Lin Xingyin suddenly leapt back, breaking free from Jiang Ning's embrace, crossing her arms defensively. Witnessing Lin Xingyin's unexpected reaction, Jiang Ning felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. You are untroubled. Zhao Jiangshan has already been dealt with by me, and the Zhao family shall no longer trouble you. After Jiang Ning spoke, he turned his gaze towards the window. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Lin Xingyin exhaled in relief. Observing Jiang Ning's demeanor, she felt an inexplicable sense that he was an ordinary person. Yet the mental illness was undeniably real. Who would have imagined that a sane individual would find themselves in a psychiatric hospital? Thank you. Were it not for you, I fear I would have lost my innocence, Lin Xingyin expressed to Jiang Ning, her heart filled with genuine gratitude. It is also for my sake. If your reputation were tarnished, I would have been left with a green hat. Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly. After all, Lin Xingyin was his wife, albeit in name only. However, Jiang Ning would never force her. If she was unwilling, then so be it. Following this, Lin Xingyin fell into silence, uncertain of what to say, while Jiang Ning remained quiet as well. It was not that he lacked the ability to converse, but Lin Xingyin's earlier reaction had left him feeling disheartened. Before long, Shen Yuqing's subordinates drove to Lin Xingyin's residence. As Lin Xingyin stepped out of the car, her head spun, and she nearly collapsed. Jiang Ning, swift of hand and eye, caught her just in time. What a splendid catch, was the only thought that crossed his mind. Aware of where he had touched, he quickly released her. Lin Xingyin understood that Jiang Ning had not intended any offense, and both bore expressions of neutrality. Jiang Ning supported Lin Xingyin as they made their way home. The effects of the drug still potent, causing Lin Xingyin's head to throb painfully, making each step a struggle. You scoundrel, what have you done to my Xingyin? You wretched harbinger of misfortune. Ever since your arrival, you have incessantly brought trouble to my family as Lin Xingyin. Do you possess no shame? Leave us at once. At that moment, Lin Fengxi, witnessing Lin Xingyin in such a state, was consumed by rage. She approached Jiang Ning with an aggressive demeanor, forcefully shoving him aside as she supported Lin Qingyin. "Begone, you lunatic. The troubles you have caused outside should not fall upon Lin Qingyin to resolve. Depart immediately. Do not linger in our presence." Lin Fengxi pointed accusingly at Jiang Ning, demanding his exit. "Mother, please cease your tirade against him. It is not his fault." Lin Qingyin interjected, attempting to defend Jiang Ning. "What do you mean it's not his fault? Were it not for him, you would have long since married Zhao Jiashan, who is both handsome and wealthy. Marrying him would have elevated your status in the Lin family, and I would have prospered alongside you. Yet now, look at the situation. You've what a lunatic, and the entire Lin household is mocking us." Lin Fengxi retorted vehemently. "Mother, how can you say such things? Zhao Jiashan is nothing but a hollow shell. Marrying him would be a fate worse than death for any daughter." Lin Qingyin exclaimed. "Enough, enough, mother. Let us not continue this discussion. Jiang Ning, you should come inside now." As Lin Qingyin mediating between them, Jiang Ning felt a warmth in his heart at her defense. Regardless of his mother-in-law's demeanor, he was marrying Lin Qingyin, not her mother. As long as Lin Qingyin stood by him, that was all that mattered. "I have matters to attend to. I must step out," Jiang Ning said, promptly boarding the vehicle sent by Shen Yuqing, who awaited him at the hospital. Lin Qingyin called after him as he departed. "Eat it. Just die outside." Lin Fengxi cursed at Jiang Ning's retreating figure, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Mother, you shouldn't speak like that." Lin Qingyin expressed her discontent upon hearing Lin Fengxi's words. Before long, Jiang Ning arrived at the hospital, where Shen Yuqing had been anxiously awaiting his arrival. "You're finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have been beside myself with worry," Shen Yuqing lamented, her heart aching at the sight of her son lying in the hospital, suffering immensely. "All right, fetch me a bottle," Jiang Ning instructed, glancing at Shen Yuqing's son on the hospital bed. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yin brought a clean jar and handed it to Jiang Ning. He casually tore a piece of tissue, ignited it, and placed it inside the jar, which he then promptly covered over the boy's head. After holding the jar for a moment, he lifted it, revealing a tiny needle, barely a centimeter in length, now inside the container. Shen Yuqing and Zhou Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a minuscule object had evaded detection by the myriad of hospital equipment. What is this?" Shen Yuqing gasped. "There is a needle lodged in your son's head, but fortunately, it hasn't damaged any nerves. However, if left unattended for too long, it could lead to a cerebral hemorrhage, resulting in a cascade of complications. I offered to help you remove it before, but you refused. Now, alas, he will need to remain bedridden for an additional fortnight to recuperate properly." Jiang Ning spoke directly, and Shen Yuqing felt a sharp sting on his face. Initially, he could hardly believe Jiang Ning, thinking him to be merely spouting nonsense and perhaps attempting to deceive him. However, as the following day unfolded precisely as Jiang Ning had described, Shen Yuqing became convinced. Let bygones be bygones. Who would have thought that Brother Jiang was indeed a miraculous physician? I was truly blind to his talents. From now on, whenever my family faces any ailments, I shall seek out Brother Jiang, haha. Shen Yuqing awkwardly remarked, while Jiang Ning seemed to hold a grudge, recalling past events with clarity. "Brother Shen?" Just as Jiang Ning and Shen Yuqing were conversing, a voice called out, "Brother Shen." A man dressed in a Givenchy suit approached, exuding an air of formality that suggested a rather stern demeanor. Shen Yuqing felt a wave of excitement upon seeing the man. "Brother Mo," he greeted respectfully. The man in the Givenchy suit nodded slightly. "I am here for a checkup. My stomach has been bothering me, and I thought to pick up some medication." "And you? What brings you here?" the Givenchy-clad gentleman inquired, glancing at Shen Yuqing in an attempt to discern any ailments. My son is in the hospital. He has just passed the critical phase," Shen Yuqing sighed as he spoke. "Come, Brother Mo, allow me to introduce you to Jiang Ning, a miraculous physician with exceptional skills. This is my brother, Mo Yuntian, a senior public servant dedicated to eradicating evil. It was he who assisted me in establishing the Zhejiang Chamber of Commerce." Shen Yuqing joyfully introduced Jiang Ning to Mo Yuntian. "Hello," Mo Yuntian said, extending his hand for a handshake. As Jiang Ning's hand briefly met Mo Yuntian's, he immediately frowned and gazed intently at him. "You are possessed," Jiang Ning declared directly to Mo Yuntian. At that moment, Jiang Ning discerned the malevolent aura emanating from Mo Yuntian, thick with, "What did you say?" "I am possessed." Mo Yuntian looked at Jiang Ning, incredulous at the absurdity of his words. "Indeed, you are possessed. You are currently ensnared by an exceptionally gloomy energy, akin to malevolence. Soon, you shall encounter a calamity involving bloodshed. I advise you to allow me to perform a ritual to expel this negativity. Only then can we turn misfortune into fortune. Jiang Ning continued earnestly. Dear brother, please do not curse me. Such notions of possession are mere superstition. How can you indulge in such mystical antics? Mo Yuntian replied, though his smile began to waver. You ought to be cautious, for the dark energy surrounding you may extend its reach to the women in your family, potentially endangering their lives. Your vitality has been nearly depleted. This malevolent entity has been entwined with you for about half a month. If not expelled soon, your family may face dire consequences. Jiang Ning spoke to Mo Yuntian about the formidable nature of the sinister energy, asserting that it was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Humph. Utter nonsense. What malevolent energy are you talking about? You are nothing but a charlatan. It does not concern me if you curse me, but to extend your curses to my family is simply outrageous. Are you out of your mind? Mo Yuntian, observing Jiang Ning's incessant utterance of ominous words, raised his voice in reprimand, particularly incensed that his family had been included in Jiang Ning's maledictions. What I say is true. Within 3 days, calamity will surely befall you and your family. It would be wise to keep your distance. Jiang Ning persisted, seemingly oblivious to Mo Yuntian's fury. At this moment, Shen Yinxing, hearing Jiang Ning's increasingly sinister proclamations, found it hard to believe and interrupted him. You would do well to exercise caution in the coming days. Otherwise, if your family meets with misfortune, it would be most regrettable. Jiang Ning replied. Humph. You, the charlatan, be gone. You are the one who will see your family perish. Mo Yuntian retorted to Shen Yinxing, expressing his displeasure as he departed, deeming Jiang Ning a mere swindler. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? I intended to introduce you to a significant figure, but you've managed to ruin it all. No matter, should your son find himself in trouble? Do keep me informed. I shall take my leave now. Very well, the hour grows late. After Shen Yunqing's words, Jiang Ning exited the scene. You spineless wretch. Now that our daughter is in distress, you lie in bed, doing nothing. Marrying you has been the worst stroke of misfortune in my life. What options do I possess? I lack any authority. If punishment is to be my fate, so be it. Enduring through it shall render it inconsequential. Jiang Ning pushed open the door, only to behold a middle-aged man sprawled on the bed, reeking of alcohol, his hair disheveled, resembling a vagrant. Lin Fengxi stood by the bedside, admonishing the man. Jiang Ning surmised that this individual might be Lin Xingyin's father, Lin Shanchuan, his father-in-law. Tentatively, Jiang Ning called out, yet Lin Shanchuan remained unresponsive, likely due to inebriation, as he simply turned over and fell into slumber, indifferent to everything. How can you be so utterly irresponsible? This is the deranged husband our daughter retrieved from the mental hospital. At the very least, you should acknowledge his presence, yet you choose to sleep instead. Do you even care about this family anymore? Lin Fengxi, observing Lin Shanchuan's demeanor, became exceedingly enraged. This state of his was not new. Ever since the last setback, he had succumbed to despair, gambling, smoking, drinking, and indulging in the antiques market, living a life of decadence. Whatever happens is of no concern to me, Lin Shanchuan declared. Intent on sleeping, his spirit extinguished, merely a shell of a man. It's all your fault. Just moments ago, our daughter was taken away again, purportedly to endure family discipline. Oh, my unfortunate daughter, not only burdened with a feckless father, but also a deranged husband. How am I to survive this existence? With these words, Lin Fengxi collapsed into a chair, weeping profusely. Faced with Lin's formidable matriarch, they were powerless. She could crush them at will. What? They have taken her again? Jiang Ning exclaimed as he dashed out. The Lin family mansion is not the home of Lin Jiutian. Lin Fengxi shouted at the top of his lungs behind Jiang Ning. Although Jiang Ning possessed no remarkable abilities, he was still far superior to the past version of himself. Grandmother, this matter is truly of little consequence to me. It is all Zhao Jiangshan's fault. At that moment, Lin Qinin knelt on the ground, facing Lin Grandma and the father-son duo of Lin Jiutian, who stood before her, embodying the authority of judgment. Slap. Lin Grandma struck Lin Qinin across the face. Though it did not inflict much pain, Lin Qinin felt deeply humiliated. You, this useless girl, have achieved nothing yet still cling to your family's shares. What value do you bring? What contributions have you made to the family? Lin Grandma reprimanded her harshly. Grandmother, your words are unjust. Our Lin family has 3 major companies: Time Company, Energy Company, and Wind and Snow Company. My elder brothers each run a company, yet Wind and Snow Company, which rightfully belongs to me, you won't even let me touch. I successfully gained admission to a medical university and became an emergency doctor. Is this not an achievement? Why not grant me Wind and Snow Company and allow me to prove myself? You have not, grandmother. Lin Qinin, now filled with indignation, unleashed years of pin-up grievances, asserting that Wind and Snow Company was originally hers. Since their grandfather's passing, her grandmother had denied her ownership simply because she was a woman. Slap. You dare to retort. Grandma Lin, in her fury, struck Lin Qingyin with her cane, causing her to cry out in pain and fall to the ground, writhing from the agony in her back. You lack ability, yet you dare to aspire to the Fengshui Company. Do you possess the qualifications? Do you have any experience in business? You do not. Yet you shamelessly request Fengshui Company from me. Is being a barefoot doctor your only achievement? Your annual income is less than what my Lin family provides you in a single month through shares. Grandma Lin berated her loudly. Lin Qingyin lay on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Though the shares were given to her, they were all tied to her father, Lin Shantuan, who squandered their wealth on gambling and antiquities, indulging in drinking and revelry. All that money was wasted by her father. Lin Qingyin relied on her meager earnings from the hospital to support herself and her mother. To this day, she did not even possess a car, while her cousin Lin Jiutian and Lin Jiazi thrived, basking in prosperity. She too was a member of the Lin family, yet her circumstances were utterly dismal, all because she was a daughter. My time company has suffered considerable losses. Grandma. At that moment, Lin Jiutian was playfully currying favor with Grandma Lin. Today, the Zhao family had initially withdrawn half of their orders, but unexpectedly, just an hour ago, they canceled the remaining half as well. All right, my grandson, I shall send her to plead with Zhao Jiangshan, Grandma Lin said indulgently to Lin Jiutian. Grandma Lin pointed her cane at Lin Qingyin, who sat on the ground, gazing at the cane and the grim expression on her face. Lin Qingyin rose from the ground. Her eyes slightly reddened. Grandmother, I ask you, am I not your beloved granddaughter? Yet why is there such a disparity in the treatment of grandsons and granddaughters? Do I not bear the surname Lin? How could you treat me this way? Lin Qingyin inquired of the matriarch, Granny Lin. A married woman is akin to water that has been poured out. I understand your meaning. You desire to secure the Fengshui Company for yourself, is that it? You are not entitled to it. Now, I demand to know, will you apologize to Zhao Jiashan or not? Granny Lin's words shattered Lin Qingyin's remaining ties to the Lin family, leaving her utterly disillusioned. I will not. Lin Qingyin declared defiantly. Very well. Excellent. Someone. Bring forth the family punishment. Granny Lin thundered, and at that moment, several servants approached, brandishing clubs. The color drained from Lin Qingyin's face. A few servants seized her, and two of them raised their clubs, ready to strike, as despair washed over her. I am your granddaughter, Lin Qingyin cried, breaking free and standing tall. Her spirit was fierce, otherwise, she would not have endured to this day. It was her inner strength that had carried her through, despite the Lin family's relentless disdain. Since childhood, she had borne the brunt of her family's scorn simply because she was a daughter. What did you say? That I am no longer a granddaughter of the Lin family? At this moment, Grandma Lin was somewhat taken aback by Lin Qingyin's bold proclamation. Indeed, you have no authority to punish me. Starting today, I renounce the family inheritance. I reject Fengshui Company. And I shall no longer bear the title of a granddaughter of the Lin family. For Lin Qingyin, it made no difference whether she kept these things or not. Having endured her grandmother's domineering ways since childhood, she was fed up, and now she was being coerced into marrying a lunatic. To apologize to Zhao Jiangshan. They called it an apology, but in reality, it was merely sending herself to his bed. Lin Qingyin would never submit. Hearing her words, Lin Jiutian was momentarily stunned. Lin Qingyin had chosen to no longer be part of their family. This delighted Lin Jiutian, as it left only Lin Jiaozi to compete with him for the family wealth. With one less rival, he felt a significant sense of relief. Come on, strike me. Grandma Lin, upon hearing Lin Qingyin's declaration, was furious but felt no pang of sorrow. After all, she dismissed her as merely a young girl. If she was gone, so be it. No. No. You cannot do this. You are setting up a private court. At this moment, Lin Qingyin resisted and struggled. Crack. Crack. Another strike landed heavily on her back, causing Lin Qingyin to collapse to the ground. The relentless blows rained down upon her, and the agony intensified her suffering. Keep hitting her until she agrees. Grandma Lin bellowed, convinced that Lin Qingyin's stubbornness would eventually break under the relentless punishment. Stop this at once. At that moment, a thunderous shout echoed through the air, drawing everyone's gaze towards the entrance where Jiang Ning stood, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He beheld the crimson stains marring Lin Qingyin's back, blood seeping through her garments. Witnessing the scene ignited an intense rage within him. After all, Lin Qingyin was his beloved, and he would not tolerate anyone mistreating her, regardless of who it might be. With a swift motion, Jiang Ning charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of the servants sprawling. His anger palpable, he gently lifted Lin Qingyin, his heart aching at the sight of the bloodied marks on her back. "Does it hurt?" he asked with genuine concern. Sensing the tenderness in her gaze that spoke of his protective nature, a sentiment that resonated deeply within Lin Qingyin. Overcome by pain, she slumped to the ground, unable to rise. "I will ensure they all pay for this," Jiang Ning declared, his eyes sharp as he fixed his gaze upon the Lin family matriarch, as well as Lin Jiutian and his son, Lin Songhai. "Ah, it's you again, you lunatic. Have you taken your medication? Get out of my way," Lin Jiutian barked, asserting that he had the authority to enforce the family's rules, which had been in place for generations. At that moment, Lin Jiutian glared at Jiang Ning with malice, signaling to several martial artists who discreetly positioned themselves nearby, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice to subdue Jiang Ning. Utter nonsense regarding family rules. "If Lin Qingyin is my wife, then who has the right to impede me?" Jiang Ning retorted, his voice laced with indignation. "You, a madman, dare to claim to be Lin Qingyin's husband? Nearly a waste. Have you taken your medication? Unhinged fool." Lin Jiutian berated Jiang Ning, harboring a deep-seated disdain for him. As Jiang Ning hailed from a mental institution, "I hereby declare that you are no longer Lin Qingyin's husband. You may leave." Grandma Lin observed Jiang Ning standing there unscathed, knowing he had undoubtedly not visited the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce. Given the chamber's nature, it was inconceivable for Jiang Ning to remain unharmed had he gone there. The only explanation was that he had not. "Yes, depart at once. You have no orders from the Zhao family, nor debts owed to the Jiujiang Chamber. How dare you show your face at the Lin family? Do you possess no shame?" Lin Jiutian raged at Jiang Ning, unleashing a torrent of insults. Feeling emboldened by the presence of several martial artists by his side, rendering him unafraid of Jiang Ning. At that moment, upon hearing the words of Lin Jiutian and Grandma Lin, Lin Qingyin bit her lip, as if grappling with a significant resolution. "I, Lin Qingyin, hereby sever ties with the Lin family. You have no authority to expel Jiang Ning. From this day forth, I am my own person, and you, Lin family, are just that, the Lin family. Our paths shall diverge henceforth." Just as Jiang Ning was about to speak, Lin Qingyin's declaration caught him off guard. Stirring a profound sense of gratitude within him, it was evident she had something significant to convey. "Very well, then leave. Do not regret this decision. Even should you come to seek my aid in the future, I shall never allow you to return to the Lin family." At this juncture, Grandma Lin was also incensed. Gazing at Lin Qingyin, she tacitly agreed. Lin Qingyin's resolve had indeed strengthened, audaciously proposing to sever their ties. Grandma Lin had 100 ways to ensure Lin Qingyin's downfall. "I shall never regret this. Even if I were to perish, I would never plead with the Lin family." In Lin Qingyin's eyes, despair lingered. She had reached a point of utter disillusionment with her grandmother and cousin. Her inherently stubborn and fierce disposition had allowed her to endure until now. Having made countless internal decisions, Lin's grandmother gazed with a cruel glint, her lips curling into a smile, convinced that Lin Qingyin would soon kneel before her, pleading for mercy. A smirk danced upon her lips as she reveled in the moment. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Lin Qingyin trembled, overwhelmed by the venom of the ultimatum. $1 million? How could she possibly muster such an amount? The prospect of severing a limb was equally intolerable. "I see you lack $1 million as well. Either you kneel and beg me, or I shall have your legs broken. Choose." The satisfaction in Lin's grandmother's demeanor was palpable. She relished presenting two impossible choices that left others in despair. This very tactic had catapulted her to the helm of the Lin family. "I, Lin Qingyin, shall never beg you. Under no circumstances." Determination flickered in her eyes, honed by years of mental fortitude that had ingrained stubbornness deep within her bones. "Very well. Come. Break my legs." Lin's grandmother commanded with a roar, summoning two martial artists who advanced towards Lin Qingyin, channeling their inner strength to enact her orders. Crack. "This is the 10 million owed to the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce." Crack. "This is the 5 million given to me as a personal favor from the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce. I have fulfilled the wager. Spare Lin Qingyin." At this moment, Jiang Ning emphatically placed two checks on the table, producing a crisp sound that reverberated throughout the room, leaving everyone in stunned silence. No one anticipated that Jiang Ning had indeed managed to recover the debts owed by the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce. Granny Lin's mouth fell agape. She had requested payment from the chamber countless times without success. The debts, lingering for half a year, had seemingly vanished into thin air. Yet Jiang Ning astonishingly secured them within a mere 3 days. leaving Granny Lin utterly bewildered. Lin Songhai and Lin Jiutian exchanged incredulous glances at Jiang Ning. Unable to fathom how a mere eccentric could accomplish such a feat when had the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce ever been so accommodating? It seemed impossible. This had to be a deception. In disbelief, Lin Jiutian rushed forward, seizing one of the checks and holding it up to the sunlight for verification. One check was for 10 million, the other for 5 million. No matter how he scrutinized them, Lin Jiutian could not find a trace of falsity. How could this be? He was incredulous, yet there was no denying the authenticity, genuine and irrefutable. Can we leave now? I have fulfilled my end of the wager. Jiang Ning squinted at them, as silence enveloped the gathering. At that moment, Lin Xingyin was even more astonished. How had Jiang Ning achieved this? Initially, she held no expectations for him. Yet he continued to surprise her time and again. Jiang Ning snatched the 5 million check from Lin Jiutian's grasp and took Lin Xingyin by the hand, urging her to depart. Let's go, he declared, turning his back without a moment's hesitation, leaving Granny Lin and Lin Jiutian in a state of utter shock. Chapter 20. A long road ahead. How could this happen? This world is utterly insane. A lunatic can collect debts? At this moment, Lin Jiutian gazed at the 10 million yuan check in his hand, incredulously exclaiming, "Damn it, that Lin Xingyin is truly despicable, and what about Jiang Ning?" Meanwhile, Grandma Lin trembled with rage. She had never encountered such a setback in her life, and now she found herself bested by Lin Qiqin and Jiang Ning. This humiliation was unbearable for her. Go, make arrangements to get Lin Xingyin fired. Grandma Lin commanded Lin Jiutian. Understood. I will take care of it right away. Lin Jiutian hastily drove off, beginning his plans, as a fierce determination glinted in Grandma Lin's eyes. How could she allow Jiang Ning to ride over her, exerting his influence while she remained the unassailable matriarch of the family? How did you manage to collect the debt from the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce? I saved his son on the road, and he was immensely grateful. You know, his son is his only heir. I simply stated that I was sent by the Lin family to collect the debt, and he handed it over to me without hesitation. It was that simple. Jiang Ning spoke nonchalantly, aware that Lin Xingyin would hardly believe the truth. It was quite possible that she would retort with a question about his sanity. Thus, he opted to fabricate a story. I see, so that's how it is. However, I still feel that your method of collecting debts was a tad too straightforward. Perhaps it was fate at play. Qingyin, this 5 million is for you. Jiang Ning presented Lin Xingyin with a check for 5 million, his expression sincere. Lin Xingyin was somewhat taken aback. She never anticipated that Jiang Ning would bestow 5 million upon her. Although she was born into a wealthy family, she had never possessed such an amount. No, this is not mine. I cannot accept it. No, you should take it. A husband earns, and a wife spends. Jiang Ning insisted as he extended the money once more, hoping Lin Xingyin would acquiesce. I cannot. Jiang Ning, let me reiterate, we are impossible. I cannot bear to hurt you, and I do not wish to speak these words again. Lin Xingyin turned her back to Jiang Ning, reluctant to utter such sentiments or witness the disappointment etched upon his face. However, Jiang Ning truly was not the boy she fancied. Furthermore, there lingered the unsettling thought of whether their offspring might inherit his peculiarities. Jiang Ning forced a smile, perceiving that Lin Xingyin still regarded him as a madman, especially since he had emerged from a mental institution. Changing others' perceptions would not be an easy feat. What Jiang Ning needed to accomplish was to gain Lin Xingyin's acceptance. He realized he had developed feelings for her. It matters not. There is ample time ahead, Jiang Ning remarked softly. I am glad you understand, he added, presenting her with a request. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xingyin nodded. Jiang Ning then took her hand, its warmth and softness igniting a sense of intimacy. Where there was one instance, there would surely be another. With thoughts of the future swirling in his mind, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. However, as they approached the doorway, they were abruptly met with the sound of wailing and the furious voice of Lin Shanchuan. Upon opening the door, Lin Qiyin and Jiang Ning were met with a chaotic scene. Countless shards of broken bowls littered the floor, alongside pots and utensils. The sofa was also in disarray, clearly a testament to the argument between Lin Shanchuan and Lin Fengxi. It's all because of you, Jiang Ning, Lin Fengxi exclaimed, rushing towards Jiang Ning with her fingers outstretched, seemingly intent on marring his face. Mom. Jiang Ning instinctively stepped back, while Lin Xingyin swiftly embraced Lin Fengxi, preventing her from attacking Jiang Ning. Please, calm down. It's not as you think. I'm the one leaving the Lin family, and it has nothing to do with Jiang Ning. Lin Xingyin defended him. You've caused me to lose my shares. How am I supposed to gamble, drink, or purchase antiques? You're nothing but a jinx. Lin Shanchuan now approached Jiang Ning, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Jiang Ning deftly dodged, acknowledging the elder's formidable temper. Even if he had been struck, Jiang Ning would not retaliate, after all. He was his father-in-law, and a degree of tolerance was warranted. Father, please stop. Father. Lin Qingyin urgently clung to Lin Shanchuan, who flailed his arms in frustration, hurling a bowl at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning remained silent, as the situation grew increasingly chaotic. Observing the escalating turmoil, Lin Qingyin let out a piercing scream, which momentarily silenced both Lin Shanchuan and Lin Fengxi. Suddenly, her phone rang. Hello? Dean, what is it? Lin Qingyin received a call from the hospital director and immediately inquired. Please do not dismiss me. I implore you not to come to the hospital again. Furthermore, no hospital in Zhonghai will ever employ you. The director concluded with a sharp tone, and the line went dead. Lin Qingyin felt as if struck by lightning, her mind frozen. Without this job, how could she support her family? A sense of despair enveloped her. She understood that this was the scheme of the elder matriarch of the Lin family. She had never anticipated such a dire outcome. At that moment, both Lin Shanchuan and Lin Fengxi had overheard the conversation, leaving them momentarily stunned. But it was Lin Qingyin who bore the deepest sorrow. What are we to do now? It's all your fault, you jinx. Ever since you entered our home, misfortune has plagued us. Lin Fengxi exclaimed, directing her vitriol at Jiang Ning, her disdain palpable. What should I do? Lin Qingyin slumped into her chair, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her, her gaze vacant as she pondered how to move forward the next day. Get out of here. You bring nothing but bad luck. If you continue to stay with us, who knows what calamity might befall our family? Lin Shanchuan shouted, forcefully pushing Jiang Ning away. Yes. Leave. Don't linger here any longer. Divorce her, quickly. You are insane. Lin Fengxi echoed, her voice a piercing shriek aimed at Jiang Ning. Enough. Jiang Ning is not at fault. Lin Qingyin suddenly shouted, her composure cracking under the weight of the situation. Stop it. Just stop. At this moment, Lin Qingyin lay on the bed, weeping softly. The scars on her back remained vivid, stained with blood. The recent turmoil had ignited a piercing pain, yet it paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart. Jiang Ning approached Lin Qingyin's bedside, gently stroking her head. Do not cry. I am here for you. I will not leave your side, he said tenderly. Yet Lin Qingyin's sobs persisted. Jiang Ning took out the $5 million check once more and placed it in Lin Qingyin's hands. Take this $5 million for now. Once you earn money, you can repay me. He understood that Lin Qingyin would be reluctant to accept it, but he hoped that by framing it this way, she might relent. What can I offer you? I am merely a small doctor specializing in surgeries and treatments. After years of hard work, a single word from the Lin family has rendered me without a place in all of Zhonghai. How can I ever repay you? I feel as though I cannot go on, Lin Qingyin confessed, raising her tear-streaked face to Jiang Ning. It's all right. Tell me, do you know everything about the medications and their prices? Jiang Ning inquired. Yes, why do you ask? Lin Qingyin replied, puzzled by his question. Tomorrow, we shall open our own clinic. First, we will rent a space, then put up a sign and stock medications, followed by consultations. Once we establish a reputation, profits will follow. We can hire a few people, and I will assist you. At the very least, we can manage to survive this month, right? Jiang Ning spoke to Lin Qingyin, who pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that many people operated their own clinics, earning more than her salary. However, she hesitated, expressing her doubts. My medical skills are not particularly exceptional. I fear I may not succeed. Her eyes were filled with a lack of confidence. Jiang Ning suddenly took Lin Qingyin's hand, his gaze brimming with affection. As long as I'm here, you will succeed. His eyes seemed to exude boundless power, enveloping Lin Qingyin in a sense of security. All right, tomorrow it is. I'll open a clinic. Lin Qingyin agreed decisively, knowing that with Jiang Ning's $5 million, anything was possible. Unbeknownst to her, this suggestion from Jiang Ning was the threshold to her future brilliance. The next morning passed quietly. Jiang Ning slept on the floor as usual, while Lin Qingyin struggled to find rest. Ding, ding, ding. At 7 in the morning, Jiang Ning's phone rang, disrupting his slumber. He glanced at the caller ID and answered Shen Yunqing's call. Hello? What is it? He asked, still groggy. Brother Jiang, are you available to come out now? Mo Tian urgently needs to see you. He said he offended you the other day and is pleading for your help. Offering 1 million in cash if you agree to meet. Shen Yunqing explained. 1 million? Sure, I'm in. Where should I go? Jiang Ning responded eagerly at the prospect of earning money. At Tianhu Park, I can pick you up if you like, Shen Yunqing offered. I'll go by myself.
Jiang Ning decided. Jiang Ning, after hanging up the phone, rose and donned his clothing. Who could it be so early in the morning? Lin Xining. Noticing Jiang Ning's phone call, turned over in bed, her hair cascading about her, presenting an alluring sight. Xianyu-Qing, you should first locate the storefront today. Once you find it, I'll accompany you to take a look. I'll step out for a moment. Jiang Ning spoke as he dressed. Please share your phone number with me. Lin Xining, using the quilt to cover herself, sat up, revealing her flawless back, which momentarily captivated Jiang Ning's gaze. However, his attention quickly shifted to the scars adorning Lin Xining's back. After exchanging numbers, Jiang Ning departed. Within half an hour, clad in casual attire, Jiang Ning arrived at Tianhu Park. Shun Yinqing, Mo Yuntian, and an unfamiliar individual awaited him, their expressions tinged with impatience. He is here. Brother Jiang has arrived. Shen Yuqing exclaimed with excitement, pointing towards Jiang Ning as he approached. Mo Yuntian, upon spotting Jiang Ning, hurriedly jogged over, brimming with enthusiasm. Brother Jiang, you've made me wait for so long. His demeanor was a stark contrast to their previous encounter. As he grasped Jiang Ning's hand with a fervor reminiscent of finding a lifeline. What's wrong? Jiang Ning inquired with a calm demeanor, though he already harbored an understanding of the situation. Brother Jiang, you were right. I am indeed plagued by malevolent energy, and misfortune seems to befall me relentlessly. Yesterday, as I was driving peacefully, the bridge suddenly collapsed. Had I not reacted swiftly, I would have met my demise. Furthermore, while I was sleeping last night, a brick fell from the ceiling and struck my head. To add to the horror, my son fell into a manhole this morning, and it took a considerable effort to rescue him. In summary, I have been beset by a series of misfortunes over the past couple of days, with numerous inexplicable events occurring. The relentless streak of bad luck has left me incredulous. At that moment, Mo Yutian, wearing a mournful expression, conveyed his disbelief. However, there was no other explanation than that offered by Jiang Ning, for indeed, he had been plagued by misfortune. I can see that the malevolent aura surrounding you has intensified. Were you not to seek me today, you might very well face dire consequences tonight, Jiang Ning remarked, observing the ominous presence enveloping Mo Yutian, which frightened him profoundly. Yet, one among Mo Yutian's companions emitted a derisive chuckle, his gaze reflecting the deceitful glint of a charlatan as he regarded Jiang Ning. I shall draw a talisman and perform a ritual to dispel the malevolent energy surrounding you. Provide me with paper and a pen, Jiang Ning commanded. Shen Yuqing promptly retrieved a small notebook and a black pen from his pocket, handing them to Jiang Ning. With swift strokes, Jiang Ning inscribed the talisman upon the paper. Its intricate patterns obscure and perplexing to onlookers. No one could decipher the significance of Jiang Ning's drawing. After tearing the talisman from the sheet, he ignited it with a lighter and cast it to the ground beneath Mo Yuntian's feet. The flames flared into a brilliant blue before extinguishing in an instant. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows as he gazed at Mo Yuntian. What is it that you are holding? The malevolent energy has extinguished my flame, he inquired. Mo Yuntian hastily reached into his bosom and produced a Buddha amulet. The moment it was revealed, a chilling aura emanated from it, steeped in bloodthirst. Is this it? I unearthed it at an antique market, Mo Yuntian replied. This artifact has been exhumed from a burial site, saturated with dark energy. Holding it only increases your own malevolence. It's a wonder you're still alive. The amulet has already claimed you, Jiang Ning articulated. What should I do then? At this moment, Mo Yuntian was struck with panic, uncertain of how to proceed. Burn it, immediately, Jiang Ning commanded decisively. Mo Yuntian hastily attempted to ignite it with a lighter. Yet the amulet showed no signs of combustion. The wooden artifact remained unscathed, devoid of even the slightest char. Brother, fetch some gasoline, Mo Yuntian instructed his sibling. His brother promptly retrieved a bottle of gasoline from the trunk and poured it over the amulet. Once more, Mo Yuntian attempted to ignite it, but to no avail. The gasoline refused to catch fire. Sweat beaded on Mo Yuntian's forehead as Shun Yunqing looked on in astonishment. Jiang Ning swiftly sketched a talisman on a piece of paper, affixed it to the amulet, and ignited it with the lighter. In an explosive roar, the amulet ignited, unleashing a cacophony of piercing female screams that sent shivers down their spines. As the malevolent energy dissipated, a wisp of black smoke spiraled upward from the amulet. All done. The malevolent energy surrounding you has vanished, Jiang Ning declared as the amulet burned to ashes. This scene left Shen Yuqing and Mo Yutian utterly astonished. They were incredulous that while they struggled to ignite a flame with gasoline, Jiang Ning merely inscribed a talisman to resolve the predicament. As they beheld the dark aura emanating from the Buddha pendant, Both Mo Yuntian and Shen Yuqing were fully convinced of Jiang Ning's assertions. Thank you, Brother Jiang. I shall fetch you a check, 3 million. Mo Yuntian exclaimed joyfully as he rushed to his vehicle to retrieve the check. No need for that. 1 million will suffice. Jiang Ning replied, taken aback by Mo Yuntian's generous offer. To Jiang Ning, it was a trivial matter, yet for Mo Yuntian, it felt like a lifeline. Hello, I am Mo Xiaonan, Mo Yuntian's younger brother. At that moment, the individual who had been standing beside Mo Yuntian extended his hand in introduction to Jiang Ning. Greetings. I am Jiang Ning, he replied, shaking hands briefly. Suddenly, Mo Xiaonan seized Jiang Ning's hand and led him to a lush, overgrown area. Without hesitation, Mo Xiaonan brandished a dagger at Jiang Ning. You deceitful charlatan. Your tricks may have fooled my brother, but they will not deceive me. If you dare accept 3 million, I shall take your life. Mo Xiaonan believed that his brother had fallen victim to Jiang Ning's scam, and thus felt compelled to threaten him to deter him from accepting the ill-gotten gains. Jiang Ning shook his head, a playful smile gracing his lips. You label me a fraud. However, no matter how I explain, you would not believe it, for it is all deemed superstition, after all. However, I do not rely on this for my livelihood, for Jiang Ning suddenly plucked a leaf from the tree and swiftly waved it towards the dagger held by Mo Xiaonan. With a resounding clang, the dagger in Mo Xiaonan's hand shattered instantly, the break smooth as a mirror. Jiang Ning extended the intact leaf from his hand, declaring, This is what I rely on for my sustenance. After speaking, he turned and stepped out from among the trees. At that moment, Mo Xiaonan gazed at the dagger in his hand and the whole leaf, trembling in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that Jiang Ning had severed his dagger with a mere leaf. A practitioner of ancient martial arts, a top-tier ancient martial artist. Mo Xiaonan's eyes widened as he regarded the soft leaf in his hand, realizing Jiang Ning's true identity. Jiang Ning was indeed a top-tier ancient martial artist. And if he merely sought to join any faction, he would be inundated with wealth, for practitioners of ancient martial arts are scarce nowadays, making employment readily available. Brother Jiang, here is a check for 3 million. Take it. Mo Yuntian offered a check to Jiang Ning, a smile gracing his face. No, I shall not accept it. What? Brother Jiang refuses? Mo Yuntian inquired, somewhat puzzled. Indeed, it is too much. I cannot accept it. 1 million will suffice, for when I arrived. Shen Yuqing informed me of 1 million. At this, Jiang Ning declared that 3 million was excessive. Mo Yuntian's eyes darted around, contemplating the situation. Then Brother Jiang accepted that car, the latest model of Mercedes-Benz. I gifted it to you, introducing a friend, priced at 500,000. Mo Yuntian spoke to Jiang Ning. But upon hearing this, Mo Xiaonan and Shen Yuqing widened their eyes in disbelief. 500,000? All right, hand over the keys. I accept it. Jiang Ning observed the imposing Mercedes and nodded in satisfaction. Mo Yuntian promptly handed the keys to Jiang Ning, who immediately got into the car to take it for a test drive. Coincidentally, Lin Qingyin had no vehicle, making this car a perfect gift for her. Jiang Ning contemplated painting it pink. While Jiang Ning was testing the car, Mo Xiaonan approached Mo Yuntian. Brother, that car is worth 1 million. It's a limited edition bulletproof Mercedes, and you just gave it away? Mo Xiaonan asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Such extraordinary talent is worth befriending. You understand when the time comes, Mo Yuntian replied, a playful smile gracing his lips as he watched Jiang Ning test drive the car. While the vehicle was indeed valued at 1 million, Jiang Ning appeared blissfully unaware, thinking it merely an ordinary Mercedes. Brother Mo, you truly have a generous spirit. When I first gifted Brother Jiang a mere 500,000, and here you are, giving away 1 million's worth of limited edition Mercedes so casually. Impressive. Shen Yuqing chimed in, astonished. Mo Yuntian, however, remained unfazed, asserting that befriending Jiang Ning was worth the expense. Brother, Jiang Ning is no ordinary person. Look, Mo Xiaonan produced the half-dagger and some leaves from earlier. Did he really sever it with leaves? Instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for his brother's revelation, he would have found it utterly incredulous. A mere glance was sufficient for to grasp the essence of the matter. Indeed, as affirmed, his conviction that Jiang Ning was an enigmatic figure deepened, perhaps underpinned by formidable backing. The vehicle was impressive. It handled remarkably well, seemingly more adept than other models of Mercedes. Jiang Ning remarked casually, having previously driven a Mercedes himself, noting a certain disparity between this one and others of its kind. Enough of these trivialities, Brother Jiang interjected. I have heard that you have successfully treated Shen Yuqing's son. A dear friend of mine is afflicted with a peculiar ailment. He has sought the counsel of numerous renowned physicians, yet to no avail. Would you accompany me to see him? At that moment, divulged his initial intention, prompting Jiang Ning to reconsider, initially skeptical but now intrigued by the prospect. Yet, seeking Jiang Ning's medical expertise was indeed one of his objectives. Very well. I shall take a look, but I will not charge you for my services. This Mercedes, in my estimation, is worth more than 500,000, Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly. Aha! Let out an awkward chuckle. Although he was unaware that this was the latest model, he could discern its considerable value, prompting him to regard Jiang Ning with newfound respect. All right, let us proceed, declared, driving the car with Jiang Ning in tow, as Shen Yuqing and departed from the scene. Now, tell me, what are the symptoms? Jiang Ning inquired, taking a drag from a cigarette within the vehicle. A year ago, he suddenly lost the ability to move his legs. The cause remains a mystery. He has been confined to a wheelchair ever since, explained. Let out a sigh, lamenting. That individual was once my superior. However, now he is retired and ought to be enjoying his twilight years. Yet, he is faced with this unfortunate predicament. After years of diligent service, it is truly disheartening to witness such a turn of events. The image of an elderly man flashed in his mind, accompanied by a pang of sorrow. His superior had guided him through many challenges and imparted invaluable wisdom. It pained to see him in such a state. Indeed, said softly. Before long, led to an opulent mansion, elegantly adorned, surrounded by mountains and water, with sprawling lawns stretching hundreds of meters. Master Zhao has come to see you. Upon entering the grand hall, called out, unimpeded by the bustling servants of the Zhao residence, who recognized him as a familiar face. Ah, how I have missed you. A voice, both aged and hearty, resonated as an elderly man emerged from the study in a wheelchair, deftly maneuvering the wheels with his hands, approaching slowly. The old gentleman appeared robust despite his advanced age, seemingly in his mid-70s, yet miraculously devoid of any gray hair. Master Zhao, I have brought you a renowned physician. This gentleman here. He will examine your legs and surely provide remarkable results, said, crouching respectfully before Master Zhao, displaying utmost deference. It is a pleasure to meet you, he added. Old Master Zhao laughed heartily, his eyes reflecting a sense of indifference, evidently lacking confidence in his legs. He had consulted countless renowned physicians, all boasting of their exceptional skills, yet none could remedy his condition. The celebrated physician of Shiliang City? Could it be the illustrious Dr. Qian, who had gained fame in Zhonghai at merely 20? Upon hearing old Master Zhao's words, Imo Yuntian's thoughts suddenly turned to Dr. Qian. As Zhao spoke, Imo Yuntian rose from the ground, making way for Jiang Ning. Brother Jiang, please take a look, Imo Yuntian urged. Jiang Ning had already discerned the issue and was about to speak when Zhao Fanqi, energetically bounding forward, was seen pulling along a white-bearded old man. Slow down. You might break my frail bones, gasped the old man, struggling to keep pace with Zhao Fanqi, who was practically dragging him along. Grandfather, I've invited Dr. Qian to treat your legs, Zhao Fanqi exclaimed joyfully. Hurry, hurry. Let him examine you. He is a miracle worker. Please heal him quickly, she implored Dr. Qian, who was breathless as he approached old Master Zhao. I appreciate your assistance, old Master Zhao acknowledged with a nod. At that moment, Imo Yuntian cast an apologetic smile at Jiang Ning, feeling somewhat guilty for interrupting him, knowing he had arrived first. Dr. Qian took old Master Zhao's pulse and examined his tongue, quickly grasping the situation. Is there hope? Zhao Fanqi inquired anxiously, watching Dr. Qian intently. There is hope. As long as I apply my acupuncture technique, I shall restore old Master Zhao's ability to walk. As soon as Dr. Qian finished speaking, Zhao Fanqi began to leap about, her pleated skirt swaying gracefully, revealing glimmers of light. Such misuse of idioms. Upon hearing Zhao Fanqi mention revelry every night, Dr. Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment. He then prepared his silver needles and instructed old Master Zhao to unveil his legs for the treatment. With precision, Dr. Qian inserted 8 needles into old Master Zhao's legs, each puncture executed flawlessly. However, by the 12th needle, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Dr. Qian's technique. Stop. This is incorrect. It could cost old Master Zhao's life. Jiang Ning suddenly shouted as Dr. Qian was about to administer the 13th needle, drawing the attention of all present. What did you say? You claim that this needle will take old Master Zhao's life? Who are you to disrupt my work? At this moment, Dr. Qian glared at Jiang Ning, visibly displeased. Should this needle be inserted, old Master Zhao will surely perish. Your technique may be sound, but it is fatal for his condition, leading to immediate paralysis. He could bleed from all orifices and die. Jiang Ning asserted directly. Who is this insolent brat, speaking such nonsense? Are you attempting to teach me how to heal? Dr. Chen was infuriated, finding Jiang Ning's assertions unfounded and outrageous. What is your purpose? Why curse my grandfather? What has he done to provoke you? Who are you? Get out. At this moment, upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Zhao Fanqi was filled with anger. She questioned Jiang Ning, pointing toward the door and commanding him to leave. Brother Jiang, what is it that you are saying? At this juncture, Mo Yuntian also inquired of Jiang Ning. Looking rather perplexed, Jiang Ning spoke in technical terms that Zhao Fanqi and Shun Yinqing could not comprehend, yet it seemed plausible enough, prompting them to glance at Physician Qian. You inexperienced young lad, are you attempting to instruct me on the art of healing? What do you know? Do you think that a modicum of medical knowledge grants you the right to be so arrogant? I am Physician Qian, renowned throughout Shiliang City. I understand your ulterior motives. You seek to disrupt my final effort to cure Elder Zhao, intending to take credit for the success that is rightfully mine. Physician Qian scoffed derisively at Jiang Ning, articulating his thoughts with conviction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was taken aback by Physician Qian's presumption, which had not even crossed his mind until now, and he felt a surge of indignation. Ha ha ha, your malicious intent is utterly incomprehensible. You are indeed a cunning old fox. I hadn't even considered such a notion. Yet you have already devised it. How truly vile your heart is. Jiang Ning erupted into laughter, exasperated by the baseless accusations. Humph, watch as I cure him, leaving you speechless and devoid of any retort. With a teasing smile, Dr. Qian held the silver needle, preparing to administer the final puncture. Although Zhao Fanqi did not comprehend the intricacies of medicine, he understood Dr. Qian's intent and placed his unwavering trust in him. Who are you? What do you want? Don't obstruct us here, or I will have you removed. Zhao Fanqi admonished Jiang Ning angrily. Brother Jiang, I acknowledge that you arrived first, but Dr. Qian is confident. Allow him to proceed with the treatment, Mo Yutian interjected, equally convinced of Dr. Qian's abilities. Observing the lack of faith in him, Jiang Ning chose to remain silent. Fine. Go ahead with your treatment, but do not regret it later. Jiang Ning issued a final warning before standing aside, quietly observing the proceedings. Humph. I've encountered many like you, those who neglect genuine medical knowledge in favor of dubious practices. Dr. Qian shot Jiang Ning a disdainful glance before continuing with the acupuncture. The 13th needle swiftly pierced Zhao Lao's thigh. Suddenly, Zhao Lao began to convulse violently, as if struck by electricity, emitting agonized sounds akin to someone grasping his throat. Ah, Grandpa, what is happening? Grandpa? Zhao Fanqi grasped Zhao Lao's hand, attempting to steady his trembling body, her face a mask of concern. With a sudden gasp, Zhao Lao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, crimson streaming from his nostrils, his eyes wide with terror as if teetering on the brink of death. The transformation in Zhao Lao stunned everyone present, even Dr. Qian, who stood frozen, the silver needle in hand, at a loss for what to do. His gaze fixated in shock upon Zhao Lao's distressing reaction. Grandfather, you must not be in trouble, you cannot. At this moment, Zhao Fanqi burst into tears, her sorrow cascading like rain before the elder Zhao. She was engulfed by an overwhelming fear. Brother Jiang? Observing the elder Zhao's condition, Mo Yuntian turned to Jiang Ning, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. Jiang Ning, meanwhile, was leisurely lighting a cigarette, taking his time with each puff. Suddenly, the elder Zhao coughed up another mouthful of blood, crimson streaming from his eyes, his appearance horrifying, as though he had been poisoned, his body convulsing violently. This is absurd, utterly absurd. How could this be happening? Let me. Jiang Ning abruptly stepped forward, pushing aside Physician Qian, who stood there in a daze, pondering if Jiang Ning's words held any truth. Swiftly, Jiang Ning extracted the silver needles from the elder Zhao's thigh and proceeded to reinsert them with precision. 1 needle to calm the spirit, 2 to restore vitality, 3 to revive the soul, 4 to stabilize fate. He began to apply the needles rapidly, each puncture executed with specific techniques and targeting particular acupoints, forming an intricate diagram reminiscent of the bagua on the elder Zhao's leg. Witnessing Jiang Ning's dexterous needlework, Physician Qian was struck with astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is the 9-yang bagua needle technique. An ancient method long thought lost. How could it possibly be? The esteemed Physician Qian was rendered speechless, observing Jiang Ning's acupuncture technique, which closely resembled the illustrations found in ancient medical texts. However, the precise method of acupuncture had long been lost to time, with no one in the world capable of mastering it. The revelation that Jiang Ning could perform this long-forgotten technique ignited a fervor in physician Qian's eyes. Having dedicated his life to the pursuit of medicine, achieving great renown, he had never been able to decipher the legendary acupuncture methods. To witness Jiang Ning's execution of such techniques today filled him with immense excitement and a sense of inadequacy. As Jiang Ning completed the treatment, the needles were methodically withdrawn, one after another. When the final needle was removed, an unexpected exclamation of relief burst forth from Elder Zhao, akin to the euphoric release after holding in an excessive urge. Elder Zhao felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. With a determined effort, he rose to his feet, forcefully kicking his wheelchair aside, shattering it into pieces. He began to leap joyfully, leaving the onlookers astonished with their mouths agape. "My legs are healed. This is incredible!" Elder Zhao exclaimed, overflowing with excitement, as he realized that Jiang Ning had indeed restored his mobility. "Thank you, young brother. Whatever you desire, I shall grant it," he declared, grasping Jiang Ning's hand with fervent gratitude. Moments earlier, Zhao's granddaughter had dismissed him, inciting his displeasure. "I demand an apology from her," Jiang Ning proclaimed, pointing at Zhao Fanqi. In that instant, Zhao Fanqi was taken aback, first by her grandfather's miraculous recovery and then by Jiang Ning's demand for her apology. "I am truly sorry. Please forgive me. I failed to recognize your greatness," she stammered. Zhao Fanqi approached Jiang Ning, bowing deeply in a display of utmost obedience. No, that is not the apology I seek. I require you to serve as my servant for 3 days," Jiang Ning declared without hesitation. "Ah, what? How can you say such a thing?" Zhao Fanqi exclaimed, utterly taken aback by Jiang Ning's unexpected demand. Just then, as Jiang Ning was about to speak, the renowned physician Qian knelt before him, leaving Jiang Ning somewhat astonished. "May I inquire, did you just utilize the 9-yang bagua needle?" Qian asked, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. "Your insights are quite commendable, indeed." "It was the 9-yang bagua needle," Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly. "I wish to take you as my master. Would you teach me the 9-yang bagua needle? I shall bow and prostrate myself before you. Is that acceptable?" Qian implored, bowing deeply in earnestness, shedding his previous arrogance. "Rise," Jiang Ning said, assisting him to his feet with magnanimity. "Master, your generosity is truly boundless. If only everyone possessed such a spirit, then all physicians in the world would be benevolent healers." Qian was thoroughly captivated, having anticipated a reprimand from Jiang Ning for his earlier disrespect. Instead, he found Jiang Ning to be remarkably gracious and enlightened. "Bring me paper and ink. I shall compose the instructions for you. Learn at your own pace, and should you struggle, return to seek my guidance," Jiang Ning instructed. Qian promptly retrieved paper and ink from his medicine box, presenting them to Jiang Ning. "Here." Jiang Ning presented the 9-yang bagua needle techniques to Dr. Qian, who, indeed, was a fervent medical enthusiast. Grasping the essence imparted by Jiang Ning, he observed in silence, immersing himself in the learning process. "My young friend," Zhao Leoi began, "I recently conferred with my granddaughter, and we have resolved to gift you a helicopter. I am aware that you may not possess the ability to operate it, but fear not. I shall provide you with a dedicated pilot, and I will cover the salary. Just a single phone call will summon them to your side at any moment." At that moment, a woman entered at Zhao Leoi's behest. She was attired in the uniform of an air hostess, a tailored black blazer atop a form-fitting short skirt and knee-high boots, her striking beauty leaving a profound impression. "Greetings, young Master Jiang. Here is my contact number. I am at your service whenever you require." The air hostess handed Jiang Ning a phone number, assuring him that a mere call would bring her to him in a helicopter, no matter where he was in Shanghai. "Excellent, quite imaginative," Jiang Ning remarked, feeling quite pleased. This arrangement was far more agreeable than having Zhao Fanqi as a servant. An air hostess at his beck and call was truly a delightful prospect. "Very well. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." Jiang Ning subsequently departed from the Zhao residence, parting ways with Mo Yuntian. He pondered whether Lin Qinin had located her shopfront, feeling a twinge of concern for the young girl traversing the world alone. "Hello, Qin, where are you?" Jiang Ning dialed Lin Qinin's number. At that moment, Jiang Ning and Lin Qinin reunited. She appeared visibly fatigued, evidently having traversed numerous locations. What transpired? "Have you found a place to stay?" Upon seeing Lin Qinin's dejected demeanor, Jiang Ning instinctively knew that she had not yet secured accommodation, yet he inquired nonetheless. Lin Qinin, with her head hung low, resembled a defeated rooster. Jiang Ning offered a gentle smile and affectionately ruffled her hair. "It's all right. Rent is indeed exorbitant these days. We shall keep searching. Every residence is destined to find its rightful owner. I believe there is a place in Shanghai that awaits you. Jiang Ning's words, though soothing, did little to alleviate Lin Xingyin's anxiety. Presently unemployed, she felt a deep sense of unease. Look, there's a milk tea shop. Let me treat you to some milk tea. It can soothe a troubled heart, he said, taking her hand and leading her into the CF. Lin Xinyin remained silent, allowing Jiang Ning to guide her inside. He ordered an array of milk teas for her: tapioca milk tea, papaya milk tea, grape milk tea. A delightful assortment was laid out before Lin Xinyin, warming her heart. No man had ever offered her such simple pleasures. She was accustomed to receiving lavish gifts like flowers and diamond rings, which held no appeal for her, mere trappings of vanity. As she picked up a cup of tapioca milk tea and took a sip, its smoothness and sweetness enveloped her senses. You are so kind to me. I feel a bit guilty, Lin Xinyin suddenly remarked, setting down her drink and looking at Jiang Ning. He furrowed his brow, puzzled by her statement. Jiang Ning, I harbor no affection for you. In the end, we shall not be together. There is no need for you to treat me with such kindness. For when the time comes to part ways, I will undoubtedly feel indebted to you. Lin Xinyin expressed her innermost thoughts, feeling increasingly unworthy of Jiang Ning's affections, as she believed the outcome was already predetermined in her heart. Fear not, time is on our side. I shall make you fall for me. Even if I have just emerged from a mental institution, Jiang Ning declared, his gaze imbued with tenderness. That will never happen, Lin Xinyin retorted. Time is on our side, Jiang Ning mused, as he delicately wiped the traces of milk tea from the corner of Lin Xingyin's mouth with a tissue, his demeanor exuding indulgence. Lin Xinyin wished to say more, yet the sight of Jiang Ning's focused expression stifled her words. Meanwhile, at a nearby table in the milk tea shop, a group of unruly youths cast their eyes towards Lin Xinyin. Look, that's Lin Xinyin, the daughter of the Lin family, exclaimed a boy adorned with earrings. It is indeed her. I've heard she married a lunatic. It must be that man. What a pity. Such a fine girl wed to a madman. A beautiful flower placed in a pile of dung, lamented another youth, whose neck bore tattoos, feeling a sense of loss for Lin Xinyin. Moreover, Lin Xinyin is no longer the Lin family's daughter. She was cast out for marrying a lunatic. It was her stubbornness that led to her expulsion, he added. What a tragedy. It would be splendid if one could win the affections of Lin Xinyin, yet alas, she is wed to a lunatic. At this moment, a few youths sighed in lamentation. What difficulty lies therein? A young man, adorned with exquisite features, set down his milk tea, his eyes gleaming with the distinctive glint of a scoundrel. Presently, Lin Xinyin holds no power, no influence, nor wealth. She can be molded as one wishes, for there is no one to intervene. The young man licked his lips, his gaze ablaze with fervor, coupled with a sense of calculated strategy. Oh dear, flower young master, do you truly believe this will end well? After all, she is entangled with a madman. His companions remarked, their eyes alight with mischief, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Observe, how will he manage to embrace Lin Xinyin? Flower young master boldly lifted his milk tea and sauntered towards Lin Xinyin, while the youths turned their attention toward her and Jiang Ning, some even brandishing their phones to capture the moment. Clad in a sleek black leather ensemble, embellished with a chain accessory, flower young master exuded an air of wicked charm. He took a seat beside Lin Xinyin, not sparing a glance for Jiang Ning, and placed the cup of milk tea before her. A supreme blend of grape-flavored milk tea. Valued at 560, the most opulent offering of this establishment, a limited edition befitting a beauty as enchanting as you. Flower young master pushed the milk tea closer to Lin Xinyin, his gaze mischievous, while Jiang Ning remained seated, silent, merely sipping his own milk tea with an air of indifference. Lin Xinyin was momentarily taken aback as she beheld Hua Xiao, who was adorned in fashionable attire, exuding an exquisite charm. He even offered her a cup of milk tea, the most expensive kind, which left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't drink that. The milk tea my husband ordered for me is quite satisfactory, she remarked, gently pushing away the drink Hua Xiao had presented, opting instead to continue savoring the milk tea ordered by Jiang Ning. Stop it. How could such a cheap beverage befit a beauty like you? Hua Xiao retorted, swiftly seizing a trash bin and, with a flourish of his hand, he discarded all 5 or 6 cups of milk tea from the table. Come, indulge in mine. I'll feed you, 1 sip for you, and 1 for me. He punctured the milk tea with a straw, took a sip, and then extended it towards Lin Xinyin. She resisted vehemently, shoving his hand away in disgust at the thought of the straw he had just used. Please, just a sip, Do me the honor, he coaxed, bringing the cup closer to her lips. Don't do this. If you persist, I will call for help. Lin Qingyin protested, pushing him away with considerable fervor. You would do well to leave at once, before my patience wears thin. Otherwise, you may find yourself kneeling to converse with me. Jiang Ning, sipping his milk tea, spoke nonchalantly. Hua Xiao glanced at him, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips, and then pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. With a swift motion, he hurled the money at Jiang Ning, the bills landing squarely on his face and scattering across the floor. Here is 3,000 yuan. Take the money and scram. Do not interfere with my attempts to charm this lady. Hua Xiao spoke with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Without uttering a word, Jiang Ning bent down and began to collect the scattered money from the ground, picking it up bill by bill. Wow, Hua Xiao is impressive. Someone exclaimed. Pfft. What a loser. Hua Xiao looked down at Jiang Ning, who was gathering the money with disdain, thinking to himself that even the deranged have an affinity for wealth. Come on, Qingyin, let's share a cup of milk tea. You sip, I sip, and let the sweetness linger in our hearts. At that moment, Hua Xiao shifted his chair closer to Lin Qingyin, inching nearer. Lin Qingyin, feeling repulsed, gazed at Jiang Ning, who was still picking up the money. Her heart filled with disappointment. What kind of man had she married? A lunatic, no less. He was behaving irrationally now. Her disillusionment with Jiang Ning reached its peak. Come on, take a sip. Hua Xiao, preparing to make his move, reached out towards Lin Qingyin's shoulder with one hand. Look here. Hearing Jiang Ning call out to him, Hua Xiao instinctively turned his head, only to see Jiang Ning holding the cash with a cold, piercing gaze. To hell with you. Jiang Ning suddenly swung the 3,000 yuan in his hand towards Hua Xiao's face. Crack. The bill struck Hua Xiao squarely on the nose, and a sharp sound of bone breaking echoed through the air. Hua Xiao was sent reeling backward, chair and all. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Hua Xiao let out a blood-curdling scream as his nose was broken, crimson blood streaming forth as he writhed in agony. The bridge of Hua Xiao's nose was deeply sunken, rendering his exquisite features disfigured. It was Jiang Ning's stack of cash that had shattered Hua Xiao's nose. At this moment, Jiang Ning stood coldly, gazing at Hua Xiao. Jiang Ning, you. Lin Qingyin, hearing Hua Xiao's anguished cries, was utterly frightened and suddenly leaped up from her chair, looking at Jiang Ning in terror. Fear not. I am here. You need only to focus on being beautiful, Jiang Ning reassured her, gently placing his hands on her shoulders to guide her back into her seat. Hua Xiao was in a state of confusion, as were his companions. How dare you break my nose? Do you even know who I am? You're courting death. Hua Xiao shouted furiously, rising from the ground and clutching his broken nose. Indeed, courting death. I am right here. Dare you lay a hand on me? Jiang Ning replied with an icy demeanor. Brothers, charge. Teach him a lesson. In a fit of rage, Hua Xiao drew a sharp dagger from his pocket and advanced towards Jiang Ning. Damn it! How dare you strike my brother? With a loud crash, several of Hua Xiao's friends overturned a table and rushed toward Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, be careful! Lin Qingyin cried out in alarm, her concern palpable as she saw multiple individuals approaching him. Who was Jiang Ning? How could these few young boys possibly contend with him? In his past as an assassin, Jiang Ning had once single-handedly faced off against 10 elite killers and emerged unscathed. With a swift kick, he sent them sprawling to the ground, each one groaning in agony. Hua Xiao, armed with a slender dagger, charged at Jiang Ning, aiming a vicious thrust toward his abdomen. In a seamless motion, Jiang Ning grasped Hua Xiao's wrist with one hand, twisting with such force that a sharp crack echoed as Hua Xiao's bone shattered. Eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Jiang Ning then delivered a powerful kick that toppled Hua Xiao, placing his foot firmly on the young man's face, grinding it against the ground. I warned you not to provoke me, yet you chose to ignore my words, Jiang Ning smirked, gazing down at Hua Xiao. Do you know who I am? You have crossed me, and there will be no favorable outcome for you. You are indeed insane, resorting to violence. In this era, brute strength cannot resolve every conflict. Hua Xiao retorted defiantly from beneath Jiang Ning's foot, clearly someone with connections. Oh, it appears that your misdeeds may implicate your family as well. Humph, you have no idea who you are dealing with. Jiang Ning replied coolly. Kneel before me and pay me 1 million, then we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, I assure you, you will regret it. And there will be nowhere for you to weep. Jiang Ning spoke with an air of indifference, disdain evident in his eyes. You, ha ha, you are nothing but a lunatic. What can you possibly do to me? Release me at once, or my people will come. Just wait for your demise. Hua Xiao observed his brother making a phone call, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he menacingly addressed Jiang Ning. Very well, I am eager to witness how you intend to bring about my demise. Supported by a few individuals, Hua Xiao glared at Jiang Ning with palpable indignation, each of them brimming with defiance. Jiang Ning, upon witnessing their fierce expressions, contemplated whether he had been overly lenient in his previous actions. Just then, a procession of pink vehicles adorned with red roses arrived outside, presenting a striking spectacle. Jiang Ning, Lin Qinin, noticing the arrival of 5 or 6 cars, felt a surge of apprehension. Do not fear. With me by your side, nothing is insurmountable. I have vowed to protect you from any harm, even now. Jiang Ning lit a cigarette, imparting his calm assurance to Lin Qinin. At that moment, Lin Qinin was flustered, uncertain of how to respond, as Jiang Ning had always been embroiled in trouble due to her, and the stakes had never been trivial. A woman entered the milk tea shop, adorned in a crimson qipao, her figure graceful and her long legs accentuated by the rhythmic sound of her high heels. Trailing behind her were several bodyguards clad in suits, each towering over 6 feet, exuding an imposing aura. Sister, you have arrived. My nose has been broken. Hua Xiao rushed to her, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, that was ruthless. Today, I shall ensure his nose meets the same fate. How dare he lay a hand on my brother? He must be courting death. The Rose spoke in anger, lamenting that she had but one brother. While she usually indulged him, the reality remained that he was her sole sibling. Sister, it's him. Help me break his hands and feet, and even his nose. At this moment, Hua Xiao pointed at Jiang Ning, addressing the Rose. Damn it. The Rose swiftly retrieved a beer bottle from the trash can by the door and advanced toward Jiang Ning, who had his back turned to them. Upon catching sight of Lin Qinin, the Rose felt a flicker of familiarity, yet she could not recall where she had encountered her before. With a resounding crash, the Rose shattered the beer bottle against the table, shards of glass scattering, startling Lin Qinin into standing up. This woman was utterly domineering. Turn around. I intend to break your nose. The Rose declared with a furrowed brow, mistakenly believing her adversary remained turned out of fear. Jiang Ning calmly pivoted to face her, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, the Rose's mouth fell agape, her pupils constricting in shock, the beer bottle slipping from her grasp and shattering on the floor. So you're a Hua Mei Gui. Quite a fitting name, Jiang Ning remarked nonchalantly, exhaling a plume of smoke. Jiang Gu, it's you. I apologize. I had no idea it was you. The Rose trembled in fear, recalling the last encounter with Shun Yunqing from the Jiujiang Chamber of Commerce, who had personally visited. Through the surveillance camera, Hua Mei Gui had witnessed Jiang Ning's domineering nature. Even in the face of numerous onlookers, he had dared to seize Zhao Jiangshan. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Having provoked, Jiang Ning once more felt akin to walking straight into the line of fire. Are you really going to break my nose? Come on, give it a try. I'm right here. Show me how you intend to break my nose. Jiang Ning pointed at his own nose as he spoke to Hua Mei Gui. Suddenly, Hua Mei Gui knelt before Jiang Ning, leaving everyone in the room utterly astonished. No one expected Hua Mei Gui, known for her domineering nature, to kneel before an ordinary person. Who is he? At that moment, Hua Xiao's friends were equally shocked. If they could not provoke someone like Hua Mei Gui, how could they possibly stand up to Jiang Ning? They quickly decided to leave, wishing to avoid any potential trouble. Lin Qinin was also taken aback. How could this be? This woman was the owner of the Rose Club, notorious for her assertiveness, as Lin Qinin had heard. It suddenly dawned on her how Jiang Ning had managed to get her out of the Rose Club the last time she fainted. Sister, what are you doing? Kneeling before him? Are you really kneeling before a lunatic? Hua Xiao was utterly perplexed by his sister's actions. He had asked her to confront Jiang Ning. Yet here was Hua Mei Gui kneeling, appearing genuinely fearful, which was entirely out of character for his sister. With a resounding slap, Hua Mei Gui struck Hua Xiao across the face, the sound echoing through the room, blood splattering from his nose. You foolish boy, you dare to cause trouble for your sister? Kneel before brother Jiang and apologize. Hua Mei Gui admonished him furiously. Sister, you hit me? You actually struck me for a lunatic? At this moment, Hua Xiao felt a sense of injustice. His sister, who had always been his most cherished protector, had struck him across the face today for the sake of a lunatic. This left him in disbelief. Kneel before brother Jiang and apologize. How dare you provoke him? Are you feeling invincible now? Suddenly, Hua Mei seized a chair and swung it at Hua Xiao, the force of her blow shattering the chair into pieces. Thud! Hua Xiao fell to his knees. Despite his reluctance, he understood that if his sister continued, she might very well endanger his life. Brother Jiang, I was wrong. Hua Xiao gazed at Jiang Ning, yet his eyes betrayed no sign of remorse, still brimming with arrogance. Smack! Jiang Ning's hand landed on Hua Xiao's face. What's the matter? Not convinced. Smack! Another slap followed. Get up and hit me. Not satisfied? Come at me. If you're displeased, strike me now, don't hesitate. Jiang Ning leaned closer, inviting Hua Xiao to retaliate, but the latter, fists clenched tightly, lacked the courage to respond. He couldn't fathom why his sister seemed so intimidated by Jiang Ning. Did he possess some leverage over her? Brother Jiang, look, he has admitted his fault. Please forgive him. Hua Mei implored, presenting Jiang Ning with a check for 300,000. Here, take this as a gesture of apology from me to my brother. Jiang Ning accepted the check without hesitation, tucking it away. Take care of your brother. If he provokes me again, it will be his undoing. Jiang Ning cast a derisive glance at Hua Xiao before taking Lin Qingyin and departing from the scene. Once Jiang Ning had left, Hua Xiao turned towards Hua Mei Gui. His fists clenched tightly. Why? He inquired, a sense of urgency in his tone. This individual, Jiang Ning, single-handedly challenged the entire Zhejiang Chamber of Commerce. Thousands within the organization were unable to subdue him. Such a figure is beyond our capability to provoke. Hua Mei Gui's eyes glinted with apprehension as she addressed Hua Xiao. Instantly, a chill of sweat enveloped him. He believed every word spoken by his sister, yet he remained rendered speechless by the sheer astonishment of it all. We must concede. In the future, if we encounter Jiang Ning, we should either ingratiate ourselves or steer clear. He is not someone we can afford to antagonize. A single statement from Hua Mei Gui thoroughly extinguished the flames of vengeance that had ignited within Hua Xiao, leaving only dread in their wake. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyin stood outside, questioning Jiang Ning, her mind grappling with disbelief. Who knows? Perhaps he is simply deranged. Upon our first meeting, he knelt before me and addressed me as young Master Jiang. It's incomprehensible. He must have mistaken me for someone else. Jiang Ning, unfazed, responded, it matters little. However, Lin Qingyin was taken aback by his nonchalance. This is perilous. You are impersonating another. It is only a matter of time before the truth is revealed, and when it is, the consequences will be dire. The Rose Club is not to be trifled with. Lin Qingyin was instantly engulfed in concern, for after all, one cannot hide fire with paper. Jiang Ning had taught them a lesson and taken their money. Should the truth come to light, retribution from the Rose Club would be inevitable. This simply would not do. Moreover, you have harmed her brother. What should be done if the truth is revealed? At that moment, Lin Qingyin was exceedingly anxious, her composure beginning to fray. Jiang Ning steadied her by placing his hands on her shoulders, gazing into her eyes. Are you worried about me? Your concern warms my heart. It is truly delightful to have your care, he inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips. No, that's not it. It's not like that. Lin Qingyin stammered, her face flushing crimson, reaching down to her neck in embarrassment. The panic she had just exhibited did not escape Jiang Ning's notice, leaving her feeling somewhat mortified. Let us go, she suddenly declared, her expression shifting as she grasped Jiang Ning's arm, eager to flee the scene. Following her gaze, Jiang Ning sought to understand what could possibly instill such fear in her. He soon beheld two elegantly attired women, their fashionable outfits revealing a glimpse of their thighs, their pleated skirts swaying gracefully. What's wrong? Jiang Ning inquired as he kept pace with Lin Qingyin. Don't ask. Just hurry and leave. I don't want to see them, she replied, her face a mask of dread, clearly terrified of encountering them. Jiang Ning found it perplexing that she could be so afraid of these women. Hey, Lin Qingyin. Just then, the two women swiftly closed the distance, arms crossed before them, their expressions rife with mockery as they regarded Lin Qingyin. Lin Qingyin partially concealed her face with her hair, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes reflecting a deep-seated fear. The two women before her were Yang Wei and Zhao Qianqian, and the terror emanating from her heart seemed to accompany Lin Qingyin relentlessly. Jiang Ning could discern that Lin Qingyin was genuinely frightened. What could instill such profound fear in a person? Observing the unfolding situation, Jiang Ning noted the tremors coursing through Lin Qingyin's body and felt a pang of sympathy for her. Lin Qingyin, I heard you got married to a lunatic. Is it him? Yang Yueo assessed Jiang Ning with a disdainful gaze, perceiving him merely as a patient who had emerged from a mental institution. Oh, it's even worse. You've been cast out by the Lin family. You are no longer a distinguished young lady, but rather a harbinger of misfortune. Ha ha ha. Zhao Qianqian squinted her small eyes, fixating on Lin Qingyin with a derisive laugh. Let us depart. Lin Qingyin regarded the two women, their mockery reminiscent of the past, and her irritation had long since reached its peak. She grasped Jiang Ning's hand, intent on leaving. Where do you think you're going? Have you forgotten our agreement? Who was it that said you must respectfully address us as auntie upon seeing us? And here we are, meeting face to face. Yang Yue obstinately stood in Lin Xingyin's path, determined not to let her escape. Auntie, Lin Xingyin uttered flatly, before attempting to pull Jiang Ning away once more. Jiang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Xingyin had indeed addressed Yang Yue as auntie. This was astonishing. Given Lin Xingyin's character, one would expect her to stand resolute against such humiliation. Yet here she was, acquiescing. Return what you owe me. Do not forget, I still possess those compromising photographs of you. At that moment, Zhao Qianqian was speaking while pulling out her phone, directing the screen towards Lin Xingyin. Upon glancing at the photograph, Lin Xingyin saw herself disheveled and clad in nothing but an inappropriate image. Jiang Ning's eyes widened in shock. It turned out they possessed leverage over Lin Xingyin. Auntie, Lin Xingyin exclaimed upon realizing that Zhao Qianqian had discovered those photos and had shown them to Jiang Ning. In a panic, she rushed to cover Zhao Qianqian's phone. Oh dear, I still have more. Your earlier call of Annie was sweet enough. If you flatter me well, I might refrain from posting these pictures online. At that moment, Yang Yue also brandished the photos, waving them on the street. Please, I implore you, do not upload them online. I will comply with whatever you demand. Sisters, we are in dire need of money, 100,000, a fixed price. If you refuse, we will share them online. Zhao Chanqian proclaimed, her expression brimming with satisfaction. Fine, 100,000 it is. I beg you to delete them. Please stop threatening me. Lin Xingyin replied, beginning to retrieve her phone to transfer the funds. Stop. Jiang Ning suddenly pressed down on Lin Xingyin's hand, a glint of sharpness in her gaze. This issue was not trivial, it must be resolved. What are you insane? Hurry and pay, or we'll post your wife's photos online. Damn it, have you taken your medication? Speak like a normal person. Lunatics should hold their tongues. Go take your pills. Two women, upon witnessing Jiang Ning obstructing Lin Xingyin, were consumed by fury and unleashed a torrent of insults. Realizing that Jiang Ning hailed from a mental institution, they regarded him with disdain, dismissing him as less than human. In a swift motion, Jiang Ning seized their phones from their hands. With two resounding crashes, he shattered their devices into fragments. The women, taken aback, stared at Jiang Ning in disbelief. He had indeed destroyed their phones with such decisive brutality, reinforcing their perception of him as wild and irrational. You lunatic! You broke my phone. How dare you? One of them shouted. You imbecile! Have you taken your medication? Zhao Chanqian seethed with rage, while Yang Yue hurled even harsher epithets. Witnessing the destruction of their phones, Lin Xingyin felt a wave of relief wash over her. With the photos now obliterated, they could no longer pose a threat to her partner. Jiang Ning calmly addressed them. Now that the photos are gone, you may leave. You can no longer intimidate my wife. At his words, Yang Yue and Zhao Chanqian momentarily froze, caught off guard. They had not anticipated this level of reasoning, mistakenly believing Jiang Ning's action stemmed from a fit of madness. What are you so pleased about? I have saved Lin Xingyin's photos to my account. Unless the account is deleted, you cannot erase those images. Yang Yue retorted defiantly, hands on her hips. Though their phones were destroyed, they remained unperturbed, confident that Jiang Ning's objective had not been fulfilled. Me too. Humph. Hand over 100,000 yuan, or we will post everything online. Zhao Qianqian continued to threaten Lin Xingyin, undeterred by the loss of their phones. Jiang Ning, seething with anger, realized that these two scoundrels still had a trick up their sleeves. With a swift motion, Jiang Ning struck both women, causing them to collapse to the ground like rag dolls, their faces marked with the imprints of his hands and blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Enraged, Jiang Ning coldly confronted them. How dare you strike me? You lunatics! Just because Lin Xingyin has a boyfriend, do not assume you are alone in that regard. In a frenzy, the two women began dialing their boyfriends, intent on seeking retribution against Jiang Ning. What should we do? Lin Xingyin grasped Jiang Ning's arm, her expression one of deep concern. Do not worry, perhaps you should go have a meal first? Jiang Ning suggested, noting the hour had come for dinner. No, I cannot allow you to face this alone. Lin Xingyin resolutely declined. It is of no consequence. With me here, everything will be handled. Jiang Ning affectionately stroked Lin Xingyin's hair. No, I want to stay right here. Suddenly, Lin Xingyin's phone rang, an unexpected call from the hospital. Despite having been dismissed from her position, someone was reaching out to her. Taken aback, she answered the call. Sister Xingyin, I have a surgery that cannot proceed. The director is unavailable, and the patient is in critical condition. You must come. On the other end of the line, her close friend from the hospital was in tears. But I have been fired. I cannot go. Upon hearing her friend's distressed voice, Lin Qingyin felt a pang of sympathy. Qingyin, you cannot stand idly by while a life hangs in the balance. I am responsible for this surgery, yet midway through, complications arose that I cannot manage. The patient is on the brink of death. A life is at stake. If the patient succumbs, I will bear legal repercussions. Imprisonment awaits. Please assist me. I am willing to offer you compensation. The sobbing from the other end of the line intensified, accompanied by the scolding of family members. Lin Qingyin understood the urgency of the situation. It was her moral obligation to act. Very well. I will head over immediately, but Xiueqing, do not let the director know. She declared before abruptly ending the call. I must go. Just come to the hospital to find me later. After uttering this, Lin Qingyin disregarded everything else. Hailing a taxi and making her way to the hospital, Jiang Ning observed Lin Qingyin's retreating figure, feeling a profound sense of admiration for her kindness. Suddenly, the roar of engines filled the air as a dozen vehicles encircled Jiang Ning, drifting towards him. As the doors swung open, several individuals emerged, each wielding steel pipes. Jiang Ning recognized them as reinforcements for Zhao Qianxian and Yang Yuer. At this moment, the vehicles accelerated, their wheels screeching as they left long skid marks on the ground. Halting not far from Jiang Ning. From the cars, a throng of people disembarked, all brandishing steel pipes. The last to exit was a brash young man. Clad in a leather jacket, a black snake tattoo coiling around his neck, and a cigarette dangling from his lips. My dear husband, someone has wronged me. Just look at the mark on my face. It hurts so much. At that moment, Yang Yuer suddenly threw herself into the embrace of the young man, sobbing and appearing utterly fragile. Meanwhile, from another vehicle emerged another young man, and Zhao Qianxian hurriedly approached him. Li Gu, I have been wronged as well. Just look at the handprint on my face. Damn it. How dare they strike my woman? Li Gu glanced at the mark on Zhao Qianxian's face, feeling a pang of heartache, while simultaneously sensing that his authority had been challenged. The newcomers were Zhao Qianxian's husband and Yang Yuer's husband, known as Li Xiao and Zhou Xiao, respectively. They were both notorious rascals in the area, akin to Hua Xiao, and shared a similar disposition. Is it him? Zhou Xiao inquired, his expression filled with fury as he looked at Yang Yuer. It is him. Li Gu, please help me teach him a lesson, Zhao Qianxian added, her face etched with grievance. At that moment, Li Xiao and Zhou Xiao, along with their entourage, made their way toward Jiang Ning. Their demeanor haughty and their gazes filled with disdain. Together, Li Xiao and Zhou Xiao commanded a group of over 30 men, each wielding steel pipes. Closing in on Jiang Ning. Li Gu, be careful, he is insane. Zhao Qianxian warned Li Xiao. Insane? Zhou Xiao mused, somewhat intrigued, as he had not anticipated his opponent to be unhinged. Hearing that Jiang Ning was considered insane did provide Zhou Xiao with a slight sense of relief. Yet it did nothing to quell his wrath. With a sudden motion, Zhou Xiao poured an entire bottle of mineral water onto the ground, the liquid cascading down in a tumultuous stream. You, bow down and drink this bottle of mineral water, and this matter will be resolved. Considering your mental state, I shall show leniency. Zhou spoke first, addressing Jiang Ning, while he looked at him with a mocking expression. Suddenly, Jiang Ning seized the bottle of mineral water and poured it all over the ground. A puddle of water mingled with mud swiftly transformed into filthy liquid. You too. Whoever drinks the water from the ground first shall be spared for the time being. The one who is slow shall lose a hand. Jiang Ning stood unfazed before the 30 or so encircling him, his expression betraying no hint of fear. Oh, attempting to play tricks? No one in Zhonghai dares to speak to me in such a manner. Li's interest was piqued, a smirk forming on his lips, pondering who had emboldened Jiang Ning to utter such words. Drink the water from the ground quickly, lest we force your head down to do so, Yang Yuer shouted loudly. Still feeling the sting from Jiang Ning's earlier slap, her teeth clenched in anger, wishing she could eliminate him. For heaven's sake, drink the water from the ground already. Stop dawdling. Zhao Qianxian stood with her hands on her hips, amusement dancing in her eyes, having been struck by him. She was determined to ensure Jiang Ning would face consequences. Zhou directly reached out, taking the steel pipe from his subordinate, advancing toward Jiang Ning. Drink the water from the ground. Zhou thrust the steel pipe toward Jiang Ning's nose, his eyes wide and fierce in appearance. I will count to 3. Whoever drinks the water first shall be spared. The other shall lose a hand. At this moment, Jiang Ning was also exasperated, finding himself threatened. He scoffed, his voice colder than Zhou Xiao's. 1. Jiang Ning began counting, his eyes narrowing slightly. Let us not waste time. It's merely a lunatic. Just strike him, break his legs, and toss him into a garbage bin. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Zhou Xiao felt quite juvenile, realizing he was bargaining with a madman. If a lunatic were frightened, he wouldn't he truly be mad. Zhou Xiao raised the steel rod in his hand and aimed for Jiang Ning's head, while Jiang Ning clenched his fist, preparing to shatter Zhou Xiao's arm. Just then, a red sedan screeched to a halt, the sound piercing the air. Everyone turned towards the noise, and a woman emerged from the vehicle. Clad in a bunny costume, she possessed an exquisite figure, strutting towards them with a playful sway. Her head adorned with cute bunny ears. It was none other than Zhao Fanqi. Miss Zhao? Zhou Xiao and Li Xiao exchanged astonished glances. The Zhao family was a formidable entity, one they could never provoke. Typically, Zhao Fanqi would not even spare them a glance, yet now she approached them, causing an unsettling feeling among the group. Miss Zhao. Miss Zhao. As Zhao Fanqi gracefully approached, Zhou Xiao and Li Xiao bowed in deference, greeting her. However, Zhao Fanqi didn't even acknowledge them, walking directly past them until she stood before Jiang Ning. Master, your maid Zhao Fanqi is at your service. Please, command me. Zhao Fanqi gracefully performed the gesture of a maid before Jiang Ning, her face adorned with a smile. This scene left all present in a state of astonishment, gazing at Jiang Ning in disbelief. You have arrived as a maid rather too late. Do you seek a reprimand? Jiang Ning remarked, playfully pinching Zhao Fanqi's cheek. Zhao Fanqi, compliant and obedient, nodded earnestly. I apologize, master. It shall not happen again. She bowed deeply to Jiang Ning in a gesture of contrition. The crowd was further astounded. Zhao Fanqi was indeed Jiang Ning's maid, showing her profound respect. Who would dare to pinch Zhao Fanqi's cheek? Yet, Jiang Ning did so without hesitation. The level of reverence Zhao Fanqi held for Jiang Ning raised questions about her identity. Was she perhaps a figure of immense significance? As this thought crossed their minds, both Li Xiao and Zhou Xiao trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads as they contemplated how to extricate themselves from this situation. Miss Zhao, why are you about to a lunatic? He hails from a mental institution. Yang Yue inquired, her confusion evident. This incident had become common knowledge, turning Lin Qingyin into a subject of ridicule. Upon hearing Yang Yue's question, a dark line appeared on Li Xiao's forehead. He chastised her internally for her foolishness. Indeed, he is a lunatic. Miss Zhao must have mistaken him for someone else. How could you possibly be his maid? Zhao Qianqian also questioned, her words causing Zhou Xiao to feel a surge of fear. Moments ago, he had silently prayed not to utter anything as foolish as Yang Yue, only for Zhao Qianqian to inadvertently voice it. In a sudden outburst, Zhao Fanqi struck Zhao Qianqian and Yang Yue across their faces, causing them to stagger back. What do you think you are? How dare you label my master as insane? Zhao Fanqi seethed with indignation, having just referred to Jiang Ning as her master, only to have these two imbeciles declare him mad. Was she not insulted by association? You blind fools, how dare you casually tarnish my master's name with such a label? It is you two who are truly deranged. Kneel before me and apologize to my master. Zhao Fanqi's furious roar sent shivers down the spines of Zhou Xiao and Li Xiao, rendering them motionless, unsure of how this confrontation would conclude. It was evident from Zhao Fanqi's demeanor that she had no intention of letting this matter rest. With a thud, both Zhao Qianqian and Yang Yue fell to their knees, trembling as they recalled their foolish words, akin to throwing themselves into the line of fire. We were wrong. Please forgive us. We are sorry, they cried, offering their apologies to Jiang Ning. Stepping forward, Jiang Ning handed them his phone. Log in and delete the photos, he commanded succinctly, bypassing any superfluous dialogue. Hastily, Yang Yue and Zhao Qianqian accessed Jiang Ning's account and deleted the unflattering images of Lin Qingyin. The content of those photos, now visible to Zhao Fanqi, ignited her fury further. It was the gravest affront to a woman. Zhao Fanqi began to grasp the underlying reasons for the conflict between the two parties. The photograph in question, it turns out, featured Lin Qingyin's avatar, while the lower half was artificially composed, not genuine, merely crafted to appear realistic. At this moment, Yang Yue spoke the truth, and Jiang Ning sighed in relief. You too, let me reiterate, whoever drinks the mineral water on the ground first shall be spared. Jiang Ning declared to Zhou Xiao and Li Xiao. The two exchanged glances before lunging at the spilled mineral water with the ferocity of ravenous hounds. Zhou Xiao and Li Xiao soon became embroiled in a scuffle, ultimately resulting in Li Xiao successfully toppling Zhou Xiao and hastily gulping down the water from the ground, akin to a stray dog quenching its thirst. Jiang Ning, wielding a steel pipe, approached Zhou Xiao's side. Ah, you failed to seize it. How unfortunate. But alas, it seems you might lose a hand. Jiang Ning coldly twisted the pipe in his hands, gazing indifferently at Zhou Xiao. With a sudden thud, Zhou Xiao knelt before Jiang Ning, panic etched across his face. Why yes. I apologize, spare me. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong. Zhou Xiao exclaimed, terror-stricken. Throughout the encounter, Jiang Ning maintained a demeanor of icy detachment, leaving Zhou Xiao feeling utterly unsettled, yet it was evident that Jiang Ning was no stranger to ruthlessness. Just moments ago, you were quite formidable, spitting water on the ground and challenging me to drink it. Do be so bold again, and let us see who emboldened you to confront me, Jiang Ning. He taunted Zhou Xiao, a mocking expression adorning his face. I'm sorry. I shall never dare again. Zhou Xiao lamented, filled with regret, never having anticipated that Jiang Ning was the master of Zhao Fanqi, a figure held in the highest esteem by Zhao Fanqi himself. A person he could never hope to provoke. It is too late. Jiang Ning swung a steel rod, striking Zhou Yun's arm with a forceful blow. Zhou Yun's anguished screams echoed like a slaughtered pig as Jiang Ning shattered his arm. Get lost. Jiang Ning bellowed, causing Zhou Xiao and Li Xiao, along with their entourage, to flee in a state of panic. At that moment, Yang Yuer and Zhao Qianqian also rose from the ground, preparing to escape. Jiang Ning shouted at Zhao Qianqian and Yang Yuer, prompting them to turn and kneel once more before him. Brother, what is the matter? We have deleted the photos, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Qianqian and Yang Yuer pleaded as they knelt before Jiang Ning. Is deleting them enough? Remain kneeling here until nightfall. If I find you haven't stayed down until then, you shall face my wrath. Jiang Ning warned. Yes, we will certainly kneel until nightfall. We will not rise until then. Understood, brother. Zhao Qianqian, shaken by the sight of Zhou Xiao's broken arm, feared that Jiang Ning would not hesitate to act against women either. Let us go, Jiang Ning instructed Zhao Fanqi, who then drove away. Dear master, where shall we head? Zhao Fanqi inquired sweetly, her rabbit ears twitching as she spoke. To Rongguang Hospital, to see my wife, Jiang Ning replied. Very well, master. Zhao Fanqi pressed the accelerator and sped towards the hospital. Why have you suddenly come here? Did you not refuse to be my maid? Jiang Ning inquired, taken aback. He had nearly forgotten about the matter. Mr. Zhao had gifted him a helicopter, which he deemed sufficient, yet unexpectedly. Zhao Fanqi had chosen to come and serve as his maid. It's merely for 3 days, it's not a bother. You saved my beloved grandfather, and upon reflection, your request seems quite reasonable, so I decided to come. Consider it an apology for any previous disrespect I may have shown you. Zhao Fanqi spoke while driving. Jiang Ning leisurely reclined in the back seat, admiring Zhao Fanqi's attire, which was indeed striking. Such a unique sight was not easily replicated. Seeing Fanqi dressed as a bunny girl accentuated her figure, captivating Jiang Ning's gaze. Oh dear, I seem to be in trouble. Zhao Fanqi glanced into the rearview mirror, her brow furrowed with evident impatience. What's wrong? Jiang Ning asked, puzzled by the sudden shift in her demeanor. Do you see that car behind us? It belongs to Zheng Gangxiang from Shanghai. He has been pursuing me for 3 years, and it's quite bothersome. Why can't he just give up? Zhao Fanqi expressed her irritation at the mention of Zheng Gangxiang. Jiang Ning turned to observe the black vehicle trailing behind, where Zheng Gangxiang, dressed casually, was fervently chasing after Zhao Fanqi's car, his anxious expression unmistakable. He is rather handsome, Jiang Ning remarked after catching a glimpse of Zheng Gangxiang through the rear window, forming his first impression. As for him, he is quite good-looking, though not my type. My preference leans towards a man akin to a warrior. Someone who can shield me from the storms of life, a man with a strong sense of masculinity, who could be my husband, Zhao Fanqi. This Zheng Gangxiang is obstinate, filled with animosity, and possesses a strong sense of jealousy. He is impulsive and easily angered, not someone of great caliber. At the very least, if he were a bit more gentle, I might have accepted him. He has been pursuing me for 3 years, and it has become rather tiresome, as he clings to me every day. Zhao Fanqi felt a surge of irritation as she noticed Zheng Gangxiang's car tailing her closely in the rearview mirror, prompting her to press the accelerator and speed ahead. Zhao Fanqi accelerated the car further in an attempt to shake off Zheng Gangxiang. Jiang Ning observed that her speed had reached 70 miles per hour and frowned. Why drive so fast? If he catches up, so be it. Just let him follow. This could lead to danger. Jiang Ning felt that the current speed was perilous and cautioned Zhao Fanqi. No, I'm worried he might catch up and harm you. There was a time when a boy pursued me, and Zheng Gangxiang ended up beating him up. Then there was another young master who showed interest in me, and Zheng Gangxiang broke his hand. I'm concerned he could pose a threat to you. In such a situation, I, a mere woman, would be unable to stop him. If he truly assaults you, I wouldn't be able to intervene, Zhao Fanqi explained, fully aware of Zhang Gongxiang's temperament. Jiang Ning chuckled softly, realizing that Zhang Gongxiang truly harbored strong feelings for Zhao Fanqi. At that moment, Zhang Gongxiang's vehicle suddenly accelerated, racing towards Zhao Fanqi at a speed of 100 miles per hour, aligning itself parallel to her car. In the next instant, Zhang Gongxiang reduced his speed to 80 miles per hour before abruptly slamming on the brakes. The entire car skidded and drifted, its tires screeching against the asphalt, leaving a trail of sparks as it halted 100 meters in front of Zhao Fanqi. Startled by Zhang Gongxiang's reckless maneuver, Zhao Fanqi hastily pressed her brakes, ultimately stomping down hard. While her vehicle came to a standstill, it continued to slide forward. The jarring sound of screeching brakes filled the air as Zhao Fanqi's car narrowly missed colliding with Zhang Gongxiang's by a mere 5 meters. Enraged, Zhao Fanqi exited her vehicle just as Zhang Gongxiang stepped out of his own. Are you insane? You fear nothing for your life, yet I should be afraid? Are you trying to kill yourself? Zhao Fanqi scolded Zhang Gongxiang loudly, her anger palpable. Zhang Gongxiang, however, ignored her and marched towards her car. Who is the man inside? Who is he? Damn it, how dare he pursue my girl? Get out of the car! Zhang Gongxiang shouted, pointing at Jiang Ning inside the vehicle, his fury unabated as he refused to allow any man to approach Zhao Fanqi. What are you doing? Stop it! Zhao Fanqi pleaded, attempting to restrain Zhang Gongxiang. But he shook her off. He flung open the car door, glaring at Jiang Ning. Who are you, damn it? Get out of the car. I've never even sat in Zhao Fanqi's vehicle, yet you seem quite at ease. Get out. Hurry. Zhang Gongxiang furiously pointed at Jiang Ning, demanding that he exit the vehicle. Jiang Ning, unfazed by the anger directed at him, unfastened his seatbelt and prepared to comply. It was evident that Zhang Gongxiang harbored deep feelings for Zhao Fanqi, as his wrath seemed to stem from jealousy. Do you have a death wish to be driving my woman? Zhang Gongxiang shouted angrily at Jiang Ning, his temper flaring at the sight of Zhao Fanqi in the company of another man. Upon hearing Zhang Gongxiang's words, Zhao Fanqi's ire was ignited as well. Zhang Gongxiang, who do you think you are to claim me as yours? Please refrain from tarnishing my reputation with your fabrications. I am not yours. Zhao Fanqi admonished Zhang Gongxiang. Feeling suffocated by his aggressive demeanor, Zhang Gongxiang dismissed her protestations, his gaze fixated on Jiang Ning. Get out. Zhao Fanqi is mine, and you have no right to covet her. Leave this instant. He bellowed, barely able to contain his fury. I assure you, I share only a platonic friendship with Zhao Fanqi. You need not worry, I have no intention of usurping your claim over her, as I am already married. Jiang Ning replied calmly, believing that clarification would suffice. Indeed, he is my grandfather's physician, and I am merely seeing him off at my grandfather's request. At that moment, Zhao Fanqi feared for Jiang Ning's safety, aware of the stark difference in their physical stature, Zhang Gongxiang towering at 6 feet while Jiang Ning stood at 5'7", leaving the latter at a distinct disadvantage. Zhao Fanqi understood that she needed to navigate the situation delicately, urging Zhang Gongxiang to calm down before addressing the matter further. Nonsense. I inquired with Zhao Qianqian and others, who informed me that this scoundrel is your master and you are his servant. He even dared to pinch your face. I have never touched your face, yet this insolent wretch had the audacity to use his filthy hands on you. He claims to be a doctor. Do you think I am a fool? There is a reason for Zhang Gongxiang's fury. It is not as it seems. He truly is a doctor. Zhao Fanqi grew increasingly anxious, struggling to find a way to elucidate the situation to Zhang Gongxiang. Then why are you dressed as a maid? Or rather, a bunny girl? Do you think I am blind? Zhang Gongxiang and Zhao Fanqi engaged in a heated debate, his anger palpable, leaving Zhao Fanqi at a loss for words, unsure how to clarify matters. Jiang Ning, you should leave at once. I will handle this here. Observing Zhang Gongxiang's heightened agitation, Zhao Fanqi urged Jiang Ning to depart. Very well, I shall take my leave. Jiang Ning, uncertain of Lin Qingyin's condition in the hospital, lamented the absence of a call from her, hoping to reunite with Lin Qingyin. Damn it, don't go. At that moment, Zhang Gongxiang positioned himself squarely in front of Jiang Ning, unyielding. What are you doing? Seeing Zhang Gongxiang's intent to confront Jiang Ning, Zhao Fanqi quickly grasped his arm. Today this affair is far from over. I allowed you to ride in Zhao Fanqi's car. Are you worthy to enter my woman's vehicle? The entire Shanghai knows that Zhao Fanqi is mine. No one dares to approach. Who the hell are you to offend me? This matter is not concluded, Zhang Gongxiang declared, his voice laced with fury. I caution you, I have already shown you mercy. Please be mindful of your words. I have refrained from taking action out of jealousy. Yet if you continue in this manner, do not blame me for demanding that you kneel while addressing me." At this moment, Jiang Ning felt a surge of anger. Initially in good spirits, he found his patience waning as Zheng Gangxiang's provocations escalated. In Zheng Gangxiang's eyes, Jiang Ning's tolerance appeared as weakness. What an absurdity! The very notion of compelling me to kneel is laughable. In a fit of rage, Zheng Gangxiang retrieved a baton from the trunk. "Now kneel and admit your faults. Calling me father. Moreover, swear that from this day forth, you shall maintain your distance from Zhao Fanqi. Should you utter a single dissenting word, I shall shatter your skull." Zheng Gangxiang threatened Jiang Ning, recognizing him as a formidable opponent. Jiang Ning remained composed throughout, which only intensified Zheng Gangxiang's resolve to crush him. "What is your intention? It is not as you presume. Zheng Gangxiang, I must warn you. First, I am not your woman. Second, do not intimidate my friends. Do you comprehend?" Zhao Fanqi addressed Zheng Gangxiang, yet he paid her no heed, his focus solely on Jiang Ning. "Kneel and call me father," Zheng Gangxiang snarled, brandishing the baton threateningly at Jiang Ning's nose, his expression menacing. If tolerance could foster understanding, it is indeed commendable. However, if it fails to do so, then there is no need for such forbearance. "Very well." Jiang Ning's lips curved into a slight smile as he effortlessly drew Zhao Fanqi into his embrace. In an instant, Zhao Fanqi found herself enveloped in Jiang Ning's arms, whereupon he planted a kiss upon her crimson lips. The sound of the kiss echoed in the air, causing Zheng Gangxiang's mind to momentarily buzz with disbelief. Jiang Ning released Zhao Fanqi, striking a pose with his hands on his hips. He taunted Zheng Gangxiang. "I've just made a move on your woman. What will you do about it?" Zhao Fanqi was momentarily taken aback, her mind a blank canvas as she absent-mindedly licked her lips, at a loss for words. Zheng Gangxiang's eyes widened in shock. The woman he cherished was kissed right before him by Jiang Ning. Once the reality sank in, a wave of fury surged through Zheng Gangxiang, causing his body to tremble with rage. The thought of his beloved being kissed by another man before his very eyes was unbearable. "How dare you?" Zheng Gangxiang roared in fury, raising his baton to strike Jiang Ning. "Stop!" Zhao Fanqi cried out, instinctively placing herself between Jiang Ning and Zheng Gangxiang. "Get out of the way." Jiang Ning swiftly pulled Zhao Fanqi aside and then launched a powerful kick towards Zheng Gangxiang. With a thud, Zheng Gangxiang fell to his knees, a spray of crimson blood erupting from his mouth as Jiang Ning's kick landed with significant force. At this moment, Zhao Fanqi gasped in astonishment. Jiang Ning had actually struck Zheng Gangxiang with such ferocity that he was left spitting blood. How brutal could that kick possibly be? "I have already told you that you would kneel and speak to me," Jiang Ning remarked with an air of indifference. He had shown mercy towards Zheng Gangxiang, yet the latter refused to relent, and this outcome was entirely of his own making. "Damn it!" Zheng Gangxiang exclaimed, filled with indignation. Rising from the ground, he once again raised the baton in his hand, aiming for Jiang Ning's head. In a swift motion, Jiang Ning seized the baton from Zheng Gangxiang, pulling it forcefully until the spring within was rendered perfectly straight. Zheng Gangxiang stood dumbfounded, his mind momentarily blank. Jiang Ning then handed the now straightened baton back to him, saying, "Be wise about this. There are limits to tolerance." With that, Jiang Ning turned to leave, gazing at the baton in his hands. Zheng Gangxiang was astonished by the sheer strength required to straighten the spring forged from high-quality steel. This was a mechanical baton. Even a bull would struggle to achieve such a feat. At that moment, cold sweat drenched Zheng Gangxiang. He realized he was no match for Jiang Ning. He stared blankly at Jiang Ning's retreating figure. As Jiang Ning walked towards Lin Qingyin's hospital, he felt little anger towards Zheng Gangxiang. It was merely jealousy that stirred his emotions. However, should Zheng Gangxiang continue to be obstinate, Jiang Ning would not hesitate to incapacitate him by straightening the baton. Jiang Ning had extended a chance for Zheng Gangxiang to reconsider his actions. Before long, Jiang Ning arrived at Rongguang Hospital, where he began searching for Lin Qingyin. The hospital was vast, so he decided to call Lin Qingyin in hopes of locating her. "Hello?" After a brief pause, a stranger woman answered the call. "Where's Qingyin?" "I am Lin Qingyin's husband." Without hesitation, Jiang Ning inquired about Lin Qingyin. "You are her husband? Yet she has you saved as crazy person." The woman replied, somewhat astonished. Clearly misunderstanding and assuming a nuisance was bothering Lin Qingyin. "That's normal. It's merely playful banter. I have her saved as crazy woman," Jiang Ning remarked, feeling a twinge of disappointment upon learning that Lin Qingyin had labeled him in such a manner, but he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, I see. Please come to the third floor, emergency room." Lin Qinin is currently in surgery. It has been several hours, and this patient is quite complicated. You will have to wait. The woman informed him. Understood. Jiang Ning replied before hanging up and heading to the third floor. Upon arriving, he spotted a woman in a pink nurse's uniform holding Lin Qinin's phone and recognized her as the one he had spoken with. Peering through the emergency room window, Jiang Ning observed the bustling Lin Qinin, clad in a doctor's white coat, a mask covering her face, with beads of sweat trickling down her forehead as she diligently performed the surgery. It was truly a pity. A remarkable doctor like Lin Qinin seemed to have unknowingly offended the director, resulting in her dismissal. The woman clad in a pink nurse's uniform spoke with a hint of regret. You are Lin Qinin's husband, aren't you? Greetings, I am Wang Xueqing, Lin Qinin's close friend for over a decade. She extended her hand towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, acknowledging her, felt an increased fondness for Wang Xueqing. Knowing she had been Lin Qinin's confidant for so long, you two married rather swiftly. I distinctly recall that day when Lin Qinin suddenly sent me a message announcing her marriage. It was all so abrupt and unexpected, Wang Xueqing remarked with a smile. Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly, as Lin Qinin's dear friend, she must have shared everything with you, so there is no need for surprise. Wang Xueqing chuckled shyly, reminiscing about the day of the wedding when Lin Qinin had called her in tears, lamenting that she had married a lunatic. Wang Xueqing had been incensed for quite some time, never anticipating she would encounter Jiang Ning so soon. She conversed with Jiang Ning with utmost caution, fearful of provoking him and triggering any erratic behavior. Observing Wang Xueqing's discomfort, Jiang Ning chose not to elaborate further and instead wandered through the bustling hospital, where crowds ebbed and flowed. He witnessed several patients in distress, some crying out for their parents, others battling heart conditions, and a few undergoing neurosurgery. As Jiang Ning observed these individuals, he was struck by a wave of reflection, pondering how many souls struggle to survive in this world. In the midst of such melancholy, he realized the true value of his own health and well-being, grateful for the simple blessing of having good arms and legs. At that moment, several uniformed men burst in, dispersing the crowd, while a few doctors hurriedly carried a stretcher towards the emergency room. Make way, make way, Mo Xiaoan shouted as he pushed through the throng. Attempting to clear a path, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, observing the scene. There lay Mo Tian on the stretcher, a gaping wound on his head. Blood streaming down and soaking the stretcher, droplets pattering onto the floor. What has happened? Jiang Ning pondered in confusion. How could this be? Wasn't Mo Tian a public servant? Who would dare to attack him? He made his way over, and with a cacophony, dozens of uniformed personnel swiftly cleared the way while several doctors rushed with the stretcher. They dashed directly into the emergency room, commencing the treatment. Mo Xiaonan anxiously paced outside the emergency room, wringing his hands in distress. What happened? Jiang Ning inquired calmly. Mo Xiaonan, surprised to see Jiang Ning, exclaimed, Brother Jiang, what brings you here? His astonishment was palpable, yet the question was of little concern to him. My wife is undergoing surgery at this hospital, so I came to check on her, Jiang Ning replied ambiguously. My brother was on a mission and unexpectedly fell into a trap, ambushed by those lunatics. If it weren't for his brothers fighting valiantly, he might have already met his demise. Though he was not deceased, the situation was dire. A large hole had been struck in his head, resulting in a significant loss of blood. I fear. Before Mo Xiaonan could finish his words, he choked back tears, his eyes reddening, unable to continue. It's all right. Medical technology is remarkably advanced now. He will be fine, Jiang Ning reassured, patting Mo Xiaonan's shoulder. Heaven, please let my brother be safe. I implore you. Mo Xiaonan clasped his hands together, fervently praying. After a short while, the emergency room door swung open, and a female doctor emerged, removing her mask to reveal a delicate visage. Doctor, how is my brother? Mo Xiaonan rushed to inquire upon seeing her. I am sorry, the patient has succumbed. We did our utmost. The doctor's words plunged Mo Xiaonan into despair. He trembled, stepping back as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing to the ground. But Jiang Ning quickly supported him. The doctor then returned to the emergency room, preparing to remove Mo Yuntian's oxygen tube, as the urgency of the situation demanded swift action. Other patients would soon arrive, leaving little time for transfer. Jiang Ning cast a worried glance at Mo Yuntian on the hospital bed, his brow furrowed. Brother, how could you leave us like this? Our parents entrusted us to support one another. What am I to do without you? Mo Xiaonan wailed, collapsing onto the bed, overwhelmed by grief. Do not remove the oxygen tube. There is still hope. Jiang Ning observed the female doctor preparing to remove Mo Yuntian's oxygen tube and promptly intervened. Do not fret. I will save your brother. Grant me 10 minutes. Jiang Ning declared. What? You can save him? Mo Xiaonan exclaimed, astonished and somewhat incredulous, yet filled with joy, for he recognized Jiang Ning was no ordinary individual. Indeed, I am here to rescue him, Jiang Ning replied as he produced silver needles, ready to administer treatment. What are you doing? The emergency room is exceedingly busy. He is already deceased. Your efforts are futile. Who are you? Do you possess a medical license? The female doctor regarded Jiang Ning's attempts to revive the patient with great displeasure, convinced that the man was beyond saving and that his actions were merely wasting time and undermining her professional skills, thus occupying valuable space in the emergency room. I have stated that I can save him. I shall indeed do so. Silence yourself. Time is of the essence. There is no room for explanation, Jiang Ning retorted, beginning to sterilize the silver needles with a lighter in preparation for the procedure. What are you doing? This man is already dead. Look at the monitor. The heart rate has flatlined, and the ventilator is not functioning. He is clearly lifeless, the female doctor insisted, relentless in her assertions, before attempting to forcibly remove the oxygen tube. With a swift motion, Jiang Ning struck her hand, causing her to recoil in pain. Security! Security! Someone is attacking medical personnel. Hurry! The female doctor cried out in alarm. Jiang Ning struck the female doctor's hand with great force, causing her to clutch it in excruciating pain. Security! Security! Help! Someone has attacked the medical staff. Hurry! The female doctor cried out. Instantly, several individuals clad in security uniforms rushed into the emergency room, brandishing their batons. In an instant, the entire emergency room was filled with security personnel prepared to subdue Jiang Ning. Mo Xiaonan, there is no time to waste. If you wish for your brother to survive, buy me 10 minutes, Jiang Ning declared, proceeding to administer acupuncture to Mo Yuntian's head, disregarding everything else. Mo Xiaonan, observing the unwavering confidence in Jiang Ning's eyes, found himself in a dilemma. Causing a commotion in the hospital could lead to the loss of his position, as this would be deemed unreasonable disruption. Mo Xiaonan weighed his options internally. Come on, subdue him. No one is allowed to approach. At last, Mo Xiaonan made his decision. Nothing was more important than his brother's life. With a commanding shout, he instructed his men outside, and dozens of individuals in black attire brandished their batons, intimidating the security personnel within the room. Come out. Step outside immediately. Otherwise, we will resort to force. Mo Xiaonan's brothers shouted in unison, their voices resonating with authority, each one well-trained. What? Mo Xiaonan, you must recognize the gravity of your actions. You must understand what you are doing. Disturbing the hospital is a serious offense. With a single phone call, I can ensure you face consequences. The female doctor, displaying remarkable courage, rebuked Mo Xiaonan. Everyone, lower your weapons and exit immediately. Disturbing a hospital is a grave offense, one that you cannot afford to bear. The consequences could lead to expulsion or, at the very least, a lengthy imprisonment. The female doctor pointed towards Mo Xiaonan's companions outside, causing them to exchange fearful glances. Brothers, let us go. I will shoulder this alone. Mo Xiaonan waved his hand at his comrades outside, unwilling to let them bear the weight of his predicament. Immediately, the group of uniformed personnel began to retreat, acutely aware of the severe repercussions and recognizing the irrationality of Mo Xiaonan's actions. You, get this scoundrel out of here at once. Cease this pretense of saving lives, she admonished. No one can cure what I cannot. The ventilator has ceased, the heart rate has stopped, and the heart no longer beats. He is clearly deceased. The deceased must be honored. Yet you allow this fool to meddle with your brother's corpse. You truly are misguided. The female doctor scolded passionately, viewing the situation as sheer folly. Mo Xiaonan cast a glance at Jiang Ning, who was diligently administering acupuncture to Mo Yuntian, each needle inserted with precision. Even if revival seemed unlikely, there remained a glimmer of hope. Mo Xiaonan believed that miracles occur for those who steadfastly maintain their faith. Security, apprehend this troublemaker. He is disrupting the hospital and must be sent to where he belongs. The female doctor pointed at Jiang Ning, her hand still aching from the blow he had delivered. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as security personnel surged towards Jiang Ning, intent on subduing him. It was a fight for survival. Mo Xiaonan was acutely aware of the impending consequences. The following day, the newspapers would reveal the scandal of his tumultuous outburst at the hospital, branding him a criminal and leading to his expulsion. In a fit of rage, he forcefully kicked open the door, sending the first security guard sprawling 3 meters away, and with a single punch, he incapacitated another. The remaining guards rushed towards him in a chaotic frenzy, but Mo Xiaonan, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. The guards, no match for his fury, soon lay groaning on the ground. Whoever dares to approach will meet their end. Can you not wait for just 10 minutes? His eyes ablaze with determination. He surveyed the onlookers. He had to hold on until the very last moment. Though he harbored doubts about Jiang Ning's ability to save his brother, he was resolute in seizing any glimmer of hope. Enough, you madman, a doctor exclaimed, her voice rising in exasperation. You've caused chaos for 10 minutes. If everyone did the same, this hospital would descend into madness. Regret it? Not a chance, she added, picking up the phone to call for assistance. Prepare to be apprehended. Disrupting the hospital is intolerable, she scolded him vehemently. Unfazed, Mo Xiaonan resolved to risk everything for his brother's sake, contemplating that even if the heavens fell, it would be worth it for a chance at salvation. Moments later, an overwhelming number of vehicles descended upon the hospital, and over 100 individuals stormed in, brandishing steel pipes. Mo Xiaonan, have you lost your mind? Openly provoking the hospital and causing chaos? Are you not concerned about your future? At that moment, a middle-aged man stormed in, and upon seeing Mo Xiaonan, he bellowed. Mo Xiaonan was taken aback, recognizing his father, his eyes displaying a hint of surprise. Nevertheless, he managed to steady his emotions in a short span of time. Father, I apologize, but I cannot heed your words. Please grant me 10 minutes. I must see for myself. He implored his superior, his gaze filled with desperation. Absolutely not. The loss of your brother weighs heavily on us all. But that is no excuse for your reckless behavior. As your father, I share in this pain. Now, I demand you to come out immediately, Mo Xiaonan's father declared, his presence commanding respect without the need for anger. He initially assumed it was a trivial matter, but was alarmed to discover it involved his son. Without hesitation, he rushed to intervene. I'm sorry. I refuse to listen. Come at me if you must, but you are aware of my abilities. It won't be an easy feat. Just then, several doctors appeared, carrying a stretcher with an unconscious individual lying upon it, a knife protruding from their chest, blood gushing forth, their condition dire. The doctors, noticing the crowd and the bustling emergency room, anxiously inquired, Look, I told you, every second of delay increases the danger in our emergency room. Mo Xiaonan, your disruptions are preventing us from treating the patients in critical need. Can you bear the responsibility if a life is lost? At that moment, the female doctor anxiously spoke, observing the newly admitted patient who was on the brink of collapse as the emergency room's ventilator and heart rate monitor continued to beep. Yet, Mo Xiaonan and Jiang Ning stood resolutely in their positions, unwilling to yield. I command you one final time, step aside immediately. Otherwise, I shall resort to force, Mo Xiaonan's father declared, directing his words at him. Mo Xiaonan, fixated on the critically ill patient, realized that time was of the essence. Delay was no longer an option. However, Jiang Ning remained deeply focused on saving his brother, and the moment he stepped aside, his brother's fate would be sealed. There would be no hope left. Mo Xiaonan, come out. This is your first warning. Mo Xiaonan's father pointed at him, issuing his final command, while those behind the middle-aged man drew out their batons, preparing for confrontation. Come out. This is your second warning. The middle-aged man continued, his gaze unwavering as his companions bent forward, poised to charge. Mo Xiaonan, drenched in sweat, suddenly felt the weight of the world pressing down upon him. Jiang Ning assured him that he could save his brother, but only if he endured. If he faltered, Mo Xiaonan would lose his brother forever. His own boss was delivering the last ultimatum. After 3 warnings, he would undoubtedly be apprehended. Mo Xiaonan was at a loss, trembling all over, torn between his unwillingness to move and the unbearable pressure of the situation. Mo Xiaonan, this is your third and final warning, his father proclaimed. In an instant, those behind him surged toward Mo Xiaonan, determined to subdue him. Mo Xiaonan observed the multitude rushing towards him, and in that instant, he resolved with unwavering determination, Brother, in this lifetime, allow me to fight for you one last time, to protect you once more. For your sake, I shall turn the world upside down. He immediately assumed a defensive stance, prepared to charge forth, his fist clenched tightly, ready to vanquish all who stood before him. Victory was within his grasp. Suddenly, Jiang Ning swiftly drew a silver needle and shouted, Beep, beep, beep. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the heart rate monitor began its rhythmic operation. The ventilator emitted a soft whir, and the computer displayed the heart rate of Mo Yuntian. With a gasp, Mo Yuntian's eyes flew open, yet the excruciating pain engulfing him elicited a guttural cry of agony. Where am I? Am I dead? He uttered. surveying the faces of the individuals in the hospital. I'm alive. It's a miracle. The realization struck him with overwhelming disbelief. Countless onlookers were left in utter shock. Their mouths agape, eyes wide with astonishment, as they absorbed the surreal scene before them. The room fell into a hushed silence, save for the beeping of the heart monitor, the whirring of the ventilator, and the sound of Mo Yuntian's labored breaths. Numerous nurses and doctors were equally astounded. The very individual they had pronounced dead had been revived by Jiang Ning, a mysterious figure lacking a medical license, who had performed such an extraordinary medical feat. The female doctor felt a burning shame wash over her, as if she had nearly committed an act of murder. Bring me the scalpel, anesthetic, and masks. We must act decisively to save him. The female doctor shouted, followed closely by several nurses, all rushing into the emergency room. In that moment, the hearts of everyone present surged with fervor. A miraculous feat, an impossible endeavor, was being accomplished by Jiang Ning. At this juncture, Jiang Ning emerged from the medical room, drenched in sweat and pale in countenance. He bore the immense psychological pressure while administering treatment. Should he fail, he would face utter catastrophe along with a torrent of scorn. Despite the overwhelming stress, he successfully carried out the rescue. Mo Shaoan leaned against the window of the emergency room, watching as his brother received fervent care. Overcome with joy, he wept. His perseverance had not been in vain. Turning to his father, he found him silent, gazing at Mo Shaoan in a daze. Let us go. I was right. Mo Shaoan declared to his father, his eyes filled with resolve. All right, let us go. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and in an instant, the entire hospital was emptied. With a thud, Mo Shaoan knelt before Jiang Ning, tears streaming down his face. Though men seldom weep, he could no longer contain his emotions. What are you doing? Quickly. Rise. I cannot accept this. Jiang Ning observed that Mo Shaoan was indeed a man of valor, and he felt unworthy of such reverence. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have seen my brother again. Mo Shaoan spoke with heartfelt emotion, expressing profound gratitude towards Jiang Ning. It's all right. Perhaps one day, I too will encounter a moment when you come to my rescue. Who can say for certain? Hold on. You must endure. You cannot succumb. Relief is imminent. At that moment, a newly admitted patient suddenly began to spout blood profusely, causing the accompanying doctors to be taken aback. They were ill-equipped and utterly flustered. Let me take a look. Jiang Ning dashed forward, assessing the patient's condition. No need for concern. Allow me to handle this. Jiang Ning promptly produced silver needles, ready to administer treatment. The other doctors instinctively parted ways for him, having come to regard him as a miraculous healer, their faith unwavering. Miraculous healer. Miraculous healer. Truly remarkable. Dr. Lin. Meanwhile, on the third floor, cheers erupted as Lin Qinin emerged from the operating room, drenched in sweat, greeted by the jubilant shouts of countless onlookers. For her surgery had also been a resounding success. Jiang Ning offered a gentle smile, continuing his efforts to treat the patient before him. Acknowledging that Lin Qinin's medical skills were indeed of a high caliber, Lin Qinin descended directly from the third floor, while Jiang Ning remained silent, wholly focused on saving the patient in front of him. Suddenly, his phone chimed, but Jiang Ning chose to ignore it, fully aware it was Lin Qinin calling. As he remained engrossed in his task, help, help, someone, please. At that moment, the piercing cries for help and sounds of panic reverberated from the second floor. At this moment, Mo Shaoan furrowed his brow, sensing that the screams emanating from downstairs were somewhat amiss. However, Jiang Ning remained unfazed, believing such sounds to be quite normal within a hospital. They might very well be the anguished cries of family members in despair. He continued his ministrations, when suddenly, a series of agonizing screams erupted from below. Jiang Ning's brow knitted in concern. He felt uneasy about Lin Qinin, especially since she had just descended when the cries began. Something is wrong. I must investigate. Mo Shaoan sensed the discordant nature of the sounds and swiftly made his way down to the second floor. Just then, 3 vehicles arrived at the hospital's entrance. A young man, clad in a suit, alighted from one of the cars, his gaze fierce and strikingly handsome. Several men followed him, brandishing electric batons, advancing with an imposing fervor. Who are you? What do you want? The security personnel at the entrance immediately sprang into action, demanding answers. The air was punctuated by the crackling sound of electric shocks as the group unleashed their batons upon the guards. The clash of electricity and anguished cries filled the atmosphere. Who are you? Help! Help! A female nurse shouted desperately, only to be ruthlessly struck down by an electric baton, succumbing to the chaos that erupted around her. Panic spread like wildfire as countless individuals sought refuge, while the assailants pressed forward, heedless of the surrounding screams. Anyone who dared to obstruct their path was mercilessly incapacitated. The young man at the forefront, his expression dark and resolute, moved purposefully toward the hospital. At that moment, Lin Xingyin descended and was immediately struck with terror upon seeing the group of people, her complexion paling dramatically. Instinctively, she fled towards another direction. It's her. Capture her. The youth at the forefront commanded upon spotting Lin Xingyin. As she ran, she was oblivious to the reason behind the youth's intention to apprehend her. All she could do was escape. Help. Two men swiftly pinned Lin Xingyin to the ground, prompting her to cry out for assistance. Armed with electric batons, they restrained her. Who are you? Why are you capturing me? She implored. The youth approached Lin Xingyin with a sinister smile, gripping her hair painfully. A woman from Jiangning. Humph. He sneered. Where is Jiangning? Speak, and I might spare your life. Lin Xingyin, though gripped by fear, maintained her composure and deemed it crucial to inquire about their identities. Who am I? The youth's eyes glinted menacingly as he unfastened his shirt, tearing it apart to reveal his chest, which bore a deep scar. That day at the Rose Club, your husband stabbed me in the heart, nearly ending my life. It has taken me until now to recover. In Zhonghai, no one dares to touch me, Sun Xiao. Your husband, Jiang Ning, has the audacity to lay hands on me. He is simply courting death. The youth before her was none other than Sun Xiao, the very individual who had been stabbed in the heart by Jiang Ning at the Rose Club. The events of that fateful day remained vividly etched in Sun Xiao's memory, as if they had transpired just yesterday. Sun Xiao? Rose Club? At this moment, Lin Xingyin found herself momentarily bewildered by Sun Xiao's words. Having been unconscious at the time, she was unaware of the unfolding events, but upon regaining consciousness, she discovered herself cradled in Jiang Ning's embrace. The true nature of that day's occurrences eluded her. Yet hearing Sun Xiao mention a knife brought to light the chaos Jiang Ning had wrought on her behalf. With a resounding slap, Sun Xiao struck Lin Xingyin across the face. You wretched woman, tell me where Jiang Ning is, or I shall have his head. He growled, his anger palpable. He had endured enough during his days in the hospital. This moment had been long awaited. I do not know, Lin Xingyin retorted defiantly. Given that Jiang Ning had caused such an uproar for her sake, she felt it was her duty not to betray him. How could she forsake someone who had shown her such earnest loyalty? With another fierce slap, Sun Xiao struck her again, then seized her hair and violently hurled her to the ground. I shall ask you once more, where's Jiang Ning? He demanded, his face twisted in a menacing grimace. I do not know. He is unhinged. Why should you stoop to the level of a madman? Lin Xingyin insisted stubbornly, hoping to shield Jiang Ning from harm. I care not whether he is mad. To offend Sun Xiao is to invite death. You still refuse to yield. I wonder just how stubborn you truly are. Do you wish to taste the electric baton? Sun Xiao snatched the electric baton from his subordinate, pressed the switch, and crackling currents enveloped the device, emitting a sharp sound as arcs of electricity danced upon its surface. Lin Xingyin immediately shut her eyes, determined to remain silent about Jiang Ning's whereabouts, even if it meant enduring pain. It seemed that only by showing you a bit of true severity would you understand why flowers bloom so vividly. Sun Xiao aimed the electric baton directly at Lin Xingyin. Stop. What are you doing? A clear, commanding voice echoed through the air. Sun Xiao halted his actions and looked up to see a girl in a pink nurse's uniform descending from the third floor, her face etched with concern. Witnessing Lin Xingyin's torment filled her with anguish. It was none other than Lin Xingyin's close friend, Wang Xueqing. Xueqing, hurry and leave. Don't worry about me. They are inhuman. Lin Xingyin shouted anxiously at Wang Xueqing upon seeing her arrive. Shut your mouth. Sun Xiao struck Lin Xingyin across the face, silencing her words before they could fully escape her lips. What are you doing? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you dare commit such atrocities? You will face punishment for this. Wang Xueqing stood her ground, rebuking them fiercely. To hell with your punishment. Sun Xiao growled. Without hesitation, he seized Wang Xueqing. Yanking her toward him, he pressed her head down forcefully and delivered a brutal knee strike, causing a resounding thud as Wang Xueqing's head collided with his knee, sending her collapsing to the ground. Sun Xiao activated the electric baton, its crackling sound incessantly echoing in the air. Where's Jiang Ning? He inquired of Wang Xueqing. I don't know. Wang Xueqing clenched her teeth, resolute in her loyalty to her friend of 10 years. I see you're seeking death. With that, Sun Xiao raised his foot, preparing to shatter Wang Xueqing's nose. Young master's son, this is not a place to linger. We should. At that moment, one of Sun Xiao's companions suddenly interjected, urging him to act swiftly, for this was not a location suitable for prolonged stay. Damn it. Sun Xiao pulled a card from his pocket, which bore an address, and forcefully threw it onto Wang Xueqing's face. Have Jiang Ning arrive at this location before 9 o'clock tonight, or Lin Xinin will perish. Take her away. With a command, Sun Xiao turned to leave, while several of his subordinates covered Lin Xinin's mouth and dragged her away against her will. Stop. What are you doing? At that moment, Mo Xiaonan rushed down from the 3rd floor, angrily confronting Sun Xiao over his intent to abduct Lin Xinin. Stop. What are you doing? Mo Xiaonan descended in a fury, rebuking Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao turned, initially believing it to be Jiang Ning, only to discover an unfamiliar man. Young master, let's go quickly. We cannot afford to delay. One of Sun Xiao's subordinates whispered urgently in his ear, warning that the longer they stayed, the greater the danger. We must leave. Sun Xiao hastened towards the 1st floor, while Wang Xueqing dashed up to the 3rd floor, intent on informing Jiang Ning. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaonan, incensed by the apparent disregard from Sun Xiao, felt a surge of indignation. Release that person, he commanded. Mo Xiaonan sprinted forward, launching a kick at Sun Xiao. However, as he leapt into the air, a bodyguard beside Sun Xiao thrust an electric baton towards him. Zzzt. Mo Xiaonan was struck by the electric baton, sending him sprawling 3 meters away, convulsing on the ground. Unable to bear the pain. Put him down. Let him go. Mo Xiaonan cried out, desperately trying to intervene. One-eyed, teach him a lesson. Sun Xiao instructed one of his henchmen, and then he boarded the car, departing with Lin Xinin. The one-eyed henchman approached Mo Xiaonan, electric baton in hand. Behave yourself, or I'll blind you, just like me, he threatened. Sensing Mo Xiaonan's inability to retaliate, he turned and walked away. Ugh. Mo Xiaonan struggled to rise from the ground, finding it difficult to stand. He picked up his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed, saliva dribbling from his mouth, his muscles unresponsive from the shock, and his face twitching. Hello. Mobilize everyone. I need help. Come quickly. He shouted into the phone, his voice filled with fury. Never in his life had he endured such a humiliating disgrace, threatened by a mere nobody who likely had no inkling of who he truly was. At this moment, Jiang Ning made his way directly to the rooftop of the hospital, his expression dark and brooding. Wang Xueqing had already provided him with the address. Yet Jiang Ning felt a pang of unease. He was still unaware of the identity of the person seeking him out. Could it be someone from the Lin family? His only transgressions were against the matriarch of the Lin family and the Lin Zhutian clan. Beyond that, he was in the dark. Hello, helicopter. Pick me up. Urgently. As Jiang Ning sprinted toward the hospital's rooftop, he dialed the number. The sound of whirring filled the air. Just minutes after he reached the rooftop, an orange helicopter descended from above, the flight attendant assigned to him by the Zhao family, wearing a serious expression. Upon hearing the urgency in Jiang Ning's voice over the phone, she understood the gravity of the situation. Lancang Garden. Hurry. Jiang Ning boarded the aircraft and issued a command to the flight attendant, who promptly adjusted their course toward the address he had specified. Meanwhile, Sun Xiao's vehicle arrived at Lancang Garden, where several of his subordinates were roughly shoving Lin Xinin toward an opulent residence. What are you planning to do? Why have you brought me here? Lin Xinin felt a surge of fear, realizing they were in a villa situated far from the bustling center of Zhonghai City. What are we doing? Seeking revenge. Sun Xiao turned sharply, gripping Lin Xinin's face with brutal force, pinching her cheeks until they felt as though they might shatter. I intend to show you how Jiang Ning will perish at my hands. Isn't he quite the fighter? No matter, I shall use you to threaten him. I am not concerned he will not surrender. Throughout history, heroes have always struggled against the allure of beauty. Bring it on. Into the cage. Sun Xiao forcefully shoved Lin Xinin aside, his voice laced with menace. A few men promptly confined Lin Xinin within a cage, which was ominously connected to an electric outlet. The cage was electrified, and upon activation, Lin Xinin would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Terrified, she peered out from within, uncertain of the consequences of the electrified iron cage. Hastily, she sent a text to Jiang Ning, urging him not to approach. Lin Xinin was acutely aware of Sun Xiao's sinister intentions. For now, her demise sufficed, and there was no need to involve Jiang Ning. Has that brat been taught a lesson? Sun Xiao inquired, languidly puffing on a cigarette while addressing the one-eyed man, appearing quite fatigued. Yes. I zapped him with a stun baton for 5 seconds. He can barely move now, the one-eyed man replied. Good. Maintain full vigilance and see if that Jiang Ning shows up, Sun Xiao said, glancing at the time. It was only 7 in the evening. If Jiang Ning did not arrive by 9, Sun Xiao would allow Lin Xinin to perish. Buzzing filled the air as a helicopter descended from the sky. Jiang Ning leaped from it, waving to the flight attendant to leave the premises. Gazing at the villa before him, his eyes were icy with determination. Who could be so audacious as to kidnap his wife? It had to be a nefarious individual. Upon entering, he encountered a familiar face, Sun Xiao. The very man whom he had dealt with at the Rose Club, now lounging in a chair, cigarette dangling from his lips, legs crossed, squinting at Jiang Ning. "You've arrived quite early." Sun Xiaoji arrogantly questioned Jiang Ning, aware that Jiang Ning had arrived alone, for he perceived the confidence emanating from his eyes. "I merely wish for your existence to be fleeting," Jiang Ning replied coldly. At that moment, several individuals surrounding Sun Xiao gradually edged closer to Jiang Ning, encircling him with 7 or 8 people. "You know, these individuals are no match for me, nor are you," Jiang Ning remarked, without even glancing at those beside him. "No. Look over there." Sun Xiao tilted his head slightly, and Jiang Ning's gaze fell upon Lin Qinin, who was confined within a cage. Beside the cage stood a man holding an electric wire, with a plug in hand. With a mere connection, Lin Qinin would meet her demise. "Did I not instruct you to stay away?" Lin Qinin looked at Jiang Ning, deeply moved that he had come for her sake. "I will not abandon you." "I cannot. For you are my wife," Jiang Ning declared, having thought he had arrived swiftly, only to find that the adversary had prepared meticulously. "Enough, enough. Spare me your inane chatter." Sun Xiao interrupted their exchange with impatience. "Jiang Ning, do you have any idea how much I spent in the hospital? The torment I endured? All because of the knife you drove into my chest. It's all your fault." Sun Xiao unfastened his clothing, revealing the scar on his chest. His eyes filled with boundless hatred as he pointed at it. "That was your own doing. You have no one to blame but yourself. I urged you to stab me. Yet you lacked the courage. What does that have to do with me?" Jiang Ning retorted coldly. In a fit of rage, Sun Xiao exclaimed, "You dare to act tough before me? Strike me, and I shall ensure your wife suffers the consequences." With that, he kicked Jiang Ning, sending him staggering forward. Yet Jiang Ning refrained from retaliating. "You little brat." Sun Xiao rose from his seat, brandishing a baton which he flicked, causing the spring steel within to spring forth with a sharp sound. He approached Jiang Ning and with a resounding crack, struck him fiercely. "Aren't you so full of bravado? Show me your courage. Come on." With a swift motion, Sun Xiao knocked Jiang Ning to the ground, who, for the sake of Lin Qinin, chose not to fight back. Fearing for her safety. "Fight back. Stand up and strike. Don't worry about me," Lin Qinin cried out, tears streaming down her face at Jiang Ning's willingness to endure the beating for her sake. With a brutal swing of the baton, Sun Xiao struck Jiang Ning's back, leaving bloody marks in its wake. "Where's your pride? Aren't you supposed to be tough? Come on, rise and fight me," Sun Xiao taunted, taking pleasure in the blows he landed. Slowly, Jiang Ning began to rise from the ground. "You will meet a terrible end, mark my words," he muttered as he discreetly inserted a silver needle into his mouth, a skill essential for an assassin. If he could not vanquish his opponent, he would resort to self-destruction. Yet, Jiang Ning had no intention of ending his own life. A mere buffoon, nothing more. With a sharp slap, he mocked, "Continue your pretense, even when death looms. You still utter grandiose words." Sun Xiao scoffed, perceiving Jiang Ning as hopelessly deluded. At this critical juncture, Jiang Ning remained obstinate, compelling Sun to consider leveraging his wife as leverage. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, frantic and disheveled, collapsing to the floor. With a resounding slap, Sun Xiao chastised the subordinate. "What is the matter with such unrestrained panic? Are you a dog gnawing on scraps?" His voice brimmed with irritation at the disorderly demeanor of his underling. Outside, there are numerous aircraft, countless people, so many," the subordinate stammered, terror-stricken and incoherent. In a fit of rage, Sun Xiao struck him again, his anger palpable. "Useless fool," he berated, then stormed outside. What lay before him was utterly astonishing. He trembled at the sight. Hundreds of helicopters filled the sky, descending in waves. On the ground, an incessant roar of engines heralded the arrival of over 300 vehicles. Countless individuals clad in red, armed and advancing towards him, encircled them. Overhead, on the ground, and atop rooftops, they were surrounded. "Quickly flee. Confine Jiang Ning." Several figures restrained Jiang Ning, forcing him alongside Lin Qinin. "Electrocute them, then escape." Before departing, Sun Xiao did not forget to eliminate Jiang Ning and Lin Qinin. The subordinate holding the electric prod hurriedly activated it. "Ah, no. Help." At that moment, Lin Qinin watched in horror as the man was about to insert the prod, her body drenched in cold sweat as she instinctively screamed and clutched Jiang Ning tightly. Suddenly, Jiang Ning expelled a silver needle from his mouth, striking the man's forehead. The man let out a muffled grunt and collapsed, unable to rise again. What happened to him? Lin Xingyin was bewildered as to why the man had fallen so abruptly. Jiang Ning's action had been too swift for her to comprehend. He has met his demise. Those who commit wrongs will inevitably face retribution, Jiang Ning remarked nonchalantly. Mo Shaoan kicked open the door, wielding an electric baton. Surround them, he commanded with an imposing presence. His gaze chilling. A crowd encircled Sun Xiao and his group, who looked around in terror. It was their first encounter with such a formidable scene. Do you still recognize me? Mo Shaoan addressed the one-eyed man, who, upon seeing Mo Shaoan's formidable approach, could not help but swallow hard. Who exactly was this person he had attacked? Without further ado, Mo Shaoan lunged forward, aiming the electric baton at the other intact eye of the one-eyed man. A flash of vivid crimson engulfed the one-eyed man, swiftly succumbing to a shroud of darkness, for he had been blinded by Mo Shaoan. Groans of agony escaped his lips as he clutched his eyes, the world around him vanishing into oblivion. The excruciating pain and suffocating darkness instilled a profound fear within him. I shall turn you into a cross-eyed dragon. After blinding the one-eyed man, Mo Shaoan made his way towards Jiang Ning to unlock the iron cage. Brother Jiang, I apologize for my tardiness, Mo Shaoan expressed with a hint of remorse. Not at all. The timing is impeccable, Jiang Ning replied with a placid demeanor. I shall see your sister-in-law off. I need to remain here for a while. Jiang Ning instructed Mo Shaoan. Understanding Jiang Ning's intentions, Mo Shaoan took Lin Xingyin and departed. Jiang Ning, do not go too far. Lin Xingyin cautioned as they walked away, her concern for Jiang Ning's potential actions towards Sun Xiao evident. Jiang Ning merely nodded in acknowledgement. He approached Sun Xiao, his gaze icy and resolute. With a swift motion, Jiang Ning delivered a resounding slap to Sun Xiao's face, leaving the latter stunned and motionless, unable to retaliate. Bewildered, he gazed at Jiang Ning, pondering the origins of this man who commanded such a formidable presence. Even Mo Shaoan addressing him as Brother Jiang. You dare to defy me? Go ahead, try. Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed as he confronted Sun Xiao. I wouldn't he dare. I wouldn't he dare. Sun Xiao lowered his head, disbelief etched on his face. He was utterly confounded by the magnitude of this influential figure he had unintentionally crossed. Kneel before me. Jiang Ning's tone was chilling. Before his command even fully resonated, Sun Xiao collapsed to his knees before Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning gently patted Sun Xiao's cheek, his gaze imbued with an icy demeanor. So, Sun Xiao, I am affording you another opportunity. I trust you will treasure it. Should you return, it will be a one-way path to demise. Do you understand? Jiang Ning spoke with a dispassionate tone. His reluctance to discipline Sun Xiao stemmed from his allegiance to Mo Shaoan, whose esteemed position precluded such actions. The rest is in your hands, Jiang Ning concluded, turning to depart. Arrest him. Handle this with impartiality, Mo Shaoan commanded with a decisive wave of his hand, leading several individuals to firmly restrain Sun Xiao and escort him away. Upon exiting, Jiang Ning found Lin Xingyin awaiting him at the entrance. Did you do anything to him? Lin Xingyin inquired, concern lacing her voice. Not at all. You instructed me otherwise, so I refrained. However, should there be a next time, it will not be so simple, Jiang Ning replied, a glimmer of cold resolve flickering in his eyes. Were it not for Mo Shaoan's standing, he would have certainly dealt with Sun Xiao more severely. That's a relief, Lin Xingyin responded. As darkness enveloped the sky, Jiang Ning asked, Are you hungry? You only had milk tea for lunch and have yet to eat. Then let us dine. You haven't eaten either. I am craving spicy hot pot. It's been far too long, Lin Xingyin mused, suddenly yearning for street food. Very well. I am indifferent to what we eat, Jiang Ning acquiesced. The two boarded Mo Shaoan's vehicle and headed towards the city center. After alighting from the car, Jiang Ning and Lin Xingyin, having parted ways with Mo Shaoan, casually found a street vendor selling spicy hot pot, each ordering a portion. For Jiang Ning, the choice of food was of little consequence. During those years as an assassin, he had consumed everything from grasshoppers to anthills. The rigorous training and perilous encounters he faced had rendered him impervious to hardship. Not spicy enough, Lin Xingyin remarked after taking a bite, adding a sprinkle of chili. Jiang Ning felt it was already sufficiently fiery, yet Lin Xingyin continued to augment it with more spice. Ah, is that not Lin Xingyin? What brings her to indulge in street food? A mocking voice rang out, prompting Jiang Ning and Lin Xingyin to look up. A couple approached. The woman exuded grace in a pleated skirt that revealed a glimmering thigh, while the man, clad in a suit and tie, embodied the image of a gentleman. Lin Xingyin, I heard your family cast you out, and you ended up marrying a lunatic. It must be him. She scoffed. I've heard you're looking for a place to stay. I wonder if you found one yet? Reduced to eating street-side spicy hot pot. How the mighty have fallen. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow at the woman's harsh tone, recognizing her as Lin Qingyin's rival. Yang Jiesin, my circumstances are none of your concern. Is it wrong for me to enjoy street food? Mind your own business. Lin Qingyin retorted, her annoyance palpable. She was all too familiar with those who reveled in her misfortunes, just as there were those who grew envious of her former glory. Oh, you don't want me to comment? Look, Qingyin, this is the diamond ring my husband bought for me. And this little one? And her mess. This lipstick, Chanel. At this moment, Wang Xiaojing began to flaunt her possessions, occasionally fiddling with her handbag and applying the lipstick she held. While affectionately draping her arm around the man beside her, Lin Qingyin found herself unable to enjoy her meal, as her temper had rendered her sated with frustration. Is there any girl who does not appreciate lipstick and handbags? Wang Xiaojing's ostentation in front of Lin Qingyin was indeed disconcerting. The man beside Wang Xiaojing, absorbed in his phone, had only been dating her for a month and was unfamiliar with Lin Qingyin. Let the women engage in their own battles. Jiang Ning observed the rapid rise and fall of Lin Qingyin's breath and took a moment to appraise her. Wang Xiaojing, is it? You know, we are currently renting a place, searching for a storefront, preparing to open a pharmacy. Jiang Ning suddenly inquired of Wang Xiaojing. Oh, how impressive. A barefoot doctor starting a business. Can you afford the rent? My boyfriend is the general manager of the Shanghai Group. You, a mere barefoot doctor, are insignificant in his presence. And by the way, are you insane? Who would trust a lunatic with their health? Wang Xiaojing's words tumbled out rapidly, her lips barely parting before several phrases emerged. No, I'm not comparing achievements with your boyfriend. What I meant to convey is that both Lin Qingyin and I are doctors. Do you comprehend? Jiang Ning replied coolly. Are you a fool? I've already stated that you are nothing compared to my boyfriend. You even emphasize that you are a foolish doctor? Do you have a problem? Wang Xiaojing retorted vehemently at Jiang Ning. At this moment, Lin Qingyin was somewhat bewildered. Questioning the purpose of discussing such matters with Wang Xiaojing, Jiang Ning wiped his mouth, having finished his meal. What I must convey is that you are 2 months pregnant. And the child growing within you is not your boyfriend's. Jiang Ning stated directly, his gaze fixed on Wang Xiaojing. Instantly, Wang Xiaojing's complexion changed dramatically, her body tensing up. Why you are spouting nonsense? Who is pregnant? It's not true. There is absolutely nothing. Wang Xiaojing stammered, her panic unmistakable. Both Lin Qingyin and I are doctors. Could it be that we cannot discern your pregnancy? Jiang Ning calmly remarked after taking a sip of water. At that moment, the man beside Wang Xiaojing, who had been engrossed in his phone, tucked it away and scrutinized her with a furrowed brow. Before we got together, I recall you ending a relationship 2 years ago, yet you are claiming to be 2 months pregnant. This doesn't add up, does it? The man gazed at Wang Xiaojing, who became increasingly flustered. Yang, you must believe me. He is merely seeking revenge. There is nothing going on. Wang Xiaojing's voice trembled with anxiety. Aware of the indiscretion she had indulged in 3 months prior with a man from a club, which had unexpectedly led to her current predicament. However, she was reluctant to terminate the pregnancy and feared that as her belly grew, explanations would become impossible, prompting her to quickly find a benefactor for a hasty encounter. You are insane. Stop making baseless accusations, or I assure you, you won't be able to leave the street. The man glared at Jiang Ning, his eyes filled with fury. Upon witnessing her boyfriend's belief in her, Wang Xiaojing sighed in relief, planning to find an opportunity to terminate the pregnancy swiftly. You scoundrel! Our bond is stronger than gold. How can your mere words create a rift between us? Wang Xiaojing exclaimed, pointing accusatorily at Jiang Ning. Am I speaking nonsense? She is undoubtedly with child. If you do not believe me, feel her pulse. If 2 beats are present at her wrist, it confirms her pregnancy, a fact that cannot be disputed, as a normal person possesses but a single heartbeat. Jiang Ning addressed the man, who, taken aback, promptly seized Wang Xiaojing's wrist to examine her pulse. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead as her heart raced. After a mere 3 seconds, the man's expression shifted to one of grotesque fury. Smack! He delivered a resounding slap to Wang Xiaojing's face. You wretched woman! How could you still be pursuing a romance with me while pregnant? The man's rage was palpable, his face contorting in anger. Had it not been for Jiang Ning, he feared he would be burdened with raising a child for the rest of his life. Thud! Wang Xiaojing fell to her knees, clutching at the man's clothing, her tears flowing freely. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me. I never intended to deceive you. I cannot bear to terminate the pregnancy. I dread the judgment of others for being an unwed mother. I will end the pregnancy immediately. I beg you, do not abandon me. Wang Xiaojing pleaded from the ground, desperation in her voice. Smack. Leave me be. Do not cling to me. If I had not discovered this, would you have left me to bear this burden alone? Get lost. You have deceived my feelings and wish to continue this charade for a lifetime. Return everything to me, my bank card, my diamond ring. Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin walked side by side, engaging in cheerful conversation as they made their way home, while the sound of Wang Xiaojing's sobbing echoed behind them, which brought Lin Qingyin a sense of satisfaction. How did you know she was 2 months pregnant? I couldn't tell at all, Lin Qingyin inquired of Jiang Ning, a hint of confusion in her tone. After all, she was the certified doctor, yet it was Jiang Ning who had discerned the truth. It's quite simple, Jiang Ning replied. Wang Xiaojing has such an exquisite figure, yet her abdomen has an inexplicably slight bulge. I even noticed her belly move. It was evident that she was with child. However, the reality was more complex. Years ago, during his time as an assassin, Jiang Ning had been in a relationship with a girl codenamed Kitten, who was also pregnant at the time. He meticulously observed the changes in her abdomen daily, noting the differences between 1 day, 21 days, and 60 days of pregnancy. Yet, during one mission, they became separated, and his superiors informed him that she had perished, though her body was never found. This remained a haunting sorrow for Jiang Ning. I see now, you were quite observant. Lin Qingyin remarked, a realization dawning upon her. The two continued their journey towards the Lin residence. Upon witnessing this exchange, Jiang Ning understood that Lin Fengxi wished to keep certain matters from him. Mom, I'm going to take a shower. I'm so tired. I just want to wash up and sleep, Jiang Ning announced. Seeing him in this state, Lin Qingyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Mom, what are you doing? It's rather inappropriate for others to overhear you like that, she admonished, her brow furrowed in concern. Oh, my dear daughter. Today your father mentioned to me a question regarding Jiang Ning's mental state. Subsequently, I visited the hospital associated with him. I discovered that Jiang Ning possesses a notably violent disposition, having broken several bones of others on multiple occasions. It is indeed quite brutal. Being associated with him will not yield any favorable outcomes. He could potentially inflict harm upon you. At this moment, Lin Fengxi spoke anxiously, fearing that Jiang Ning might wreak havoc upon their family, leaving them with nowhere to lament. That won't happen. Jiang Ning would never harm me. I have this strange intuition that he is not mentally ill, but rather a normal individual. His behavior does not exhibit any particularly abnormal traits. Oh, daughter, do exercise caution. Mental illness comes in various forms. Some are entirely deranged, while others may be intermittent, oscillating between normalcy and abnormality. Jiang Ning may not have had an episode yet, but should one occur, it would be disastrous. After all, how could a diagnosis from a psychiatric hospital be erroneous? Those who escape from such institutions cannot possibly be safe. Upon hearing her mother's words, Lin Qingyin frowned, recognizing the validity of her concerns. After all, Jiang Ning had been assessed within the psychiatric facility, and if labeled as mentally ill, then it must be true without exception. Lin Fengxi felt it was time to eliminate this potential threat posed by Jiang Ning. Lin Qingyin cast a startled glance towards the bathroom, contemplating Jiang Ning's recent behavior. Mom, he hasn't done anything wrong. This isn't right. I can't articulate my thoughts. But rest assured, I will take care of myself. I will ensure that Jiang Ning takes his medication regularly. There should be no problems. Lin Qingyin spoke. And upon hearing this, Lin Fengxi was momentarily taken aback, casting a deeply contemplative glance at Lin Qingyin. Didn't you say you disliked Jiang Ning? Why then do you hesitate to let him go? Lin Fengxi inquired. Well, I cannot quite articulate it, although I hold no fondness for him. The thought of dismissing him without reason leaves me unsettled. Let us leave it at that for now, and perhaps we shall revisit the matter later, Lin Qingyin confessed, revealing her true feelings. Dear daughter, place this folding knife beneath your pillow. Should Jiang Ning exhibit any suspicious behavior, you will have a means to defend yourself. Lin Fengxi advised, handing Lin Qingyin a sleek black folding knife, which she grasped firmly in her hand. At that moment, Lin Qingyin observed Jiang Ning consuming his medication, and she suspected he might have overheard something during his time in the bathroom. With a composed demeanor, she discreetly tucked the folding knife beneath her bed before gently climbing onto her mattress. As Lin Qingyin turned off the light, silence enveloped the room. Tension coursed through her body, her ears perked up and her breathing quickened, anxious that Jiang Ning might pose a threat to her. She had not considered the gravity of the situation until Lin Fengxi had broached the topic, prompting her to take it more seriously. You have a tendency to kick off your covers at night, and having that folding knife beneath your bed is perilous. You could easily injure yourself, Jiang Ning remarked unexpectedly. How did you know there was a folding knife under my bed? Lin Qingyin asked, astonished, only to regret her inquiry instantly, as the answer was patently obvious. I have not harmed you all this time, yet now you feel fear. It seems rather futile. Rest assured, throughout this lifetime, I, Jiang Ning, shall never bring you harm. Do not be afraid. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he turned over and began to drift into slumber. Lin Qingyin, upon hearing his words, felt a twinge of anxiety within, realizing she had misjudged his intentions. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Jiang Ning's phone rang. He squinted at the blinding sunlight and noticed the neatly made bed. Understanding that Lin Qingyin had risen early and left. In the psychiatric hospital, he typically awoke at 10, as there was little to occupy his time. Rising at 6 was quite a challenge for him. He fumbled for his phone and connected the call to Lin Qingyin. Hello? Honey, what's up? Jiang Ning greeted her. And upon hearing him call her honey, Lin Qingyin was momentarily taken aback, pausing for 3 seconds before responding. I found a storefront, but the family's conditions are rather stringent. They said if their daughter's illness can be cured, they'll offer the storefront for free. If not, we must leave. Lin Qingyin explained. Where is it? I will join you to take a look. Jiang Ning replied as he dressed. It's south on Xinxing Street. Please come over. I'm waiting for them and have already made the call. Lin Qingyin continued. All right, I'll head over. Jiang Ning hung up, dressed quickly, and took Lin Qingyin's electric scooter to make his way there. Before long, he arrived at the location, where Lin Qingyin was waiting in a white dress. Pointing towards a locked house adorned with a phone number, Jiang Ning cast a glance over the street, which was merely a one-way lane, although not particularly wide. It conveniently connected to the main thoroughfare. Observing the entire street lined with shops selling clothing and cosmetics, Jiang Ning mused that opening a clinic here could prove beneficial. This location seemed promising, adjacent to the main street. Jiang Ning remarked to Lin Qingyin, Look. This telephone number bears an inscription claiming that whoever cures his daughter's peculiar ailment will receive this house as a reward. Lin Qingyin pointed at a sheet of white paper affixed to the door. Just then, as Jiang Ning contemplated, a black sedan approached, and 2 individuals alighted, one a middle-aged man, the other a young woman. Are you Mr. Zhao? Lin Qingyin inquired as she approached the newcomers. Yes, indeed. Are you here to consult regarding my daughter's condition? Mr. Zhao responded, observing the youthfulness of Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin with a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Yes, we are, they replied in unison. Please, come in, Mr. Zhao gestured, using a set of keys to unlock the door and leading them inside, allowing Lin Qingyin and Jiang Ning to glimpse the internal layout of the house. The residence comprised 3 rooms, a hall, a study, and a bedroom, along with a spacious backyard, which could accommodate long-term living. This is the house in question, Mr. Zhao continued. You've seen its appearance. If you can cure my daughter's illness, I will gladly relinquish this house to you without charge. He explained that his daughter, now in her early 20s, had been unable to secure employment due to her illness. Just days prior, Mr. Zhao had posted a notice in hopes of finding a renowned physician. Although Lin Qingyin and Jiang Ning have arrived, Mr. Zhao feels dispirited and somewhat disheartened. The youth of Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin renders them seemingly inadequate for the task at hand, yet he resigns himself to the formality of the meeting, considering it merely an hour wasted. What illness afflicts your daughter? Lin Qingyin inquires, swiftly steering the conversation toward the core issue. Mr. Zhao seizes his daughter's hand, which lies in his pocket, revealing that it resembles a withered claw, frail and bony with scant flesh. Both Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin's eyes widen in astonishment, caught off guard by the sight. This is the ailment, he explains. It is a result of cerebral palsy, present since birth. Her fingers are entirely immobile. Despite substantial financial expenditure and numerous therapies, nothing has proven effective. Now, at 21, our family is not well off, and she struggles to find employment. Society often disregards those with disabilities. As he speaks, sorrow fills his eyes. There is no greater anguish than witnessing one's own child suffer helplessly. In a desperate bid, Mr. Zhao has resorted to offering his shop as a form of payment for any who can cure her, fearing for his daughter's future should he pass away. It cannot be cured, he laments. It can be cured. Both Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin assert simultaneously, though their statements diverge. Lin Qingyin insists on the impossibility of a cure, while Jiang Ning maintains hope. Lin Qingyin gazes at Jiang Ning in surprise, and Mr. Zhao, furrowing his brow, glances between the two, perplexed. Can it, or cannot it be cured? He asks, bewildered. Are you two in agreement, or not? Why do your opinions differ? Can it really be cured? Mr. Zhao inquired, casting a perplexed glance at the two. It can be cured, Jiang Ning asserted confidently. Jiang Ning, don't speak nonsense. Do you possess any medical knowledge? What have you treated? Let's not waste time. Cerebral palsy is not a condition that can be easily resolved, Lin Qining interjected, her irritation evident as she cautioned Jiang Ning. I won't leave. It can be cured, Jiang Ning insisted. At this moment, Mr. Zhao found himself bewildered, unable to discern who was the physician, one claiming it could be treated and the other insisting otherwise. Just then, as Jiang Ning was about to speak, a white car pulled up outside. Is Mr. Zhao at home? We are here to treat your daughter. A man and a woman entered. The man carried a medical kit and wore a white coat. Notably, the woman was none other than Wang Xiaojing, whom Jiang Ning had encountered the previous day. It's you? Wang Xiaojing exclaimed, her fury igniting as she spotted Jiang Ning and Lin Qining. In that moment, she seethed with anger, blaming Jiang Ning for her predicament. Had he not exposed her yesterday, she might still be ensnaring wealthy suitors. Now, abandoned and destitute, she held Jiang Ning responsible for her downfall. How dare you be here? She glared at them, her animosity palpable. How could we not be here? Is this your private domain? Jiang Ning scoffed, retorting with disdain. With your level of medical expertise, what makes you think you can treat anyone? Now, even the most unqualified can claim to heal. It's as if every alley cat and dog has become a doctor. Wang Xiaojing observed the interaction between the other party and Mr. Zhao, and it became apparent to her that they were after this fade. Even barefoot doctors surpass you. A wretched person who dares to seek a scapegoat for your unwed pregnancy. Jiang Ning's words struck Wang Xiaojing's vulnerabilities, casting a shadow over her countenance. Enough with the nonsense. Wang Xiaojing shot Jiang Ning a glare, fearing further unkind remarks, and turned her attention to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, this is Sun Qi, the esteemed disciple of Dr. Qian. Dr. Qian's medical prowess is widely acknowledged, and as his apprentice, Sun Qi undoubtedly possesses exceptional skills. Moreover, he has mastered the legendary Nine-Yang Bagua acupuncture technique, which is more than sufficient to treat your daughter's ailment. As Wang Xiaojing introduced Sun Qi, he wore a fade of professional composure. After being jilted by her boyfriend the previous night, she had wandered aimlessly down the street, her thoughts consumed with unkind reflections towards Jiang Ning's family. By chance, she had come across Mr. Zhao's notice. Wang Xiaojing was well acquainted with Dr. Qian's disciple, Sun Qi, and she envisioned that once their scheme came to fruition, they would amicably split the profits from this establishment, which could fetch over $1 million. Wang Xiaojing would facilitate connections while Sun Qi would attend to the medical needs. And they had other peculiar arrangements binding them together. Upon hearing Wang Xiaojing's words, Mr. Zhao trembled with anticipation, his excitement palpable. So, he is the esteemed disciple of Dr. Qian. Quickly, help me assess my daughter's condition. Mr. Zhao hastily provided a chair for Sun Qi, demonstrating great respect. Do you see, can my daughter's illness be cured? Mr. Zhao urged his daughter to extend her hand for Sun Qi to examine. It can be cured. My master imparted to me the legendary Nine-Yang Bagua needle technique. A method spoken of in tales, and it will undoubtedly heal her. Sun Qi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Then, let us proceed without delay. Mr. Zhao instructed his daughter to take a seat, inviting Sun Qi to commence the treatment. The Nine-Yang Bagua needle, a long-lost gem of medical expertise. Lin Qining remarked to Jiang Ning, her expression a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Indeed, Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly, contemplating how Lin Qining would react if she were aware that it was he who had bestowed this knowledge of the Nine-Yang Bagua needle. I must observe closely. This is a skill that has been forgotten for many years. Truly, Dr. Qian is remarkable for mastering the Nine-Yang Bagua needle. Lin Qingin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she watched Sun Qi, eager to witness the prowess of this legendary technique. Jiang Ning noted that even doctors held a lofty ambition for their craft. Humph, you've likely never encountered such a skilled practitioner. The art of healing possessed by such an accomplished disciple is beyond the comprehension of mere barefoot doctors like yourselves. Open your eyes and behold what it truly means to be a physician. Wang Xiaojing scoffed at Lin Qingin's rapt attention, yet Lin remained undeterred, fixated solely on Sun Qi's needlework. Jiang Ning recognized that it was best to remain silent at this moment. Speaking out would surely invite Mr. Zhao's disdain. As Mr. Zhao's daughter rolled up her sleeve, a delicate, porcelain-like wrist was revealed, akin to a lotus stem. Sun Qi began to administer the needles, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. He had only practiced the 9-yang 8 trigrams needle technique for 10 days, lacking true proficiency. Yet he felt it was sufficient. He inserted the first needle into the arm of Mr. Zhao's daughter, but it deviated by 5 millimeters. Jiang Ning observed Sun Qi's technique and remarked coolly, The onlookers cast irritated glances at Jiang Ning, particularly Wang Xiaojing, who inwardly wished to silence him, thinking him a pretender. However, given the critical moment for Sun Qi, she refrained from intervening. As Sun Qi proceeded with the second needle, recalling his training, he aimed for the young woman's wrist. It was too gentle. He should have penetrated 3 millimeters deeper. Jiang Ning continued his commentary. Mr. Zhao shot an annoyed glance at Jiang Ning, his eyes filled with discontent. Sun Qi then applied the third needle, causing the woman to furrow her brow as she felt an unusual sensation, a slight sting. It was too forceful. He needed to elevate it by 2 millimeters. Jiang Ning's relentless criticism intensified. He found Sun Qi's technique abysmal and felt an overwhelming urge to chastise him for such poor execution, lacking even the most basic finesse. Shut your mouth. What do you know? Stop trying to instruct me. Sun Qi erupted, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He was already anxious, and Jiang Ning's incessant commentary pushed him to the brink of rage. Jiang Ning observed, your temperament is lacking. Skill in medicine is directly proportional to one's character. Patience is also essential. Without it, you are unfit for this field. Sun Qi's anger contorted his features, and upon hearing Jiang Ning's nonchalant remarks, he erupted with fury. What do you know? Can you refrain from interjecting? How rude. Did your family neglect to teach you manners? One should not interrupt others while they are working. What kind of upbringing is that? At this moment, Wang Xiaojing, equally incensed, witnessed Sun Qi struggle against Jiang Ning and retaliated with a sharp retort. Sir, if you continue to be a hindrance, I will have to ask you to leave. Mr. Zhao, too, exhibited his displeasure, addressing Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, cease your comments. You lack understanding. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyin grasped Jiang Ning's arm gently, whispering her desire to observe the Jiang Bagua needle technique. However, Jiang Ning's constant interruptions led her to suspect that he was experiencing a manic episode, prompting her to caution him. Seeing that Jiang Ning had fallen silent, Sun Qi resumed his procedure, administering needle after needle 5, 6, 7. Upon reaching the 13th needle, a glint of derision flickered in Jiang Ning's eyes as he shook his head. Ah, father, it hurts so much. My arm, my hand. Suddenly, the woman clutched her arm, crying out in agony. The sharp pain radiated through her entire limb, exacerbated by the silver needles embedded within. Mr. Zhao, alarmed by his daughter's cries, felt a surge of panic, helplessly observing as he grappled with uncertainty. Dr. Sun, how could this happen? Why is my daughter in pain? Wasn't it supposed to be a cure? Mr. Zhao implored Sun Qi, desperation etched across his face. As Sun Qi was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale. The 9 young Bagua needles had already been applied, yet the woman began to writhe in agony. He had initially believed the treatment would yield positive results. But the woman was in excruciating pain. I will remove the silver needles. At that moment, Sun Qi trembled as he pulled the needles from her arm. But the woman let out an even more heart-wrenching scream. It hurts. My hand. My hand. It hurts so much. Help me. The woman rolled on the ground, her hair soaked with sweat, as if the blood vessels in countless arms had burst in sheer torment. Mr. Zhao felt a deep pang of sorrow. Utterly at a loss for what to do, his mind clouded. Wang Xueqing was also trembling all over, shocked by the turn of events. They were doomed. The house was still out of reach, and they might even face imprisonment. Sun Qi was at a loss for words, unable to gain control over the situation. The needles had been removed. What more could he do? Why was the pain persisting? He wiped the sweat from his brow, uncertain of his next move. What is happening? Lin Qingyin exclaimed, equally bewildered by the unfolding chaos. I told you all, but you wouldn't listen. At that moment, Jiang Ning produced a small box, his demeanor calm. What the hell are you saying? If you have the capability, step up. If you don't understand, then spare us your incessant chatter. Sun Qi, infuriated by Jiang Ning's sarcastic remarks, retorted vehemently. What do you know, barefoot doctor? Your attempts have proven futile compared to my efforts. Wang Xiaojing shared in the outrage, seeing Jiang Ning as nothing more than a spectator to their plight. All right, let me show you what true 9 Yang Bagua needles can achieve. Jiang Ning squinted his eyes and opened the box, revealing a row of silver needles within. He swiftly approached the suffering woman, deftly inserting the needles into her arm. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of the Jiuyang Bagua needle. Jiang Ning exclaimed, skillfully wielding the silver needles with remarkable precision. His technique was rapid and flawless, akin to that of Sun Qi, yet Jiang Ning's mastery surpassed it. At that moment, Wang Xiaojing observed Jiang Ning's technique, which mirrored Sun Qi's exactly, leaving her momentarily stunned. Isn't that something only your master could perform? How can he do it too? She questioned Sun Qi in disbelief. Sun Qi, witnessing Jiang Ning's superior skill, was rendered speechless, trembling in shock at the revelation that Jiang Ning possessed such knowledge. Lin Qiyin, her mouth slightly agape, gazed at Jiang Ning in astonishment, realizing that he indeed possessed medical expertise. Having completed the Jiaoyang Bagua needle technique, Jiang Ning meticulously removed each needle in sequence. "I can move. My fingers can move," the woman exclaimed. "Father, look, I can move." As Jiang Ning withdrew the silver needles, the woman began to move her hands. A sensation of connectivity enveloping her palm, a feeling of vitality she had never experienced before, filling her with exhilaration. Her fingers began to move with agility. She clenched her fist, extended her palm, and raised her index finger, continuously experimenting with her newfound dexterity. Upon witnessing this scene, Mr. Zhao was overwhelmed with joy, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. He embraced his daughter, weeping tears of happiness, exclaiming, "Wonderful, splendid, truly marvelous." Tears streamed down his face. The onlookers were immediately taken aback, their gazes fixed intently on Jiang Ning, who had performed the legendary Jiuyang Bagua acupuncture and miraculously healed the girl's paralysis-induced hand condition. Lin Qingyin was astonished, Wang Xiaojing was in shock, and Sun Qi was left dumbfounded. Only Jiang Ning remained composed, gently collecting the silver needles, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Marvelous. A divine healer. I shall bestow upon you this establishment. This property is now yours. Here are the keys." Mr. Zhao handed the keys directly to Jiang Ning, exclaiming that any price was inconsequential as long as his daughter was saved. "Wait." Wang Xiaojing suddenly seized the keys from him, clutching them tightly. It was not he who healed her. It was clearly Sun Qi who did. Wang Xiaojing asserted confidently. "How could it not be me? Are you blind?" Jiang Ning retorted. "Bah. It was clearly Sun Qi who performed the healing. Just moments ago, he utilized the Jiuyang Bagua acupuncture, and it was evident for all to see." Afterwards, the girl's arm released the accumulated blood, and the blood began to flow rapidly, causing her immense pain. "This is a normal reaction." Then you hastily inserted your needles. And just as you finished, the girl's hand improved. In truth, it was Sun Qi who healed her. You, as a fellow physician, must recognize these subtleties. You deliberately employed such tricks, waiting for the effects of Sun Qi's treatment to manifest before you withdrew your silver needles. Thus, others will believe that it was you who saved them. Wang Xiaojing declared emphatically to Jiang Ning, fabricating her narrative. "Indeed, this is my treatment. My Jiuyang Bagua needles induce excruciating pain, a necessary phenomenon to invigorate blood circulation and dispel stagnation. You merely inserted the needles recklessly, and when my results manifested, you withdrew them, leaving others to assume it was your healing touch." At that moment, Sun Qi grasped the situation and aligned himself with Wang Xiaoying, directing his words toward Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, felt a surge of astonishment. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extreme. He underestimated the audacity of his adversaries. "Heal your sister. You're resorting to such shameless tactics now, are you?" Jiang Ning was incensed, for when it came to twisting logic, he found himself outmatched by their convoluted reasoning. "Mr. Zhao, please uphold your promise. This house rightfully belongs to us." Sun Qi asserted to Mr. Zhao. "Yes, we have healed them, and thus, this house should be ours." Wang Xiaojing echoed, both of them fixing their gaze on Mr. Zhao. The latter found himself in a quandary, uncertain of who was in the right. While it could be argued that Jiang Ning had indeed performed the healing, Wang Xiaojing's claims were equally plausible. Both parties possessed valid points, leaving Mr. Zhao at a loss for what to do. Such shamelessness. "Do you two not recognize your own worth? Wang Xiaojing, do you possess any medical knowledge? Stop spouting nonsense. Sun Qi, are you unaware of your own capabilities? How dare you approach me, claiming it was your healing? Where is your dignity?" Jiang Ning scoffed derisively, regarding the pair as a perfect match in their utter lack of shame. "You, a mere barefoot doctor, dare to challenge me, a divine physician? Bow down and pay your respects, and perhaps I may impart some of my medical wisdom to you," Sun Qi proclaimed, his head held high, gazing upward with an air of arrogance. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from the entrance. It was Physician Qian, striding purposefully toward them. Upon seeing his master, Sun Qi was immediately drenched in cold sweat. How could he have been discovered while sneaking out? Wang Xiaojing was equally astonished, questioning how Physician Qian had found this place, fearing that her plans would unravel. "Master, what brings you here?" "I am currently practicing my healing arts, and you need not concern yourself. I can handle ordinary matters." Sun Qi hastily greeted Physician Qian, hoping to usher him away. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyin gazed at Physician Qian with admiration. His reputation in Zhonghai was immense, the only one to have made a name for himself in Shiliang City. Physician Qian paid no heed to Sun Qi and instead approached Jiang Ning. To everyone's astonishment, he suddenly knelt before Jiang Ning, his face reflecting deep remorse. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving all present in shock. Lin Qingyin widened her eyes, Wang Xiaojing stood in disbelief, and Sun Qi's jaw dropped in utter astonishment. The crowd was left in a state of incredulity, unable to fathom that such a renowned figure as Physician Qian would kneel before Jiang Ning, whose reputation in Zhonghai and Shiliang City was unparalleled. Countless individuals within the medical community hold Dr. Qian in the highest regard. Such a person, when encountered, commands respect and humility from all. Yet, in this moment, he inexplicably kneels before Jiang Ning. If this news were to spread, it would surely cause an uproar throughout the entire region of Zhonghai. The next moment, even more astonishingly, Dr. Qian addresses Jiang Ning as master. The occupants of the room are struck as if by lightning, frozen in disbelief. Master, it is my failure in discipline that has led my disciple to offend you. Please, punish me. Dr. Qian bows his head before Jiang Ning, awaiting his judgment. Master? What are you doing? He is merely a barefoot doctor. Why do you call him master? Why do you kneel before him? At this juncture, Sun Qi, profoundly shocked, steps forward to question Dr. Qian, now doubting his mentor's sanity. Correct your blind disciple, and I shall forgive you, Jiang Ning replies nonchalantly, aware that this matter does not concern Dr. Qian. Understood. Dr. Qian promptly rises. With a swift motion, he delivers a resounding slap to Sun Qi's face. You insolent brat! How dare you offend even your own ancestral master? He is my master, not merely your ancestral master. Quickly, address him as your ancestral master and bow in apology. Doctor. Qian admonishes Sun Qi vehemently. Sun Qi's mind is left reeling. In an instant, this individual has transformed into his ancestral master. He is taken aback, grappling with the reality that someone of his apparent age could assume such a venerable title. Master, how is this possible? What merits does he possess that warrants my kneeling before him? Sun Qi, feeling somewhat aggrieved, posed a question to Dr. Qian. Suddenly, a resounding slap landed on Sun Qi's face. Impudent! The 9-yang bagua needle you have learned was imparted to me by Master Jiang. Now that you have acquired knowledge from your master, how dare you shamelessly speak of it? Kneel. Dr. Qian's fury erupted, his voice booming at Sun Qi. Stunned, Sun Qi could hardly believe that the 9-yang bagua needle he had learned just days ago had indeed been taught by Jiang Ning. At that moment, Lin Qingyin gazed at Jiang Ning, her disbelief evident. She began to suspect that Jiang Ning was not the lunatic she had thought him to be. How could a madman possess such remarkable abilities? Meanwhile, Wang Xiaojing discreetly withdrew, her teeth clenched in frustration. It seemed incredibly difficult to undermine Jiang Ning. She had initially believed that with the exceptionally skilled Sun Qi by her side, Jiang Ning would be easily defeated. Yet now, with Sun Qi's downfall imminent, Wang Xiaojing felt it unnecessary to linger and coldly departed. With a thud, Sun Qi knelt before Jiang Ning, his expression one of shock. Ancestor, I was wrong. Please forgive me, he implored, bowing deeply 3 times. Grandmother ancestor, please say a word for me. I was mistaken. He then turned to Lin Qingyin, bowing once more. Upon hearing Sun Qi refer to her as grandmother ancestor, Lin Qingyin's face flushed crimson. Oh dear, please rise. Who is your grandmother? She urged, hastily requesting him to stand, fearing he might continue his fervent address. Yes, grandmother ancestor. Sun Qi stood up directly from the ground and shouted once more. Jiang Ning initially intended to reprimand Sun Qi, but Lin Qingyin intervened, prompting Sun Qi to rise. Jiang Ning, unwilling to disregard Lin Qingyin's wishes, issued a command. You may escape the ultimate punishment, but you cannot avoid the lesser one. Sun Qi, you shall assist me for a month. Quickly express your gratitude. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Sun Qi clasped his hands together and, in a moment of submission, knelt down. Very well, Jiang Ning replied with indifference. At that moment, Mr. Zhao approached Jiang Ning, presenting a set of keys. In that case, I entrust these keys to you. Mr. Zhao, beaming with joy, understood that curing his daughter's ailment was of paramount importance, far surpassing any material possession. How about your daughter becomes my apprentice? She currently has no job, and I can provide food, lodging, and a salary, with the freedom to leave whenever she wishes, Jiang Ning proposed to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao's expression brightened significantly. In his somewhat dazed state, he considered the immense honor it would bring if his daughter could study under the esteemed healer. Lan'er, quickly greet your master. He urged his daughter. Zhao Qinglan performed a respectful gesture, and politely addressed Jiang Ning. Do not call me master. Simply refer to me as Jiang Gu. Jiang Ning instructed Zhao Qinglan, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Jiang Ning spoke to several individuals, who departed one after another. Now that all preparations were complete, only the favorable wind was lacking. Qingyin, everything is on track. I have arranged the work for you. It is now your turn. Jiang Ning remarked to Lin Qingyin as he lit a cigarette. Who are you? Lin Qingyin inquired, her expression grave. She had come to realize that Jiang Ning was not a madman. A lunatic could not possess such prowess. I am your husband, the man who will cherish you. What of it? Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly. You understand my meaning. A madman cannot possess medical skills, nor can he articulate his thoughts so coherently. Who are you? And how did you end up in a psychiatric hospital? Lin Qingyin pressed further. Upon seeing the seriousness on Lin Qingyin's face, Jiang Ning suppressed his smile. He had awaited this moment, a chance to prove that he was not insane. This opportunity to clarify his sanity was long anticipated. Do you have family? Where are they? In Zhonghai? Lin Qingyin asked, somewhat astonished. She had never inquired about Jiang Ning's family before, and his mention of them surprised her. Indeed, they are in Zhonghai, a mother and a younger sister. My father vanished when I was very young, Jiang Ning revealed. Although many had told him that his father was already deceased. When will you take me to meet your family? You should inform them of your marriage. I ought to visit as well, Lin Qingyin expressed. Jiang Ning remarked that this was Lin Qingyin's first foray into the realm of commercial endeavors. He would offer reminders but refrain from intervening too much, as it presented a valuable opportunity for Lin Qingyin to hone her skills. At that moment, Lin Qingyin's phone chimed, revealing a call from Wang Xueqing. Hello? Yes, I understand. Go on. Lin Qingyin responded, nodding as she conversed on the phone before eventually hanging up. Leaving Jiang Ning unaware of the details discussed, Wang Xueqing mentioned that she was going to pick up her cousin, who often bullied her, and suggested they accompany her to mitigate the situation, as her cousin might behave more considerately in their presence. After ending the call, Lin Qingyin shared her thoughts with Jiang Ning. She had encountered Wang Xueqing's cousin before, an imposing figure, domineering and unreasonable, the epitome of a proud young lady. Wang Xueqing had certainly endured her fair share of torment. We must go, Jiang Ning asserted. Recalling the previous incident at the hospital when Sun Xiao had come to confront Lin Qingyin, Wang Xueqing had bravely defended Lin Qingyin, even risking her own safety to inform Jiang Ning of the situation. This bond of friendship was not lost on Jiang Ning, who felt compelled to repay her kindness. All right, but you must promise me not to confront her, Lin Qingyin cautioned. Her cousin is quite capable of mocking even me, and she will undoubtedly do the same to you. With your temperament, if you were to retaliate, it would only complicate matters for Wang Xueqing. Lin Qingyin expressed her understanding of familial dynamics, noting that in any family, be it affluent or modest, there are always those who rise to prominence while others suffer. It often appeared as though the elders were ensnared in a spell of favoritism, treating one child as if they were the sole heir, disregarding the rest as if they were not of their own blood. You need not worry, for I shall heed your words. Let us depart without delay, Jiang Ning remarked as he stepped outside, checking the tires of his electric scooter for air and ensuring it had sufficient battery. After securing the door, he set off with Lin Qingyin towards their destination. Before long, they arrived at the airport, where Wang Xueqing had been awaiting their arrival. Parked beside a modest family car that appeared to be worth around 70 to 80,000. We're here. It has been several days since we last met, my dear confidant. Lin Qingyin exclaimed as she alighted from the vehicle, embracing Wang Xueqing. Their friendship, nurtured over a decade, was exceptionally close, even on the day Lin Qingyin wed Jiang Ning. She had shared the news with Wang Xueqing without hesitation. You have come. Had you not, I would have been at a loss on how to face my rather formidable cousin, Wang Xueqing replied, relief evident on her face. Truth be told, Xueqing, there is no need for trepidation. I, too, find myself overlooked by the family, subjected to the whims of my cousin Lin Zhutian and Lin Jiazi. Yet, I have distanced myself from the Lin family and emerged on my own, liberated from their burdens, who truly cannot survive without whom. Though I may no longer possess shares in the Lin family, I have but one life to live, and joy is of utmost importance. Since my departure, the Lin family has ceased to trouble me, which is rather delightful, Lin Qingyin continued, reflecting on the many days that had passed without any communication from the Lin family, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Upon hearing this, Wang Xueqing let out a deep sigh. Otherwise, my parents would be furious with me. There's nothing I can do. After all, I am not capable enough. Every family has its own challenges, Wang Xueqing lamented, feeling her situation was somewhat distinct from Lin Qingyi's. It's up to you. One day, I believe you will rebel just as I have, for human anger accumulates over time. It is bearable for a day, or even a year, but after a decade, one can no longer contain the pent-up frustration, Lin Qingyin remarked, attempting to counsel Wang Xueqing. The two women were engaged in a conversation quite unlike that of other girls. While others would typically chatter about joyous matters, handsome boys, or beauty products, they delved into their struggles. Jiang Ning stood quietly to the side, feeling somewhat superfluous amidst the girls' dialogue. Suddenly, Wang Xueqing spotted her cousin emerging from the airport, prompting both girls to fall silent and observe her cousin's arrival. Jiang Ning also turned her gaze. Approaching them was a woman clad in a white ensemble, donning black sunglasses, a white leather jacket, and white shorts, her legs accentuated by knee-high white leather boots. Her hair was styled with meticulous precision. "Cousin, over here," Wang Xueqing exclaimed with a smile, waving her fair hand at her cousin, Li Mo. Upon noticing her, Li Mo approached, removing her sunglasses to glance at the car's emblem, her lips curling into a disdainful smile. "Xueqing, is this the car you rented to pick me up? What identity do I possess that would render me capable of driving such a vehicle worth 80 or 90,000? Wang Xueqing, ordinarily this would be tolerable, but today I have an important engagement. I arrived at the airport and was supposed to head straight there, and now? How am I to proceed? This car has utterly undermined my dignity. How am I to hold my head high within my social circle? I shall be the subject of ridicule. Just look at this decrepit vehicle you have rented, this incompetent driver, and this so-called friend." Li Mo expressed her dissatisfaction vehemently, pointing at Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin. Believing Jiang Ning to be the driver brought by Wang Xueqing, and assuming the car was also rented, as Li Mo's sharp tone and critical gaze fell upon her, Jiang Ning felt a surge of annoyance. She was particularly vexed by those who inflated their own significance, behaving as though they were of great consequence. In Jiang Ning's eyes, those who are impressive yet lack refinement are nothing more than rubbish. Lin Qingyin, on the other hand, was unperturbed. She had long prepared herself for mockery, as this was not her first experience. "Cousin, you never mentioned you had an important appointment. This car is one I purchased this year. Had I known of your significant engagement, I certainly would have arranged for a better vehicle," Wang Xueqing replied, her hands clasped in front of her, her head bowed. Resembling a remorseful child, her tone diminutive and exceedingly humble. To what depths can a person descend in humility, driven solely by the fear instilled by their own psyche? Observing this typically vivacious and cheerful girl reduced to such a state of meekness, scarcely daring to raise her voice, evoked in Jiang Ning a desire to shield Wang Xueqing from such pity. "You bought this car? Truly, how dire must your situation be? I don't even want to rent a car. You're so stingy. What should we do now? If I miss my appointment, can you bear the consequences? I won't drive this piece of junk," Li Mo exclaimed, her demeanor unyielding. Ding ding ding. Li Mo's phone rang, and she hurriedly answered. "Wait, don't rush me. The flight is delayed. I'll be there shortly. Yes, all right." As she spoke on the phone, her tone softened considerably, transforming from her earlier frantic self into a gentle, mellifluous voice, proving that women indeed possess dual natures in their speech. "I need to use the restroom," Jiang Ning said to Lin Qingyin before turning to leave. "Hello? Flight attendant, bring my Mercedes." Upon reaching the corner, Jiang Ning made a call. He had initially intended to wait until Lin Qingyin's birthday, which was only a couple of days away, but it seemed he needed to expedite the process. After hanging up, he waited at the airport entrance for the flight attendant. Li Mo had particularly discerning tastes, and if Jiang Ning did not arrange for a car, he would have to endure Wang Xueqing's scorn today, which might further embarrass her. "Yes, all right, I'm on my way," Li Mo said before ending her call and immediately changing her expression. "I don't care. You need to find a way. I'll give you 20 minutes to prepare. I want a luxury car. If my schedule is delayed, just wait and see how I deal with you." Li Mo tapped his finger on Wang Xueqing's head with evident displeasure. Wang Xueqing dared not resist, while Lin Qingyin, observing from the side, felt compelled to remain silent, simply standing beside Wang Xueqing to offer her some courage. "Cousin, 20 minutes is too rushed. I'm not prepared. How about I drive your Cadillac over? 30 minutes should suffice," Wang Xueqing suggested at that moment. "How unfortunate. You have me come to pick you up and use my car. What kind of friends do you have? If I were you, I would call several friends with luxury cars at the drop of a hat. You should sever ties with those poor friends who earn less than 10,000 a month," Li Mo remarked, casting a glance at Lin Qingyin, seemingly alluding to her. Lin Xingyin understood it was directed at her and turned her face away from Li Mo, feeling quite irritated and wishing she could deliver a couple of sharp slaps to him. "Look over there, that Mercedes. That's the kind of car that befits me," Li Mo exclaimed, pointing at a limited edition Mercedes approaching from the airport entrance, complete with bulletproof glass. Only a handful existed in Zhonghai. He gazed enviously at the vehicle, uncertain if it belonged to someone in Zhonghai. Lin Xingyin and Wang Xueqing were equally familiar with the car. It was a limited edition Mercedes, worth over 10 million. Not something just anyone could afford. The group watched enviously as the Mercedes drew closer. Through the car window, Li Mo vaguely discerned that the passenger seat was unoccupied, while the driver's silhouette belonged to a man. Immediately, she unfastened 2 buttons of her collar, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her neckline. In an attempt to capture the attention of the occupants within the luxurious Mercedes, Li Mo tightened her abdomen, striving to accentuate her figure. Convinced that if the man inside the car glanced her way, she would undoubtedly enchant him and pique his interest. The Mercedes glided to a halt before them, and Li Mo's heart raced with exhilaration. He stopped. Overwhelmed with excitement, she felt completely confident in her beauty, believing that Lin Xingyin and Wang Xueqing could not possibly rival her allure. Thus, she was certain that if he were to exit the vehicle, he would inevitably strike up a conversation with her. This conviction prompted her to discreetly unbutton the 3rd button of her blouse. Click. The car door swung open, and a foot emerged. "Here it comes, my chance." Li Mo swallowed hard, utterly convinced that this gentleman would approach her, without a doubt. A foot stepped out first, followed by Jiang Ning, who gracefully leaped from the vehicle, wearing a gentle smile. The 3 girls were momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that the car belonged to Jiang Ning. Li Mo found it hard to believe. When had this driver acquired such an exclusive Mercedes? Dressed in a rather unremarkable manner, what credentials did he possess to drive a car worth over 10 million, even if he were to rent it? Jiang Ning could hardly afford such an extravagant vehicle. Lin Xingyin's mouth fell agape, perplexed as to where Jiang Ning had procured such an expensive car. This was a $1 million masterpiece. They had never anticipated that the driver was Jiang Ning, and furthermore, he was behind the wheel of the latest limited edition Mercedes-Benz, an individual whom Li Mo would scarcely bother to glance at. To her astonishment, he was indeed driving that luxurious vehicle. Li Mo scrutinized Jiang Ning. He possessed a commendable appearance that was quite acceptable. She believed that, with a display of her charm, she could easily captivate him. Among her companions, Li Mo considered herself the most attractive. Only if Jiang Ning were blind would he find Lin Xingyin or Wang Xueqing appealing. "Can this car accommodate you? Is it worthy?" Jiang Ning inquired of Li Mo. An unexpected thrill surged within her, to her surprise. The usually reticent Jiang Ning chose to speak to her first, and this car seemed to be intended for her. Li Mo felt a surge of elation, convinced that Jiang Ning had taken a liking to her, and thus she responded with an alluring smile. "Worthy? How could it possibly be unworthy?" At that moment, Li Mo leaned closer to Jiang Ning, her demeanor suggesting an almost irresistible allure. However, Jiang Ning merely glanced at her before proceeding towards Lin Xingyin. "Xingyin, this is an early birthday gift for you. I initially intended to present it on your birthday in 2 days, but I thought it best to offer it today. I hope that is not an inconvenience." Jiang Ning produced the key to the limited edition Mercedes-Benz and handed it to Lin Xingyin, leaving her momentarily speechless. The realization that this extravagant gift was specifically for her from Jiang Ning added an air of mystery to him, as she pondered how he could afford such a magnificent vehicle. At this moment, Li Mo found herself in an awkward predicament as she gazed at Jiang Ning. Initially, she had presumed that Jiang Ning harbored affections for her, only to discover that his interest lay with Lin Xingyin. This revelation shattered all of Li Mo's illusions about Jiang Ning, reducing him in her eyes to a mere fool. A flush crept across her cheeks as she hastily fastened the buttons of her attire. Observing the vehicle closely, she noted that the license plate was from Shanghai and discreetly committed it to memory, determined to investigate whether this car truly belonged to Jiang Ning later on. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyin remained in a daze for a considerable time before finally accepting the keys. Holding the keys to the luxurious Mercedes-Benz in her hand, she could hardly fathom that such a car could be hers, a gift specially bestowed upon her by Jiang Ning. "Ah, Xueqing, drive and take your cousin to the appointment." Lin Xingyin quickly recovered and handed the keys to Wang Xueqing. Wang Xueqing, touched by her dear friend's generosity in allowing her to drive such an exquisite vehicle, noticed Jiang Ning's unchanged demeanor and boldly accepted the keys. "Cousin, let us be off." I shall escort you to your rendezvous. Wang Xueqing promptly took her place in the passenger seat and started the engine while Jiang Ning and Lin Qining settled into the back seat, with Li Mo occupying the front passenger seat. Royal Ball Hotel, Li Mo stated with exasperation, to which Wang Xueqing responded without further comment, accelerating toward the Royal Hotel. Oh, what about our electric scooter? We spent 2,300 on that. Lin Qining suddenly recalled her electric vehicle and inquired of Jiang Ning. Forget it. I've gifted you a Mercedes worth over 500,000. Do you still care about that 2,000? Jiang Ning replied with a smile. What 500,000? This Mercedes is worth 10 million. Lin Qining exclaimed to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was taken aback, having initially believed that the car gifted to him by Mo Yuntian was merely an ordinary Mercedes. Little did he know, it was actually a limited edition worth a staggering 10 million. What 500,000? Lin Qining shot Jiang Ning a disapproving glance, utterly perplexed by how he had acquired such a vehicle, let alone gifted it to her. Jiang Ning, in his naivety, genuinely thought it was just a regular Mercedes. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Li Mo couldn't help but smile upon overhearing their conversation. It seemed her suspicions were correct. This car was not Jiang Ning's at all, and she inwardly scoffed at him for presumably having deceived someone to obtain it. As she spoke, Li Mo began to input the license plate number, eager to uncover the car's true owner. Jiang Ning, gazing out at the pedestrians braving the rain on their electric scooters, felt a pang of sympathy for them. Their lives must be quite arduous. Before long, Wang Xueqing arrived at the Royal Hotel, stepping out of the car and opening the door. Li Mo retrieved a stack of white papers from her bag and handed them to Wang Xueqing. Lay these down on the ground. I refuse to let rainwater and mud tarnish my shoes, Li Mo stated while donning her sunglasses. Wang Xueqing, observing the pristine white shoes on Li Mo's feet and the stack of white papers in her hands, furrowed her brow and sighed internally, conceding to lay them down. As Li Mo stepped onto the papers, Wang Xueqing bent down, placing one sheet after another on the ground, creating a path across the street toward the entrance of the Royal Hotel. Li Mo followed, stepping carefully on the white papers Wang Xueqing had arranged. Hurry up. My shoes are getting soaked. You're moving like a sloth. Just look at you, small in stature and incapable of lifting anything. Can you even steady a scalpel? Move faster. Li Mo urged Wang Xueqing, who was hastily scurrying along the ground, her hair drenched by the rain. How shameless. Jiang Ning observed Li Mo's demeanor, feeling a surge of anger. Nonetheless, this was a matter within Wang Xueqing's family, and he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Indeed, during my time with the Lin family, I even scrubbed Lin Jiaozi's toilet and massaged his feet. There's no escaping it. They delight in bullying you simply because they disapprove. When elders in a household take a disliking, one is bound to suffer, whether in poverty or wealth. It is often the case that family fortunes are bequeathed to one son while the other is disregarded. Lin Qining reflected thoughtfully, revealing her own struggles within the Lin family, where she was treated even worse than Wang Xueqing, being forced into marriage. Upon hearing of Lin Qining's plight within the Lin family, Jiang Ning empathized deeply, embracing her shoulder. Fear not, for I shall be by your side from now on. No one shall bully you, Jiang Ning declared with conviction, leaving Lin Qining momentarily taken aback by his earnest gaze. Unaccustomed to such an embrace, Lin Qining shifted slightly, prompting Jiang Ning to release her. Yet his resolve to win her heart only grew stronger. Their relationship would blossom from marriage to love, and her resistance was entirely natural. All set, cousin. I shall take my leave now. Wang Xueqing finally laid the floor, and Li Mo safely arrived at the entrance of the Royal Hotel, his shoes untouched by a speck of dust. Leaving, Li Mo cast a displeased glance at Wang Xueqing, his gaze icy. Where do you intend to go? Are you suggesting that once the ball concludes, I should take a taxi by myself? Li Mo inquired, observing Wang Xueqing. The evening had already grown late. The event would not conclude until at least midnight. Should I accompany you until that hour? I must rise by 5 tomorrow for the hospital. I am in a hurry and need to rest before 11. Wang Xueqing felt a surge of anger and questioned Li Mo suddenly. A sharp slap resounded as Li Mo struck Wang Xueqing's face, the sound crisp and loud, causing her to stagger back, her cheek ablaze with pain. Is this how you speak to your elder cousin? Do you comprehend the essence of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Your work is of no concern to me. You cannot abandon me here. Otherwise, I shall inform grandmother about your mistreatment. Let her see how she deals with you. Li Mo exclaimed, his voice raised. Originally, he had brought Wang Xueqing as an introduction for a wealthy gentleman, and with her departure, he would be left without an explanation to provide to the young master. Had Wang Xueqing successfully attended to that gentleman, Li Mo's contract would have been secured. He had arranged everything meticulously, and now, Wang Xueqing's departure was utterly unacceptable. Cousin, I truly have work tomorrow. I will be unable to rise and will incur a wage deduction, Wang Xueqing vehemently argued, expressing her reluctance to enter such a place of ill repute. What did you say? At that moment, Li Mo unfastened his belt, folding it in half as he directed a piercing gaze at Wang Xueqing. Repeat yourself. What did you just say? Gripping the belt tightly, Li Mo's demeanor was menacing, and Wang Xueqing felt a surge of panic as she stammered, I do not wish to go. Summoning her courage, she spoke up. With a swift motion, Li Mo swung the belt, striking Wang Xueqing's back with a sharp crack. She collapsed to the ground. Say it again. Crack. How dare you defy my wishes? You must be itching for a beating. Crack. It hurts. Please stop, please. Wang Xueqing, on the ground, raised her arms in a futile attempt to shield herself from Li Mo's relentless strikes, her sobs of desperation filling the air. Li Mo's expression was one of fierce malevolence, continuing to lash out at Wang Xueqing. The scene was reminiscent of the harsh discipline imposed by Elder Lin, which stirred Lin Qingyin's memories. Unable to bear the sight any longer, she rushed forward. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Lin Qingyin positioned herself protectively in front of Wang Xueqing, confronting Li Mo. What do you want? This is a family matter. It does not concern you. Li Mo shouted, brandishing the belt with an air of aggression. One is willing to strike, and the other is willing to receive. What business is it of yours? With the belt aimed at Lin Qingyin, his fury was palpable, while Lin Qingyin was equally determined to stand her ground, feeling emboldened by her righteous indignation. As Jiang Ning approached slowly, he would not hesitate to intervene if Li Mo intended to strike Lin Qingyin. However, the matter of Li Mo's intentions towards Wang Xueqing was a personal affair, and Jiang Ning deemed it inappropriate to interfere. Yet, Lin Qingyin was a different story. What? What gives you the right to strike her? Does my cousin have the authority to harm others? Who are you? Violence is unacceptable. I shall not stand idly by today. If you dare to lay a hand on her, I will fight you. Lin Qingyin spoke rapidly, her heart aching at the sight of her dear friend being attacked. She felt compelled to step in. After all, when Sun Xiao had once captured her, Wang Xueqing had stood up for her, only to be beaten to the ground by Sun Xiao. Wang Xueqing had been sincere with Lin Qingyin, and she could not betray that trust. Now it was Lin Qingyin's turn to protect Wang Xueqing. What right did he have? The right to let me strike. Li Mo's gaze was arrogant, his expression twisted, and his tone sharp as he sneered at Lin Qingyin. Tell me, do you wish to be struck by me? Li Mo taunted, nudging Wang Xueqing with his foot. Wang Xueqing's face paled in fear, trembling as she cowered. I do wish to, she replied without hesitation. Did you hear that? She consents. Who will advocate for her? She has said she is willing to be struck by me. It is none of your concern. Li Mo adjusted his belt around his waist, feeling satisfied with the damage done. Xueqing, this cannot continue. We must resist. Our fate is ours to command, not to be held in the hands of others. Just as Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace, and Neza rebelled against the Dragon King of the East Sea, Xinxiang dared to oppose the heavenly edicts. You must take charge of your own destiny. Lin Qingyin crouched down, recounting one historical anecdote after another to Wang Xueqing, urging her to resist. Ultimately, these were mere myths, devoid of practical significance, as they had no place in reality. Wang Xueqing shook her head, feeling utterly incapable. Her home was in disarray, a chaos so suffocating that it stripped her of any semblance of status. A dog meddling in affairs that do not concern it. Come here. Li Mo seized Wang Xueqing by her hair and dragged her toward the hotel, exposing her to the gaze of numerous waitstaff. Yet she found herself powerless to resist. Jiang Ning sensed something amiss. Why was Li Mo so insistent on having Wang Xueqing accompany him? In such an establishment, with Li Mo's imposing demeanor, I felt an unease creeping in. My instincts warned me that Wang Xueqing was in peril. Lin Qingyin turned to Jiang Ning, stating plainly, if you wish to intervene, I shall assist you. However, you may protect her for a moment, yet not for a lifetime. Saving her today does not guarantee her safety tomorrow or the day after. Ultimately, it is her own resistance that matters. Jiang Ning replied coolly, lighting a cigarette as smoke swirled around him. Spare me the philosophical discourse. Let us proceed inside. Lin Qingyin, irritated by Jiang Ning's lack of empathy, agreed. Together, Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin strode toward the hotel. Halt. What are you doing? At that moment, the doorman raised a hand to block their entry, having been instructed by Li Yimou not to allow them inside. What is the matter? Is this not a place for people to enter? Jiang Ning felt a surge of displeasure as he addressed the doorman. People can enter, but the impoverished cannot. The doorman scrutinized Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin before responding. Jiang Ning waved the key before the doorman, exclaiming, "A limited edition Mercedes." Step aside. His anger was palpable, particularly at the derogatory remark about the poor, which made him wish to retaliate. "Drivers are not permitted entry, I'm afraid," the doorman retorted, evidently having no intention of allowing Jiang Ning inside. "Are you blind? This is my vehicle." Jiang Ning's frustration mounted as he confronted the doorman, lamenting the audacity of such disdain, as if wearing designer attire was deemed counterfeit in the eyes of others. "If you cannot afford it, then refrain from making a fuss here. I have work to attend to, so kindly vacate the premises." The doorman made a gesture that clearly indicated Jiang Ning should leave. "Is this how you treat your guests?" Lin Qingyin interjected, her displeasure evident. "What sort of individuals have I encountered today? The doorman lacks any sense of decorum." She continued, "If this persists, I will summon security to expel you. No purchase means no entry. Please leave." The doorman's sharp retorts rendered Lin Qingyin momentarily speechless, leaving her throat constricted with indignation. "What is the matter?" At that moment, the general manager of the Royal Hotel arrived, having observed the commotion for some time, and approached to investigate. Lin Qingyin pointed at the doorman, seeking the manager's intervention. "What is going on here? Little Lu, how do you entertain your guests? Your service attitude." The general manager reprimanded the doorman, who suddenly mouthed the words Li Yimou, prompting the manager to fall silent, understanding that it was Li Yimou's arrangement. The general manager then turned to Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin with a frosty demeanor. How do you conduct your business by driving the guests away? Is this hotel even operational?" Lin Qingyin was deeply concerned about Wang Xueqing, who was currently blocked outside and unable to enter, causing her immense anxiety. "I know how to run my business without your guidance. Whether this hotel remains open is not something you, a mere girl, can dictate. Nor do you possess the ability to have me shut it down." The general manager spoke with a chilling attitude, mirroring that of the doorman, suggesting that they were cut from the same cloth. Suddenly, Jiang Ning produced a plaque and waved it before the general manager. Inscribed on it were the words Jiaojiang, signifying the Jiaojiang order, which could summon thousands from the Jiaojiang Chamber of Commerce. This privilege was reserved for esteemed guests of the chamber, granting him equal authority to that of Shun Yunqing from the Jiaojiang Chamber. Upon seeing the Jiaojiang order, the general manager's expression shifted dramatically. His establishment was a member of the Jiaojiang Chamber, and he had not anticipated encountering an esteemed guest today, someone of Shun Yunqing's caliber, whose wrath he could not afford to incur. A single word from him could spell the closure of this royal hotel. Thud. The general manager found himself on his knees, trembling with fear. Shun Yunqing was no ordinary adversary. He was a formidable force, and to offend him could result in dire consequences. It was far wiser for the general manager to submit than to risk losing everything. Just as Lin Qingyin was about to speak, she noticed the general manager prostrating himself before Jiang Ning. Turning to Jiang Ning, she saw him casually with one hand in his pocket and a cigarette in the other, displaying no sign of concern. As Lin Qingyin turned, Jiang Ning had already concealed the Jiaojiang insignia. "Yes, I apologize. I didn't realize you had arrived. My sincerest apologies. I welcome you. I was blind to your presence. Forgive me." With that, the general manager, kneeling on the ground, began to slap himself across the face. His demeanor transformed from arrogance to sincerity. The doorman stood in shock. The highest authority, the general manager, was kneeling before Jiang Ning. Just moments earlier, Jiang Ning had merely displayed an iron plaque, and the doorman had no idea of its significance. Yet now, the general manager appeared utterly terrified, continuously striking his own face, leaving the doorman bewildered. Enough, stop hitting yourself," Jiang Ning said dismissively, gesturing with his hand. Thank you. The general manager, believing he had been forgiven, rose from the ground, his body drenched in a cold sweat. "Who told you to get up? Kneel before me." Jiang Ning's tone turned icy, and with a thud, the general manager dropped back to the floor, his face filled with dread. Jiang Ning extracted a cigarette, but from his mouth. "Open your mouth," he instructed. The general manager complied, and Jiang Ning placed the smoldering cigarette, but between his lips, then firmly clamped the manager's mouth shut. "Be cautious with your words from now on. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your endurance. This serves as your punishment," Jiang Ning stated calmly. With one hand pressing against the manager's mouth, the cigarette burned inside, eliciting muffled sounds from him. Sensing it was sufficient, Jiang Ning released his grip. The manager immediately erupted into a fit of coughing, expelling the cigarette but from his mouth, which was now filled with its acrid taste. Manager, are you all right? The door attendant, witnessing the treatment of the general manager, was infuriated and rushed to support him. You scoundrel! Do you even know your mother's surname? How dare you treat our general manager this way? Do you wish for your demise? The attendant yelled at Jiang Ning, pointing a finger at him with audacity. Jiang Ning merely laughed dismissively, recognizing that the attendant had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Slap him, Jiang Ning uttered calmly. Suddenly, the general manager sprang to his feet and delivered a powerful slap across the attendant's face, sending him staggering back several steps. A clear mark of the blow evident on his cheek, fueled by a strong desire to survive. What did you say? To show disrespect to this esteemed individual is to court disaster. The general manager delivered a swift kick and followed it with a series of slaps, leaving the doorman utterly bewildered. The manager's ferocity was astonishing, all for a seemingly unremarkable and impoverished guest. Enough, enough. A few dozen slaps will suffice, Jiang Ning remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the manager prepared to cease his actions, but another remark prompted him to intensify his assault on the doorman. Jiang Ning regarded the doorman with disdain, exemplifying the folly of underestimating others. As Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin entered, they were unimpeded by the internal staff. Lin Qingyin, perplexed, inquired of Jiang Ning, struggling to comprehend the situation. He's simply unhinged, Jiang Ning shrugged, attempting to lighten the mood with laughter. TSK, it must be your doing. I truly cannot fathom the enchantment you possess that compels so many to kneel before you. Lin Qingyin shot Jiang Ning an exasperated glance and retorted with a hint of annoyance. Upon entering, they were greeted by a throng of affluent young men and women, each holding a glass of red wine and adorned in elegant attire, radiating opulence. Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin, dressed far less extravagantly, felt the stark contrast of their humble garments against the backdrop of such lavishness. As they searched for Wang Xueqing amidst the crowd, Lin Qingyin expressed her discomfort. I feel quite out of place. This venue is immense and extravagant, and I can't help but feel as if I am tarnishing its grandeur. A hint of insecurity emerged in her voice. Jiang Ning observed Lin Qingyin and her peculiar mindset, gently stroking her hair. It's all right. You are the most beautiful I have ever encountered. I have scoured countless Tang and Song poems, as well as the verses of the spring and autumn periods. Yet I find it challenging to convey even a fraction of your beauty. Jiang Ning spoke sweet words to Lin Qingyin, who, upon hearing them, was somewhat taken aback. Jiang Ning possessed quite the literary flair. Such eloquence was unfamiliar to Lin Qingyin, despite her university education. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded softly, reveling in the comforting sensation of being cherished for a lifetime. Upon arriving at the opulent venue, it is natural for anyone to feel undeserving of such grandeur. There, Wang Xueqing was present. Lin Qingyin spotted Wang Xueqing and turned to Jiang Ning, noting that Wang Xueqing sat gracefully on the sofa, appearing quite docile, while Liu Mo was beside her, gazing at her with a wine glass in hand. It seemed there was no immediate threat. Jiang Ning remarked to Lin Qingyin in a calm tone, danger never reveals itself on the surface. Seeing Wang Xueqing's fearful expression, Lin Qingyin declared, let us go over. She was the first to approach, promptly taking a seat next to Wang Xueqing. Upon seeing Lin Qingyin, Wang Xueqing was taken aback, her eyes reflecting gratitude as she recognized Lin Qingyin had come for her sake. Do not fear. I am here, Lin Qingyin assured, placing her hand over Wang Xueqing's. Wang Xueqing reciprocated the gesture, her spirit significantly bolstered by Lin Qingyin's presence. Liu Mo, noticing both Lin Xueqing and Jiang Ning's arrival, felt a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, his teeth gritting in frustration. It seemed the doorman was utterly incompetent, unable to even deter a mere driver. However, Liu Mo did not erupt on the spot, for she needed to maintain her image in this public setting. She had always portrayed herself as a refined lady and could not allow Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin to tarnish that facade. A few young gentlemen, upon noticing Lin Xueqing and Jiang Ning's arrival, were taken aback and glanced at Liu Mo, mistakenly believing them to be her acquaintances. Among them, several were captivated by Lin Qingyin's exquisite visage, their thoughts turning to less than honorable intentions. Wang Xueqing and Lin Qingyin, seated together, each possessed their own unique beauty. Xueqing, hello. My name is Li Cheng. Might I have the honor of sharing a dance with you? Li Cheng seized the opportunity and approached Wang Xueqing with a gentle smile. Wang Xueqing, upon seeing Li Cheng's approach, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Given her association with Li Mo, she was well aware that few of her friends were genuinely virtuous. After all, like attracts like. I'm sorry, but I don't dance. It would embarrass you, she stammered. Li Chen was momentarily taken aback and looked toward Li Mo, who had previously assured him that a little cunning would win him Wang Xueqing's affection. Yet, her unexpected rejection left him astonished as he stared at Li Mo. Li Mo gestured subtly to Li Cheng, encouraging him to persist. She discreetly pinched Wang Xueqing's waist, prompting her to sit up straight. Fully aware of Li Mo's intent, Li Mo assisted Wang Xueqing in adjusting her hair while whispering harshly into her ear, causing Wang Xueqing to tremble. Bewildered by Li Mo's actions, at that moment, Li Cheng retrieved a pair of dice from his pocket and placed them into a dark bottle. Let us engage in a little game, Li Cheng suggested to Wang Xueqing. If you guess correctly, I shall drink. If you err, the drink is on you. His intention was clear. He aimed to intoxicate Wang Xueqing first. The other guests at the ball were oblivious to their exchange, engrossed in inviting their own partners to dance or indulging in libations. No. Wang Xueqing hastily waved her hands, but before she could articulate her refusal, Li Cheng began to shake the black bottle, the dice within producing a crisp, lively sound. All right, make your guess. Li Cheng placed the black bottle on the table, urging Wang Xueqing to predict the outcome. If you choose not to guess, that counts as a loss, and you must drink. Come now, guess quickly. It's a rare opportunity for you to be favored by Master Li, and it one tea cost you a penny. What are you afraid of? Li Mo chimed in, pressing Wang Xueqing to make her choice. Large, Wang Xueqing declared boldly. At the very moment of her guess, Li Cheng unscrewed the black bottle. 3 ones. Small? You have lost. Drink up. Without hesitation, Li Cheng poured a full glass of white liquor and directed it towards Wang Xueqing's mouth. No. I want tea drink, she protested, but her words were cut short as the large glass was forced down her throat. Wang Xueqing coughed violently, her complexion flushing deeply as if her throat was ablaze. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air once more as Li Cheng continued to rattle the dice. With a decisive slap, he set them on the table. Guess, he declared, a playful glint in his eyes. Hurry, make your guess. Hurry up, Li Mo urged Wang Xueqing, who, feeling flustered by his insistence, was at a loss for what to do. Just a little more, Wang Xueqing said directly. 3, 5, that's enough, keep drinking. With that, Li Cheng took a cup of liquor and poured it into Wang Xueqing's mouth. I'll drink for her. At that moment, Lin Qinin snatched the cup, tilted her head back, and gulped it down in one go. The fiery liquor burned her throat. Its potency was undeniably high. Lin Qinin felt certain that 2 cups would surely lead to inebriation. Delightful. Let us keep going. Li Cheng continued to roll the dice, the sound echoing as he slammed it onto the table. Guess. His gaze was teasing as he looked at Lin Qinin and Wang Xueqing. With 2 girls present, he felt no shortage of amusement. No more guessing, we're done. Come on, Xueqing, let us go have some fruit platter. Lin Qinin resolutely rejected Li Cheng's suggestion, pulling Wang Xueqing up, intent on heading for the fruit platter instead. Sit down. Li Mo spat out the words coldly through clenched teeth. Wang Xueqing glanced at Lin Qinin, offering a bitter smile before reluctantly taking her seat again. Lin Qinin understood all too well. She had faced similar treatment from Lin Jiutian, where any resistance would lead to threats or violence. Fine, we'll sit. But we want tea, guess. You have no right to demand anything from us. Li Cheng, isn't it? Leave us be. Both Xueqing and I find you quite unpleasant. Do not disturb us. When you disturb us, it would be wise to take a moment to reflect on your own demeanor. Lin Qinin, fiercely resolute, decided to respond without reservation to Li Cheng's relentless provocation. No, we must engage in a game of chance. Li Cheng's gaze was shrouded in darkness as he addressed Lin Qinin and Wang Xueqing. And if I refuse, what then? What will you do? Lin Qinin, equally incensed, retorted calmly to Li Cheng, demanding he take his dice away, insisting she would not partake in the guessing game. If you refuse to play, do you believe I won't simply pour this entire bottle down your throat? Li Cheng slammed an unopened bottle of liquor onto the table, his eyes radiating defiance as he fixed his stare on Lin Qinin. Continue playing, do not resist, otherwise, if chaos ensues, no one shall benefit. Li Cheng declared. I shall make the guess. At this moment, Jiang Ming seated himself confidently between Lin Qinin and Wang Xueqing. You? Li Cheng regarded Jiang Ning with a smirk of disdain. Newest URL, Chapter 41, Slap Li Cheng. Latest URL, I shall make the guess. Jiang Ning calmly asserted as he sat between Lin Qingyin and Wang Xueqing. You? Who are you? Li Cheng scoffed, sizing Jiang Ning up. I am Jiang Ning, Lin Qingyin's husband. Jiang Ning stated plainly, prompting a slight surprise from Li Mo, who had assumed Jiang Ning was merely a taxi driver, unaware that he was indeed Lin Qingyin's spouse. When did they get married? Li Cheng cast a glance at Li Mo, who nodded slightly. With that, Li Cheng began shaking the dice vigorously, slamming them onto the table with a resounding thud. Big or small? He inquired of Jiang Ning. Let us raise the stakes. The loser must consume a drink and receive a slap from the winner. What say you? Jiang Ning proposed to Li Cheng. A smile crept onto Li Cheng's lips. He was confident in his advantage, having tampered with the dice. With a mere flick of his hand, he could alter their outcome. I shall strike you until you bleed. Li Cheng narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Jiang Ning. No, it is I who shall make you bleed. Jiang Ning leaned forward on the sofa, his expression impassive as he spoke to Li Cheng. Very well, let us see. Li Cheng responded, resuming his vigorous shaking of the dice, their crisp clinking echoing as they danced within the black bottle, before he slammed it onto the table. Small, Jiang Ning remarked coolly. Without hesitation, Li Cheng opened the bottle to reveal 3 threes, indeed, a small outcome. He was momentarily stunned, disbelief washing over him. He had distinctly pulled the fine thread, yet the numbers had not changed. Suddenly, before he could comprehend the situation, Jiang Ning delivered a sharp slap to Li Cheng's face, sending him tumbling from the sofa. Instantly, the attention of the crowd was drawn to the commotion, with many gathering curiously around them. Who is this person? How dare he strike young Master Li? What audacity! Countless onlookers wore expressions of astonishment, their gazes fixed incredulously on Jiang Ning. Li Cheng scrambled to his feet. How dare you hit me? Do you have a death wish? Li Cheng grasped the bottle of white liquor on the table, poised to bring it crashing down upon Jiang Ning's head. A wager was at stake. Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke to Li Cheng with an air of indifference, prompting Li Cheng to regain his composure almost instantly, his expression morphing into one of agony. Relinquishing the liquor bottle, he pondered that perhaps this was merely an unexpected turn of events. After all, he held the strings, and Jiang Ning had no choice but to engage. He was determined to reduce Jiang Ning to a mere caricature of himself. Continuing, Li Cheng shook the dice, the sound resonating like a cascade, before pressing the black bottle onto the table. Small, Jiang Ning declared. At that moment, Li Cheng subtly manipulated the slender line, repeating the action twice, confident that this time success was assured. Onlookers gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding game of chance between the two. Li Cheng was rendered incredulous. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Jiang Ning delivered a sharp blow to Li Cheng's face, the sound echoing loudly, sending him crashing to the ground once more. The spectators bore expressions of glee, reveling in the spectacle. Oh dear, this lad is finished. How dare he offend young Master Li, utterly oblivious to the consequences. Indeed, ha ha ha. Though Li Cheng may have lost, his family's stature is undeniably beyond that of Jiang Ning. The thirst for vengeance was palpable. Jiang Ning uncorked the bottle of white liquor, pouring 2 glasses and sliding them across the table towards Li Cheng. Drink up, he commanded, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Li Cheng. Li Cheng glared at Jiang Ning, teeth clenched in fury. How dare Jiang Ning strike him and engage him in this manner? The flames of rage threatened to erupt from his eyes, for to be struck twice in public by Jiang Ning left him utterly humiliated. Li Cheng promptly drained both glasses before him and retrieved a new pair of dice from his pocket, convinced that the previous set was indeed faulty. There was no doubt about it. He pressed on. Li Cheng touched the palm print on his face, seething with rage, vowing that today he would make Jiang Ning nothing. Enough of this foolishness. At that moment, Wang Xueqing tugged at Jiang Ning's arm. Jiang Ning, having slapped Li Cheng twice, felt a twinge of fear. These individuals were either wealthy young masters or affluent young ladies, none of whom she could provoke. With a clatter, Li Cheng shook the newly acquired dice and slammed them onto the table. Small. At that instant, Jiang Ning swung her arm towards Li Cheng. Do you dare? She exclaimed. If you lay a finger on me, I assure you, none of you will escape unscathed. Stop. Enough. I beg you, Wang Xueqing pleaded, grasping Jiang Ning's arm with desperation. Lin Qingyin remained silent, quietly observing Li Cheng. You dare strike me? You are doomed. Li Cheng threatened Jiang Ning once more. With a resounding slap, Jiang Ning unfazed by Li Cheng's words, delivered a stinging blow to his face, causing him to collapse onto the sofa, a handprint evident on his cheek. A wave of astonishment swept through the room, excitement glimmering in the eyes of the onlookers, who relished the unfolding drama, all wearing smiles. "You scoundrel!" At that moment, Li Cheng erupted in fury, drawing a knife from his pocket, intent on attacking Jiang Ning. "Young Master Li, this is rather inappropriate, isn't it? You have already lost. And with so many witnesses present, how can you refuse to concede?" Jiang Ning, observing Li Cheng's fury, spoke with a tone of mockery. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Li Cheng glanced at the surrounding young gentlemen, all of whom held elegant goblets filled with red wine, their gazes fixed upon him. Li Cheng fell silent, acutely aware of his own wrongdoing, and sheathed his metaphorical dagger. "I understand," he said, turning to leave, his expression cold and sullen. Li Mo hurriedly followed behind him. "What should we do? He will not let this go lightly." At that moment, Wang Xueqing felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of her next steps. Though she had vented her frustration, she had irrevocably offended Li Cheng, leaving her heart unsettled. "Fear not, for I am here. They cannot bully you," Jiang Ning reassured her. Should Li Cheng dare to retaliate, Jiang Ning was fully capable of utterly subduing him, ensuring his downfall was permanent. "Come, let us enjoy some fruit platters," Jiang Ning suggested to Lin Qingyin and Wang Xueqing. "Let us go to the fruit platters," Lin Qingyin echoed, making her way toward the table laden with fruit alongside Wang Xueqing. Meanwhile, Li Mo and Li Cheng conspired in a shadowed corner, the latter's demeanor dark and brooding. Li Mo, puzzled, inquired of Li Cheng, aware that he had resorted to underhanded tactics, yet still faced defeat. "The opponent is more formidable than I anticipated. There is nothing I can do, for I am in the wrong." Li Cheng gritted his teeth, observing the fruit platter being devoured. Jiang Ning rushed in, delivering a powerful kick to Zhao Yongren, who was sent flying several meters away, convulsing on the ground in evident agony. "Who permitted you to lay hands on my woman?" Jiang Ning bellowed, pointing fiercely at the prostrate Zhao Yongren, his gaze icy. In that moment, Jiang Ning was overcome with self-reproach. Realizing too late that Zhao Yongren had acted swiftly, lamenting that he had stood too far away, several vehicles came to a halt right in front of the Imperial Hotel, from which a throng of individuals disembarked. Among them was a man sporting a slick-back hairstyle, his hair gleaming with luster, draped in a black coat, and adorned with a jade ring on his thumb. "Ha! My uncle has arrived. Prepare to meet your demise. It's too late to kneel before me now." As the narrative unfolds, one can observe Li Cheng addressing Jiang Ning, asserting his unreasonable demands. "You not only need to compensate, but must also cover the expenses of everyone present today." Jiang Ning, responding with a faint smile, recognized Li Cheng's shameless tactics. "Compensation. Very well," Jiang Ning proclaimed, setting down his wine glass with conviction. In the midst of the unfolding narrative, a resounding buzz filled the air as an orange helicopter gracefully descended from the heavens, coming to a halt before the Imperial Hotel. From the helicopter emerged a flight attendant clad in a sleek black suit, her lower attire a form-fitting skirt paired with a crisp white blouse, her exquisite features adorned with a sweet smile. She approached Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin. At that moment, Jiang Ning executed a swift kick, sending Li Cheng sprawling to the ground in agony, blood escaping his lips. "Are you all right?" Jiang Ning inquired with concern as he helped Wang Xueqing to her feet. With tears streaming down her face, Wang Xueqing expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Ning. In the gripping narrative of the son-in-law's ascendancy, we witness a poignant exchange between Li Cheng and Jiang Ning. "Brother, you are my brother. I was wrong. I am all alone now. Please spare me," Li Cheng implores, kneeling on the ground, his gaze lifted in desperation towards Jiang Ning. "Do not provoke those around me again, and especially do not cross me, Jiang Ning," comes the stern retort, punctuated with a resounding slap. The atmosphere is thick with tension as Lin Shanchuan delivers a fierce blow to Lin Fengxi's face, sending her sprawling onto the sofa. "Give it to me," Lin Shanchuan bellows, his fury palpable, the imprint of his hand stark against Lin Fengxi's cheek. She is left reeling from the force of his assault. Jiang Ning observes, his eyes narrowing, struck by the sheer brutality of Lin Shanchuan's actions. This tale unfolds with raw emotions and intense confrontations, encapsulating the complexities of familial relationships and the darkness that can often dwell within them. In the novel The Son-in-Law of the Wealthy Family, the narrative unfolds with Jiang Ning addressing Lin Fenghua, stating bluntly, "If you don't eat, then leave." He then resumes his meal, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding chaos. Holding back his own frustrations, he recalls that he has yet to take his medication today. Meanwhile, Lin Fengxi comforts Lin Fenghua, advising her not to engage in arguments with someone exhibiting erratic behavior. As the story progresses, the tension escalates. In Chapter 51, Jiang Ning expresses his satisfaction after receiving a meal from KFC, yet his subsequent remark, "However, you are doomed," leaves everyone present in a state of shock and disbelief. The atmosphere is charged with astonishment as the words linger in the air. The novel Son-in-Law and the Wealthy Family is currently being updated. Please bear with us for a moment as the content is being revised. Once the updates are complete, kindly refresh the page to access the latest information. In the 52nd chapter, a young man brandishing a baton pointed it menacingly at Jiang Ning's nose, exuding arrogance. With a swift motion, Jiang Ning struck the youth across the face and sent him flying 3 meters away with a powerful kick. As the updates continue, please remain patient and refresh the page for the most current content. In the 53rd chapter, Jiang Ning arrived at the clinic, where he found everything meticulously arranged: shelves of herbs, a cash register, and hospital beds were all prepared. Zhao Qinglan and Sun Qi were diligently tidying up the room. Observing Zhao Qinglan's hands, though still thin, they displayed a newfound agility, which brought satisfaction to Jiang Ning. Sun Qi, engrossed in his task, failed to notice Jiang Ning's arrival. In just a single morning, Lin Qingyin had meticulously arranged everything here, leaving Jiang Ning somewhat. The narrative is currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. At this moment, Jiang Ning was driving towards the hospital when, unexpectedly, the car stalled. Regardless of how Jiang Ning twisted the key, the vehicle refused to budge. Through the rearview mirror, he spotted 8 or 9 black cars approaching, causing a frown to form on his brow. It seemed that unless these minor nuisances were dealt with today, he could not focus on his tasks. Jiang Ning dialed Lin Qingyin's number. The narrative is currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. Bang! A blunt object struck Jiang Ning directly on the back, causing him to stumble forward and collapse onto the ground. At this moment, his entire body was marked with bruises, the result of Li Xiao's assault. Today, do not allow me to survive, otherwise, I shall make you regret it. Jiang Ning's tone was exceedingly icy, brimming with a murderous intent. As the narrative unfolds, please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest developments. Jiang Ning and Lin Qingyin soon arrived at the entrance of the Bawang Pharmaceutical Company, a considerable distance away. The journey took over 10 minutes, and Jiang Ning felt a twinge of pain in his lower back. "You go on in, I'll have a smoke." "As my craving has taken hold," Jiang Ning said to Lin Qingyin while lighting a cigarette, indulging in yet another puff. The novel The Son-in-Law Enters the Aristocracy has been updated. Chapter 57, Wu Xiaoshan in shock. "Go ahead, break his legs," Wu Xiaoshan commanded, taking a step back as he addressed the security guards. Suddenly, a dozen security personnel rushed towards Jiang Ning with great speed. However, Jiang Ning was even quicker. Having anticipated their move, he swiftly darted out of the crowd, executing a low sweeping kick that struck Wu Xiaoshan's leg with force. Chapter 58, My Girlfriend Likes It Too. After Wu Xiaoshan crawled out, Lin Qingyin felt considerably relieved. Wu Xiaoshan had been utterly outrageous, harboring inappropriate thoughts about her, which was unacceptable. Zhou Tian wore a smile, carefully observing Jiang Ning's expression, concerned that he might become angry. Clearing his throat, Zhou Tian said, "Brother Jiang, please stay for dinner tonight as a gesture of my apology. After all, it was my subordinate who caused you displeasure." The novel The Son-in-Law of the Wealthy Family is currently being updated. Please be patient for a moment and refresh the page to access the latest content. In Chapter 59, Jiang Ning abruptly threw a stack of cash, instantly breaking Zhao Qinshan's nose, causing him to collapse to the ground with blood gushing forth. "I apologize, but I no longer wish to keep this 2,000 yuan. Here, take it back," Jiang Ning said, taking a puff of his cigarette and addressing the fallen Zhao Qinshan. In Chapter 60, a resounding slap echoed as Chun Fei struck the sales manager's face. "Who authorized you to sell it to him?" Chun Fei demanded, pointing at Jiang Ning. With another swift motion, he delivered another slap to the sales manager's face. The video concluded swiftly, leaving the audience in utter astonishment as they observed the internet celebrity attempting to frame Jiang Ning. In stark contrast, Jiang Ning remained remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the accusations hurled at him, refraining from retaliatory remarks or actions, even as the crowd gathered to avenge the internet celebrity's grievances. How disappointing, considering my affection for you. As I was engaged in typing, please hold for a moment. Upon content update, kindly refresh the page to access the latest developments. Just moments ago, I encountered Lin Jiutian. While Jiang Ning donned his outerwear, Lin Qingyin abruptly addressed him, causing Jiang Ning to furrow his brow. Lin Jiutian? Taken aback. Jiang Ning had not anticipated Lin Jiutian's presence here. It was no wonder Lin Qingyin appeared anxious, as her concerns stemmed from Lin Jiutian. As I was engaged in typing, please hold for a moment. Upon content update, kindly refresh the page to access the latest developments. The novel In-Law's arrival at the aristocracy is currently undergoing updates. Please wait a moment and refresh the page to obtain the latest content. Chapter 63. Break her legs for me indeed. A despicable person is well matched with an ugly one. Jiang Ning gazed at the internet celebrity and Zheng Yuan, his eyes devoid of any fear, causing Zheng Yuan's lips to twitch slightly. He rose from his seat, casting a cold glare at Jiang Ning. You need to understand who it is that sits before you. Zheng Long of Zhonghai. Chapter 64. It seems you are unconvinced. Come on. Kill him. Zheng Yuan could no longer restrain himself. After all, it was merely a punishment from his father, which he could endure. Today, he would eliminate Jiang Ning. His father's reprimand would mean nothing. Several of his subordinates rushed towards Jiang Ning, unable to hold back, their small knives gripped tightly in their hands. Suddenly, Jiang Ning pulled out his phone from his pocket, facing Zheng Yuan and the others. Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Chapter 65. I give you 10 seconds. Grandmother. I suddenly recalled something. Today, when I went out, I saw Lin Qingyin opening a medical clinic. Lin Jiutian suddenly said to Grandma Lin. A medical clinic? Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Chapter 66. Zheng Long unleashes his power. Impossible. It must be a coincidence. Lin Jiutian completely disbelieved, his eyes bloodshot. I do not believe it. I do not believe it. Lin Jiutian was somewhat frantic. Zhou Tian's order was indeed a substantial one, amounting to 10% of the entire Lin family's income. Naturally, Lin Jiutian could not bear the loss of Zhou's order. The content is currently being edited. Please hold on for a moment. Once the updates are complete, kindly refresh the page to access the latest information. In the 67th chapter, Lin Qingyin experiences jealousy. After Jiang Ning and his companions departed, the three members of the Lin family remained in a state of astonishment, grappling with disbelief. They could hardly fathom how Jiang Ning possessed such formidable influence, compelling both the Zhou and Zheng families to submit to his authority. How could this be? Is this madness? Where did such extraordinary capability originate? The matriarch of the Lin family struck the ground forcefully with her cane, expressing her agitation. The content is currently being edited. Please hold on for a moment. Once the updates are complete, kindly refresh the page to access the latest information. In the 68th chapter, a fire engulfs the clinic. In the early morning, birds incessantly chirped in the treetops, a rare sight in the city. At that moment, a cacophony of engine roars erupted as a dozen vehicles sped swiftly down the street, disturbing the birds that took flight in a flurry. These cars raced toward the apothecary, screeching to a halt in front of it. Lin Jiutian, consumed by rage, hurled his cigarette but onto the gasoline-stained ground, the ember igniting as it fell. Instantly, Lin Jiutian and his companions recoiled, fearful of the flames. Jiang Ning was already prepared, deftly launching 2 silver needles from his grasp. One needle struck the cigarette but with precision, sending it soaring away. The novel The Son-in-Law's Ascendancy is currently being updated. In the 70th chapter, a question arises. How do you break the spell? Lin Jiutian asks Jiang Ning, filled with indignation. He finds it hard to believe that Jiang Ning possesses knowledge of feng shui, as the method of breaking such a spell is known only to masters. Although the solution may seem simple, Lin Jiutian doubts Jiang Ning's ability to discern it. One can dispel misfortune by placing a treasured item over the residence or by offering extravagant gifts, which can mitigate even the most inauspicious days. As the content is being compiled, kindly hold on for a moment. Once the update is complete, please refresh the page to access the latest information. In the 71st chapter, Jiang Ning stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing distantly at Zhao Qianshan, a smile playing on his lips. Zhao Qianshan's expression twitches. Jiang Ning appears unperturbed. A boldness that irks Zhao Qianshan deeply. Son, what do you intend to do today? As the content is being compiled, Kindly hold on for a moment. Once the update is complete, please refresh the page to access the latest information. In the narrative of the son-in-law's ascendancy, we find ourselves amidst a tense encounter. Jiang Ning's words pierced through the air, chilling Lin Jutian to the core, leaving him shivering in fear. He realized that Jiang Ning would not let him escape unscathed this time. With a rigid motion, Lin Jutian turned around, his visage painted with terror. Uncertain of Jiang Ning's impending actions, yet fully aware that a grim fate awaited him. As the scene unfolds, we transition to a hospital room where Lin Jutian lies injured. His lips pale and his arms and legs encased in thick plaster. Beside him stand Grandma Lin and Lin Jiazi. While Lin Jiazi maintains a semblance of composure, Grandma Lin is inconsolable, her sorrow palpable, as she grapples with the pain of witnessing her grandson in such a dire state. The lamentation for the brutal assault inflicted by the detestable Jiang Ning weighs heavily on her heart. I am currently in the process of typing. Kindly wait a moment. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. The novel Son-in-Law and the Wealthy Family is being updated in full text. Remember the website. I am currently in the process of typing. Kindly wait a moment. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. The novel Son-in-Law and the Wealthy Family is being updated in full text. The latest update, Chapter 74, Swiping 9 million. The latest update, a car arrived at the entrance of the mountaintop real estate. Uncle Tu and Jiang Shihai stepped out of the vehicle. Uncle Tu looked up at the towering buildings of mountaintop real estate with a sigh. After half a lifetime of toil, he was merely seeking a place to call home, just a few bricks. Did you bring the money? Uncle Tu asked Jiang Shihai, who nodded in response. I am currently in the process of typing. Kindly wait a moment. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. The novel Son-in-Law and the Wealthy Family is being updated in full text. Remember the website. I am currently in the process of typing. Kindly wait a moment. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. The novel Son-in-Law and the Wealthy Family is being updated in full text. The latest update, Chapter 75, Despair of Jiang Nuar. The latest update. Come on, blacklist them and throw them out. Rest assured, you can afford to offend them. Jiang Ning said, narrowing his eyes at the general manager. Security, throw them out permanently. Our mountaintop group shall never sell properties to them. The general manager spoke, and with a sudden commotion, several security personnel rushed forth. Jiang Chuan glared at Jiang Nuar, furrowing his brows as he interrogated her. You are the one who enticed me. Why can't you simply admit it? Upon hearing his words, Jiang Nuar trembled violently. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, she staggered back a few steps, feeling the weight of the mocking gazes surrounding her. The derogatory term slut echoing incessantly in her ears. In the novel The Son-in-Law of the Wealthy Family, the narrative unfolds with Jiang Nuar seated anxiously within a BMW, her mind in disarray upon learning that Jiang Ning had severely injured 3 girls. Her hands nervously twisted the fabric of her clothing, and her body trembled slightly. Jiang Ning placed his hand atop hers, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry. Should the sky fall, I shall bear it for you, he said, acutely aware of his sister's distress. In a subsequent chapter, Jiang Nuar found herself in dire straits, lying on the ground, her garments torn in several places. Li Cheng and his entourage stood nearby, amusement evident on their faces. You have humiliated me, and now I shall return the favor. This is merely the beginning. I intend to tear even more. The content is currently being updated. Please wait a moment and refresh the page to access the latest updates. Jiang Ning and Jiang Nuar descended from the vehicle, with Jiang Ning's countenance darkened. Jiang Nuar walked ahead, apprehensive of her brother's demeanor. Although Jiang Ning uttered not a word, Jiang Nuar sensed his anger. She was acutely aware that her brother harbored traditional values and felt a strong aversion towards establishments such as bars. Jiang Nuar had no choice but to work at the bar, an unfortunate necessity. Indeed, if you understand that encountering me warrants your submission, what are you waiting for? Why do you not kneel before me at once? Jiang Ning exhibited no fear, his gaze imbued with mockery, as he was taken aback by the unexpected emergence of young Master Wang from the private room. With a disdainful sneer, Wang Xiao could hardly believe that Jiang Ning dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was, after all, a figure of considerable prominence in Zhonghai. Wang Xiao discarded his cigarette, but, his expression icy and detached,